Tyler doesn't really like it when I try, cuddling to sleep with them. So I normally do it when they're sleeping.
I don't mind. I could turn into the plushie.
Okay. Okay.
Can I turn into plushie?
I don't know. Don't hurt, and even if the injury is slightly already healed.
Oh, plushie!
And stop in the face.
Oh,
I have my personal mirror on and it's on my face.
yeah. I'm a plushie now. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to watch random things.
Okay.
Mm,
I might wake up with a nightmare though because of what I watched.
yeah, it's fine. I'll try to wake you up if you start sounding like you have a nightmare.
I was 8 years old. My mom.
Wait, I don't know if I ended up just moving or not because of if I do have a nightmare. Where did my favorite blanket go?
I don't know.
Huh? Favorite blanket? Why are you off my bed? Get over here.
Mm,
Gotcha. I have my favorite blankie now.
okay.
I remember one time when I was 8 years old, my mom was making dinner. She yelled at me to come
If I
eat, but
ever
I was.
start, sounding like I needed to wake up, it's gonna be a while till you actually physically can get me out of me
Uh,
sleeping. Or if my alarm just wakes me up anyway because it's on literally 5 o'clock for me to wake up on.
I might end up going to bed at 5 o'clock.
Okay, so I might wake up though.
Eh, and then I'll be asleep all day until around 12 to
Okay,
1, and then I'll be awake probably. That's if I don't end up passing out, but I doubt I will because I'm going to be watching YouTube videos. Mm,
okay.
Busy watching the SpongeBob episode where they're in rock bottom. My mom comes in and says that you've seen this episode 100 times, you're not missing anything, come eat. But I didn't care. I was glued to that television. I was hooked. It was just so good that I could watch it 1,000 times over and laugh at something new each time. There was always something new to care about, and even if I've seen every episode 1,000,000 times over, I still wanted to watch it again and again until my brain rotted. This is how early episodes of SpongeBob were. Constantly rewatchable for dumb kids that just wanted to laugh. It held something insanely distinct from most other cartoons at the time. It was so wacky and so goofy that its mere existence just seemed fake. I mean, a talking sponge lives in a pineapple working at a McDonald's for a money-hungry crab? What kind of premise is that? That's insane. That's a kind of premise that can only come from someone truly wanting to put their heart into the most wackiest entertainment for kids. And the man who came up with that premise is Steven Hillenburg. SpongeBob was his creation. It was his idea. He was a teacher of marine biology for many years who noticed how the kids that he taught were just so in love with the world of undersea creatures. So he created this little educational comic book for his school that slowly evolved into the idea of SpongeBob SquarePants himself. From the very beginning, SpongeBob SquarePants was an idea formed from passion and creativity to entertain but also educate. Before SpongeBob even aired a pilot episode, it had more heart put into it than anything else around it because it was made by one guy who wanted to make kids laugh with marine life. And so SpongeBob SquarePants became one of the most popular cartoons to ever exist, with the first 3 seasons being some of the funniest, most well thought out episodes of cartoon television that still hold up to this day. I mean, I literally have been rewatching so many of these episodes and they are just perfect. In animation, voice acting, comedy, it's insane. When I say these episodes are funny, I mean they are funny. Not exhale through your nose funny, not laughing emoji funny. They are loud, snorting funny, man. They're loud funny, you know? This was everything. This was amazing. But it could not last this good, this perfect forever. And Steven knew that, leading him to focus on the very next evolution in the SpongeBob universe. When season 3 of SpongeBob SquarePants ended, Steven left the show to focus on a movie. He wanted to put his whole heart and soul into a massive movie. He knew that focusing on the show and the movie at the same time just wouldn't leave him comfortable to focus on both, so he just fully focused on the movie. And when that movie dropped in 2004, the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, oh baby, this was a celebration of SpongeBob, a true love letter to the franchise and everything it represents. It didn't just feel like another episode but longer, or just another TV special or anything. It was a movie to be seen by everyone. It was what many believed to be a perfect ending for SpongeBob himself. Even Steven thought that himself. Steven then left the show for a while. The show continued to decrease in quality and became just another dumb kids show. Soon Steven expressed his desire to return, even though he himself was struggling to come up with new stories for SpongeBob. He and another longtime showrunner for SpongeBob, Paul Tibbitt, worked on creating a brand new movie. With Tibbitt directing and Steven just writing, we got SpongeBob SquarePants: Sponge Out of Water. And to be honest, the movie just isn't anything special. It doesn't hold a candle to what the first one represented, and honestly just feels like another episode of the show that aired after Steven's first departure. It holds a lot of references to old episodes, but feels very disjointed and very marketable for trailers rather than be anything else. It felt like it was made of fans of SpongeBob and people who have worked on the show since the beginning, but without the true heart and passion that came from Steven's directing of the very first. Soon after the movie, it came out that Steven suffered from ALS, and he sadly passed away at the end of 2018. Steven created a beautiful, iconic legacy for many of us to enjoy to this day. He created a great show in what he believed to be the perfect ending to his own show, and while he came back for one last hurrah, that wasn't my favorite, it still felt more SpongeBob than the most seasons did for years. But after his death, oh man, after his death, Nickelodeon said, oh, we could do anything. We could do anything with SpongeBob now. And so their first movie, immediately after his death, was a literal ad for new spin-off shows. A movie that exists to advertise a SpongeBob baby show, SpongeBob SquarePants Sponge on the Run. It is the most egregious and disgusting things I have ever seen. At first time watching this movie, I was like, oh, it's not that bad, until a certain part of the movie that just left me speechless. It led me to curse Nickelodeon and Viacom with a vengeance. It left me angry, man. It left me upset. I hate it. It's disgusting. It's so bad. It's just not good. Not at all. But these are the 3 SpongeBob movies that we have right now. And it's crazy to see how they simply just show a downward trajectory on a graph of sucking. From 1 to 3, the quality has just declined from peak to piss. So today, let's go over all 3 and compare just how hard they have fallen off. Starting with the first one feels almost unfair. It's literally so good that it feels wrong to compare it to the other 2 movies. Apparently I was taken to the theater to see it, but I barely remember that because I was 5 years old. But I have watched this movie endlessly on loop for years and years to come, and so did so many. The thing is that this movie just feels like a celebration of SpongeBob. The movie just has this absolutely perfect opener. We see a bunch of pirates in the middle of the ocean, which instantly brings us to the fact that this movie is bigger and has more of a budget than all of the TV episodes. There's a reason that it's a movie this time around, and they're gonna show us. There's these cute, smelly pirates singing the opening song in the most adorable little sequence, and all of this is because they have tickets for the SpongeBob movie itself. OMG, that's the movie I'm watching right now. They're going to see it too. That's crazy. The Simpsons movie did the same thing 3 years later, and to be honest, they didn't even do it as good. Wow, Simpsons, you're ripping off SpongeBob? That's not cool. As the SpongeBob movie begins in front of these smelly pirates, we're brought into this intense bomb defusal type situation where SpongeBob is called upon to save a man's life and bring him cheese to his Krabby Patty. Now, this is all just a dream, but it shows us just how confident SpongeBob is in himself and how much he thinks that other people rely on him. He loves himself and he thinks that he's deserving of a reward for all of his hard work over the years as a fry cook at the Krusty Krab. He holds a wall of Employee of the Month awards that stretch longer than even conceivable, so of course this man is deserving of that, right? Of course he should be given the big promotion that he's been dreaming of his whole life.
I'm ready. Come promotion.
Oh man, if only life was that sweet, my boy. We then see SpongeBob get dressed and a bunch of great gags that throw us off in each step, and this is a good representation of the humor for this movie and the early episodes of SpongeBob. This is exactly what you won't see in the next two movies in literally any single way. Like, it's small, but when SpongeBob grabs a toothbrush with just two bristles on it, you think it's for his buck teeth, obviously, but no, the trick is that he goes for his two eyes instead. It throws you off, and this happens consistently throughout the movie. It's small, it's witty, it's cute, and it adds up a lot when this kind of thing happens a lot. And the next two movies are completely void of any kind of visual gag such as that. Instead, it's just loud, obnoxious yelling without context or point. When we see SpongeBob greet Patrick in this movie, they yell. They yell to each other because they have something to be excited about. It's a big day. They're good friends, they're dumb kids, and they're just insanely happy.
Oh, thanks, Patrick. And tonight, after my big promotion, we're gonna party till we're purple.
I love being purple!
Meanwhile, cut to the third movie, and they just start yelling to simply yell, just to annoy Squidward. Why are they yelling? No reason. That's the joke. That's the joke of the beginning of the movie, that they're just yelling. They have no reason to yell. We see the Krusty Krab is having a grand celebration of a new restaurant right next door, the Krusty Krab 2. Oh, great gag. Classic. Mwah. We see Plankton, the series titular bad guy. He freaks out over the new Krusty Krab and how he's never even had a little taste of that success. The greatness of seeing this in this movie is that it feels like the ultimate SpongeBob story. You've had all of these episodes with a spiteful Plankton wanting to steal a recipe, and he's never succeeded. So obviously, for a movie, it's perfect to bring that kind of dynamic into the focus. But it gets stale, it gets boring when it's also the focus of every movie to come after it. You did it once, and then you did it again and again. Why? In this movie, it feels like the dynamic is reaching its climax, its literal peak. Plankton's always failed and has shown to try quite literally everything, or so he thought. And he pulls out this juicy, delicious Plan Z, and he realizes that he has one more great chance to win against the Krusty Krab and crew. This is simple, gorgeous, and poetic, which I cannot for the life of me even attempt to say about the next two movies' plots. The great thing is that during all of this, the animation shows such a grotesque, hand-drawn moments from time to time that give you just such a gut reaction that you can't help but chuckle at. While Plankton is yelling to himself about his new plan, SpongeBob steps on him, leading for a horrific screech from Plankton.
I'm ready. Promotion.
Plankton tells him how much he wants to rule the world, and SpongeBob says, "Good luck with that." Plankton then calls him
Stupid kid.
a kid. A kid. Oh, a kid, you say? I wonder if that's going to be important or something. At the Krusty Krab ceremony, Mr. Krab starts to announce the new manager for the Krusty Krab 2, with SpongeBob being so unbelievably excited that he doesn't hear when Krab announces that it's not him, it's Squidward. SpongeBob believes him to be the manager. I mean, of course he does. He's been the hardest working man in the industry for years, but in Krab's eyes, he's just a kid.
You're just a kid.
This is how everyone else views him, and the only one that doesn't really view him like that is himself. And Patrick, I guess. We then see Plankton go to King Neptune's castle. Oh god, what's he gonna do? What is he up to? We then see King Neptune, who, with just this movie alone, becomes such an iconic character. With all his tiny scenes, he makes such an important impact that I just can't say about the other characters in the later movies. Neptune in this movie is a strict, ruling dumb guy who asks for things but contradicts himself when people do the things that he's asked of them. He's a balding man who feels strongly insecure about it, and so he keeps his crown close to him as a symbol of authority. But whoa! Plankton has stolen it. He's stolen the crown. What? Why would he do that, dude? That's so not cool. That's rude. We then see SpongeBob at the Goofy Goobers, where he cries his poor little soul out. Him and Patrick then get shit-faced drunk with ice cream. And I mean, it's so simple, and you wouldn't really think about it except just laughing at it. But having SpongeBob being told that he's a kid by so many people around him, and then getting drunk off of ice cream is so great. It's so simple, but so well done. He even has a disgusting, crusty hangover afterwards.
Uh, are you okay? Hmm?
No, I'm still tired.
Did that
Ow.
thing try to do mean things to you again?
Tired. Itchy everywhere.
Mm, I'm probably going to be up until 5. So, if you have problems, just make a noise and I'll come over here. I think the other one might be asleep, but I might need to get back in there.
I'll be right here.
E, I
Good
can
night.
hear you clearly in the pool, so
Good night, Richard.
good night,
I'll try to sleep.
please. Please do. Eh, I'll be on the couch, I guess, so that I can hear you both.
Where he's late to work for the first time ever. But that doesn't worry him because he's angry about what happened to him yesterday and not getting the recognition that he deserves.
Mr. Krabs.
King Neptune then arrives at the Krusty Krab and thinks that Mr. Krabs stole the crown. SpongeBob then arrives, drunkenly defacing Krab's character to Neptune, which causes Krab to get freezed with a deal made that SpongeBob must get the crown back in 6 days or Krabs will be executed. Oh no. This means that SpongeBob finally has a chance to prove himself responsible and adult. Even when he must save that one guy that disrespected him so many times over, SpongeBob's good heart still wants to set out and save his crabby ass. We also have Mindy, who was the one who helped convince Neptune to let our boys go on this quest to save the day. Mindy is sweet, and Patrick has a nice little crush on her. The boys then head out with the help of the Patty Mobile, a clever way to create a joke for the audience, but also get around the fact that SpongeBob does not have a license.
You don't need a license to drive a sandwich.
But when Frozen Krabs is left all alone in his solitude, Plankton just waltzes in there and grabs the secret formula for the Krabby Patties. It's a sad day, a very sad day indeed. However will this be fixed? I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen this movie before. I don't know what's gonna happen. How's the day gonna be saved? Very soon the boys lose their car, stolen by a handsome man. I may not see his face, but everything else I see, I like. I like Big Ben. But on the flip side, small man Plankton is already selling Krabby Patties. He's doing it. He's doing what he's always dreamed of, and he's getting success through his crimes. He has the whole of Bikini Bottom fooled and sends a terrifying, ominous guy after the boys to cover up the rest of his tracks. We get a great gag of Plankton hyping him up as the most terrifying being ever just to be named Dennis. Now that's a good joke. That's a good joke, and they don't explain it. They don't explain it in the movie. But if this was SpongeBob 2 or 3, they'd be like, oh, his name is Dennis. That's why it's funny. I'm not kidding. They actually do that. They tell you the jokes. They explain the jokes to you, and it's terrible. It's bad. SpongeBob and Patrick then attempt to take
Are you okay? Wee.
following Red.
You're covered with blankies. And pillows.
Their car back by visiting the average Waffle House. In the Waffle House, they do some childish antics that almost get them hurt, beaten, chewed, and spat out. Now, this is the part where I want to quickly remind everyone of the importance of these moments. This is essentially a road trip movie, but unlike most road trip movies, every single stop that they make along the way is important to the central theme of the characters. There's a reason they exist, a reason to actually include what feels like random hiccups in their journeys, but is just beating our heads in with the same point over and over again that the movie wants us to remember by the end. You can't say that about a lot of road trip movies, which you think you should be able to. But screw all of that. Squidward is on to Plankton's evil doings and is then attacked by mind-controlled Bikini Bottom wasteland. Rest in peace, Squidward, man. Rip to the goat, for real. Back in the Pattymobile, the boys stop for ice cream in a very nice-looking Florida neighborhood. The ice cream is being given out by a sweet old lady, but a sweet old lady is not a sweet old lady. She's actually a tongue of a giant fish monster. Oh golly, oh gee, that's scary. And they escape the fish monster. They reach a part of their journey that seems impossible. It seems like they won't be able to make it past this point and that they'll need to turn back because they
That's
are
fine.
just kids.
We are kids.
There's no way that you'll be able to make it to Shell City like this. Patrick and SpongeBob break down feeling like failures and believing that they're incapable of a job this size because of them just being kids. I mean, they're kids. How could they even attempt to do something this grand or this heroic? They lack the responsibility, they lack the willpower, and they lack the brains. But Mindy shows up in hopes to get them back on track. She does this by telling the boys that she can use her mermaid powers to make them men. Their kiddish brains actually believe that Mindy has magical powers and they're made to be men. God, they're so dumb, so dumb. Kids are so stupid. When believing that they have become men, the two kids foolishly jump into the trench and continue onward. This leads for a glorious song full of energy and incredible moments. Every second of the song is accompanied by visuals animated to the beat, creating a moment truly spectacular. Something I can't say about the third movie's song and dance sequences that feel like low-end trash in comparison to this. When the boys get through the trench, they are stopped in their tracks by Dennis. Dennis quickly ruins their entire newfound manliness by ripping off their crappy mustaches. Dennis, with his simplistic villain ways, is a great way to have SpongeBob and Patrick realize that you can't just become responsible or a man simply because of a mustache.
They were fake.
Of course they were fake.
I mean, sure, you can grow a mustache in 2 seconds if you're an actual man, but that's just a bonus. It takes a lot more to become responsible like an actual man, and these kids need to realize that. Dennis is about to end the lives of these children until he's stomped on by a Cyclops. The Cyclops kidnaps the boys and sticks them in a fishbowl. In this moment, I can't gush over enough. This is one of the very rare moments of SpongeBob when they rip them out of the underwater animated scene and stick them in a real-life scenario. It's uncomfortable and cold and insanely scary. We can see why everyone is so scared of this place because it's so unnatural to everyone that lives in Bikini Bottom. It's not welcoming
Are
to
you
fish
okay?
life. All fish life here is googly-eyed and made to be a prop. And sadly, our boys are next. They're placing a heat lamp to dry them up and sell them off for $1 in a gas station. SpongeBob and Patrick lay there dying. Genuinely dying. SpongeBob tells Patrick how he thinks that they failed. How he thinks that they didn't accomplish anything. He says they're goofballs, they're kids. How could they ever even attempt this? But it turns out they made it. They made it to the crown. They made it to Shell City. The one place no one ever believed they would make it to. They did. They did it. And with those final moments, SpongeBob and Patrick both accept that and embrace their death, singing together an incredible song of friendship, the Goofy Goober song. Soon they dry up together, with a final tear in the shape of a heart being their last final moment together. This is probably one of the most emotional moments probably ever put in an animated movie, accompanied by both voice actors putting in some of the greatest performances of their careers, especially from SpongeBob. It's just incredible. But it was not over yet. The camera pans out and the pirates are seen crying, thinking that it's the end of the movie. But don't worry guys, it's not the end of the movie. Their heart-shaped tear causes the sprinklers to go off, saving them and allowing them to go for the crown. The Cyclops attempts to stop them, but all other sea life is saved and gets revenge on his one-eyed ass. The boys then run outside to find themselves on the beach, but needing to get home to Bikini Bottom fast before Mr. Crab fries to death. This is where, oh man, oh I love this moment. This is where David Hasselhoff comes to their aid. This moment is so ungodly funny in ways I don't even think people behind the third one especially even knew why. This movie at the end just includes an insanely random 90s actor who starred in a show on a beach. It's amazing, out of nowhere, and played off with almost zero explanation. In the third movie they include a loved famous actor, but without any of the charm of Hasselhoff. Keanu is amazing, and I love him, but they simply include him just to recreate the magic of the Hasselhoff moment, but without any of the actual creativity this entire sequence has. Soon Dennis comes back, and they battle it out, and they best him, and he's gone forever. Hasselhoff then uses his incredible pectorals to launch them quickly into the Krusty Krab, and the day is saved. The crown is returned. The day is beautifully saved by our boys. Yes, let's go. Actually, no, it's not that easy, because Plankton has a plan for this, and now even the king is mind controlled with his little bucket hat. And this seems like it. This seems like another end for our boys, leading for a discussion between Plankton and SpongeBob. Plankton says that he lost because he's just a dumb kid, which, I mean, he is. This entire movie, we have seen how stupid and dumb he is as a kid, and SpongeBob realizes that that's okay. He's a kid, but he accomplished everything everyone said he couldn't. Even though he's a little goofy, even though he's dumb, even though the ways he accomplishes something is not the most normal, he still does it. He still does it, even when everyone says that he can't. He may be a kid, but he did it. He stuck to his guns and finished what he had to do. This leads for SpongeBob to explode into an incredible goofy goober sequence, SpongeBob completely accepting who he is and owning it with an intense amount of confidence. He's not wrong for being a kid. In fact, he's better for it because he knows that he's a kid. He knows himself, which is more than most people can say about themselves. I'm looking at you, the person watching. Stop being a fake ass person, accept who you are, and grow up without really growing up. SpongeBob saves the day, blasting off the helmets of everyone and freeing their mind-controlled lives. The sequence ends with Plankton being stepped on once again, just like the beginning of the movie. Crab is returned back to normal and finally gives SpongeBob his promotion as manager. It's a beautiful, gorgeous ending, leading for a smile from ear to ear. God, I just love this movie. I love everything about it. The animation, the voice acting, the editing, the directing, the story, the message, the colors, the feeling, the humor, the music. It's just all too good. Especially if you grew up on SpongeBob and always wanted more out of Bikini Bottom. This movie travels through the entirety of Bikini Bottom until we are no longer in Bikini Bottom. It feels like an ultimate tour of the underwater SpongeBob universe. On the surface, this movie can seem like just a goofy road trip movie in which the boys come across a bunch of hiccups, but every hiccup further proves to us that SpongeBob and Patrick are just kids this entire movie. No matter how hard they try to act like they can handle the responsibilities that come with being an adult, they blow bubbles, they do petty in-your-face moments, they wear fake mustaches, they stop for ice cream, they drive a sandwich, and they are naive. They are kids, and they will always be kids. But like SpongeBob himself says loudly into the microphone, that's okay. This entire movie just perfectly encapsulates what a perfect ending for the series this is. It feels finite. It wraps up everything in a way that a movie should. This feels like the end of SpongeBob and the end of his journey. It's too good. Genuinely, it's way too good of a movie based off of a cartoon on Nickelodeon. But that's what it is. This is Steven's masterpiece. It's the end to his character, but it's not actually the end. There are 2 more movies, and they just don't live up to this. They don't hold a torch, a candle, or even a mini Bic lighter to the absolute perfection of this movie, which is why I think it's time we talk about SpongeBob SquarePants, Sponge Out of Water. Released in 2015, this movie represents Steven's return to the series, but not really in a way. He's not directing this movie, and he's not really writing it. Instead, directing it is Paul Tibbitt, who has worked on the series since the beginning, even helping writing on this movie. Because of Paul, this movie stays the most true to SpongeBob as a brand than the next movie that follows. It's because of Paul that this movie feels like an episode of SpongeBob in the wackiness and the goofiness, even though it may not contain the cleverness of the humor like Steven's work, but at times it can feel just like a classic episode of SpongeBob. But it's that classic SpongeBob feeling that actually works against the movie. This movie was and is marketed as the SpongeBob crew coming into the real world and interacting with the real world. I mean, the name is Sponge Out of Water, which means, they're leaving the water. But instead, they're leaving it in a 3D CGI form and interacting with more humans than they ever have before. That's what's crazy about it. Basically, this movie simply ignores that the first movie even exists. I mean, SpongeBob and Patrick are out in the real world for a long time in the first movie, and early episodes of SpongeBob even had gags where real life of them looked like actual real-life versions of these characters. But in this movie, it's adding a third option where they're 3D CGI characters. Because that's what kids like. That's what they like, Not only are they 3D CGI, but they're superheroes, because it's the early 2010s and superheroes were having a gigantic boom in movies. So everything needed to be superhero-like at the time. And the trailer suggests that it will be a majority of this movie, but it's not. It's not at all. It's the very last 30 minutes of the whole movie. The very last. And while the normal majority of this movie is just a nice 2D animated SpongeBob movie, it feels like a boring slog because the entire time you're waiting to get to the big draw of the movie, the big premise. This movie is two movies, and the first part feels incredibly disconnected from the second part. It's a mess with terrible pacing and almost no plot. The movie begins with a brand new
I'll
real-life
try to get
pirate
to
scene,
sleep
just
this time.
No, that's fine.
If Leo or Austin joins, tell him to be quiet on here. I don't want to be woken up.
No, it's fine.
Good night.
Good night.
the first movie, but instead this pirate is going to be an actual character throughout the movie. Played by Antonio Banderas, we see the pirate finding the book of SpongeBob or something. I don't know. It's a wacky premise. Basically, this real-life pirate grabs this book about SpongeBob and writes in it to steal the secret formula, but it's also a book about SpongeBob's life that's happening in real time and leads for them to be interacting eventually in real life. I can't really explain it well. I don't know. It's confusing, but it's a fun premise that doesn't really go anywhere. It has the bones and originality to be a fun storytelling device, but like I said, it doesn't really go anywhere. They have the pirate guy writing in his own little parts of the story to like make happen in real life, but it's like very lame. It's very, very lame. SpongeBob does the same thing, but it's also very lame. Also, what even is this book? Who put this book here on this island? I don't get it. Like, what is the book? Once the pirate guy steals this random book from this random island, he goes back to his boat where it turns out to be a bunch of talking birds. These talking birds are incredibly annoying. These birds exist simply for new children with their 3-year-old brains because, you know, they're animated talking birds, but they are annoying. They have no point in this movie except just to be annoying. I think back to the first movie with all those pirates and how there's just a random parrot who says like one goofy line and that's it, instead of just like being an annoying ass little animated bird.
Promise not to sing!
Basically, the entire live-action interaction here is annoying. In the first one, it's a bunch of random pirates going to see a movie about SpongeBob. They're fans. They don't matter. They don't exist. It's just a way to get us into the movie and feel more grand than ever before. But here, for some reason, this pirate has to be a character, which could be interesting, but you get his character at the beginning of the movie and at the end of the movie, and that's about it for him. You don't really know who this pirate is. You don't know anything about him, except that he's a pirate that wants the Krabby Patty formula to make some money. That's it. Okay, cool. When he opens up the book to read it to the birds around him, we begin our first part of the movie. It opens up between a battle of SpongeBob and Plankton, which, like, you know, didn't we just do this? Like, didn't we just do this? While there is no reason to connect these movies with any underlying consistency, it still feels annoying that this movie completely ignores the fact that the first one even exists. The movie, just like the first, features a story of Plankton trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula, and sure, this movie is over a decade later from the first one, but you're really just gonna start started with the same exact kind of plot. Basically, the first 20 minutes is just a slapstick action sequence between both restaurant employees. They fight until Plankton is pretty much about to grab the formula, but then, oh no, out of nowhere, the formula just completely disappears. Oh no, where did it go? I have no idea. It could never be that guy, right? This entire opening sequence it's okay. It's fine. There's some funny jokes for people that grew up on SpongeBob. There's a lot of random humor and puns, but absolutely no cleverness that the first one has. There's no joke that subverts your expectations, there's no joke that fools you, or even a visual gag. Or well, if it is a visual gag, it's immediately explained to you.
Plankton is your enemy! So is he an anemone or plankton?
Well, someone had to do it. Soon after the formula disappears, there's riots for Krabby Patties. SpongeBob defends Plankton because he knows that he didn't actually take it this time, and he runs
you
away with
join
Plankton to figure out what's going
I
on.
would suggest you
The
read.
pirate guy writes a fake ending for the book, and the birds get mad at
Give me a
him.
moment.
Better keep reading, Mr. Pirate.
Hi.
I mean, okay, yeah, sure, I really just don't care. I just don't get how the first movie begins so strong. It has so much character and purpose
You need
built
to
up in
get
the first
comfy.
10 minutes alone. It sets up SpongeBob's desire and conflict. In this movie, the setup is
To see if that'll work.
It won't let me. No, okay. No. I was trying to turn you up, but it won't let me, so I give up.
I don't know if he's still able to hear me right now.
I mean, Evan, I'm going to be here all night. Mm.
setup, conflict, joking conflict, desire, then conflict, and desire, and conflict again. It's a messy, unorganized mess. It doesn't explain any character. The new characters that we meet, it barely shows us any personality about them. They're very one-dimensional, and it's annoying. The riot in Bikini Bottom continues for a very long time, even having Sandy the Squirrel go insane because of it. SpongeBob and Plankton try to figure out where the formula went, and they go to Patrick. But in this movie, out of nowhere, Patrick betrays SpongeBob, all for a gag. It's a pointless gag that honestly just feels cold and distant. This entire beginning sequence of rioting, betrayal, and craziness would be funny in a longer episode of SpongeBob, but as a movie, in a movie theater, after the greatness of the first, it's just so boring. All of SpongeBob's friends don't really act like his friends. Simply because they think that he stole the Krabby Patty formula, they act like they never knew SpongeBob as a person for the entire time that they've known him. When you go back to the first movie, these characters may not be the best towards SpongeBob, but they still act like that they know him, like they truly know him, and that they've been around him forever. Here, they just feel like they just met for the first time and they don't really know each other. It's so stupid. There is no overall character arc for SpongeBob. In the first one, the boys had to find and receive an item to save the town. In this one, they must do the same, but they do the same without any semblance of learning anything towards the end. They do the same without going through something that will affect them and have them appreciate or realize something about themselves. There's no reason for this conflict to even wrap up in the end, because in the end, all the characters stay the exact same as they did in the beginning. It just feels like a filler movie. It feels like none of these characters have any depth in them, even though these are characters that have existed for 20 years. And since they have existed for 25 years, you would think that they would be given something new for their characters. You don't watch a movie adaptation of a TV show to see a longer version of the TV show with slightly better animation. You watch a movie to experience a story. And if this movie has almost every single SpongeBob character in it, why doesn't a single one of them have any story? They begin and end this movie as the exact same person. The first one doesn't do that. It doesn't do that for SpongeBob, for Patrick, or Mr. Krabs, or even Squidward for his tiny role. Each character in that movie comes out of the end truly learning something and being a better person because of it. Not a single character in this movie does that. And without that, without a message or a lesson, or a story, you would think this movie at least replaces it with good comedy. And it kind of does, but it is few and far between. Between all the gags is filler. It's messing around, it's running away, it's yelling at each other. It can be entertaining, but it's dumb entertainment. But not dumb entertainment in the same way this is. And that's important. We see SpongeBob and Plankton alone together outside of Bikini Bottom. And now here would be a great way for him and Plankton to have a conversation between each other and grow as characters. But instead, it just becomes an opportunity for a gag without any takeaway. Yes, throughout the movie, Plankton does learn a tiny superficial message about teamwork, but it comes from nowhere and simply grows with runtime, not with the actual story, which is just lazy. I can't pinpoint moments to you when Plankton actually grows, when Plankton actually learns something, and when he actually does something for other people. He's very contradicting to himself of when he wants to be in a good mood or an evil mood. It just makes no sense. We also get a whole sequence that is like a redo of the original F is for Friends song, but shorter. This all leads for an incredibly drawn-out sequence with Plankton and SpongeBob trying to sneak into the chum bucket and reach Karen to make a time machine. It's all a 15-minute long sequence that just exists to pad time and create a couple jokes with no groundwork. Soon, when they create their time machine, though, we get a lot of fun sequences of time travel, which I actually like quite a bit. They may be short, but they are very enjoyable simply because when they're traveling through time, the art style is trippy and the music accompanying it is very fun. When they travel through time a lot, they run into a dolphin named Bubbles that apparently watches time in space. Bubbles is the best part of the movie. It's so wacky to the point where it's just insanely enjoyable to laugh at. It plays a larger part in the movie later, but I wish that there was more Bubbles in this movie. Back in the real world, the pirate reaches land on a beach to set up shop and create a food truck stand with his new stolen Krabby Patty formula. This eventually scares all the birds away though, thank God, because I just hate them so much. I think these birds are the worst addition to any of these movies. They simply just exist to annoy you. That's all they do. Back in the 2D world of SpongeBob, SpongeBob is about to get sacrificed for Krabby Patties, but then Bubbles, the dolphin, shows up and says that he'll take him to land to save the day. This entire sequence is just so lame. It feels so boring. It's just the ultimate padding of a movie. All the characters that have betrayed SpongeBob and Plankton from the very beginning all of a sudden just are like, okay, we'll come with you. It feels very disconnected. It doesn't feel tight. It doesn't feel contained. The writing kind of sucks. But soon, don't worry, here we go, boys. Here we go. The second half of the movie finally happens, and the SpongeBob crew is transformed into a 3D CGI form for the real world. Here we get a bunch of antics and shenanigans where they interact with beach life. They see people laying down and they call them whales, and they interact with feet and toes and cotton candy. They just walk around and, interact with things. That's about it. It just feels so different from the first half of the movie. This is just a brand new, entirely different movie. But if this was going to be the main draw of the movie, why didn't it happen earlier into the movie? Instead, all this begins an hour into the movie. An entire hour. And mind you that there's only like 30 minutes left of runtime. And while I might find it cute that all of our SpongeBob characters are interacting with real life people in like a goofy dumb way, it still doesn't feel worth it. It feels like the journey to get here was just so pointless. So throughout all of these antics on the beach, they eventually reach the pirate guy who stole the formula. But the guy is one step ahead of them and takes a page out of the book and writes them onto a dangerous bird island. SpongeBob then figures out what is going on and how he's been doing all this stuff and the weird stuff's happening. So he uses a page himself to write all of them becoming superpowers to overcome the pirate guy. The entire crew now has amazing cool superpowers like it's a Marvel movie. Wow, that's so cool, amazing, that's great. Superpowers, yay! Then out of nowhere we see the epic rap battle Battles of History guys for a second because they create a song for the end credits. I like that. It's the best part of the movie. I love these guys. I'm glad to see them. But with these superpowers, we just get a very long action sequence where each character shows off what power they have. Each power relates to them in some way in their personality. It's a long sequence that doesn't really have much to talk about. It feels like a drawn out Tom and Jerry skit, and it's kind of fun, but you could just skip to the very end of this movie just for this part and get the exact same experience as watching the whole movie. Eventually they of course beat the pirate guy, and Plankton has a realization about being good at the end for almost no reason. Literally like 5 minutes ago he was writing himself with the intention of doing something evil,
I'll show you a happy ending.
but then just nothing happens with that. Like, okay? His character kind of just falls off in the end, and he has no actual arc, no actual purpose to the story. He's just there to say evil lines, but not do anything actually evil. Okay? Overall, this movie is a half-baked attempt at a SpongeBob movie. It features little to no actual point or story while separating itself into two whole different movies entirely. The first hour of the movie isn't bad, it's not, but it just feels like a really long episode that could have been on Nickelodeon. There's some funny random humor just like the current stage of SpongeBob it released at, but it's not anything insanely special. It repeats the arc of Plankton wanting to steal the formula, but kind of just abandons it before it ever reaches any type of conclusion whatsoever in favor of a live action villain who just exists to be a goofy villain to fill the quota and not have to create an actual story for. SpongeBob doesn't have an arc and doesn't leave the story with a message or anything new to affect him. While I don't think every story needs to have a lesson learned by the end, what replaces that aspect for SpongeBob as a character is nothing. All of his friends turn on him and betray him simply to just be part of the crew again when it becomes the most convenient. They never have any reconciliation or growth or even joke growth or gags. It all just fizzles out into nothingness so a new movie can begin to market itself in trailers. And that marketing was successful because this movie made an incredible amount of money. And when you watch the movie, it is very obvious how almost every scene in the ending is simply made for a trailer. This is just a pointless return to the theater for SpongeBob. It's a movie that didn't need to exist, but I'm not upset at it for being a thing. While it doesn't hold a candle to the first movie, it doesn't trample upon SpongeBob as an identity and a character. It doesn't do anything new, but also doesn't do anything necessarily bad. It doesn't stomp all over the creator's grave and spit on its tombstone, is what I'm trying to say, which is exactly what the next movie does. SpongeBob SquarePants Sponge on the Run is an absolutely terrible movie in almost every sense of the word terrible. It hides its ugliness inside a cute, beautifully animated exterior to distract you from the fact that this movie only exists to sell you on new SpongeBob spin-offs. The movie contains no heart, soul, or anything worthwhile to even justify its advertisements. This movie released in 2020 on Paramount Plus as one of the first Paramount Plus originals to be featured on the new streaming service. And because of this movie, I don't subscribe to Paramount Plus. That's how bad of a taste it left in my mouth. The movie's trailer released very shortly after Death of Steven, and it came with a new marketing promise and a new origin of SpongeBob at a place called Camp Coral. It's just how quick they came out with this trailer after his death that it almost seemed like they were waiting for him to die just to release this. The movie's trailer also brought us a familiar storyline from an old classic episode into the forefront, with this movie's story seemingly being centered around Gary, SpongeBob's snail, and him going missing and SpongeBob needing to find him. This is all yet another genius distraction. It pulled from many people's nostalgia about the Gary Come Home song and everything. Heck, it even had hundreds hoping for a new version of this very song for a new emotional roller coaster. Spoiler alert, it doesn't have any of that. The outer husk of this movie serves to trick people into believing that this movie will be an emotional powerhouse between SpongeBob and Gary. It makes you think that this will show how much SpongeBob loves his pet and that he will do anything to get him home back safe. And it's nothing like that. The Gary and SpongeBob dynamic of this movie is an absolute afterthought. I think Gary has a total of 4 seconds of screen time in the whole movie and only interacts with SpongeBob maybe twice. And yet, that's supposed to be the driving force of the movie. Not only that, but this movie also reuses the concept of Neptune and has him renamed as Poseidon. And it completely disregards how genius the first incarnation of this type of character was. This movie honestly just completely redoes a lot of what the first did, even copying the road trip format situation in a much more boring way. This movie, I honestly just don't even want to dive into it because of how much I despise it, like truly despise. But I'm here. I'm doing this for you, the person watching. We've come this far, so we might as well go all the way, right? Right? Oh god. The movie opens with a new SpongeBob narrator welcoming us into Bikini Bottom. The animation here is stunning. It is. The detail, the lighting, the claymation feel, it's all absolutely perfect. If they were ever going to ditch 2D SpongeBob art style, this is honestly a great way to adapt it into a 3D version. The narrator shows each of our classic characters until we land on SpongeBob. And here, right here, is where my compliments for this movie ends. Like I mentioned earlier in this video, this movie begins with SpongeBob and Patrick simply just yelling at each other to annoy Squidward. There's nothing going on today like a new promotion or anything. No, it's just funny to be loud. That's the joke.
Good morning, Patrick! Good morning, Patrick!
We didn't get a tiny montage of SpongeBob and Gary hanging out. It's a little cute, but it's sadly the only moment in time in this movie where SpongeBob and Gary have any bonding emotional moment. Honestly, I'm not even going to compare this aspect to SpongeBob movies or anything SpongeBob related. I'm going to compare this to Phineas and Ferb across the second dimension. Remember that movie and how incredible it is at showing a dynamic between the brothers and Perry? It opens up with an adorable sequence almost the exact same way as this SpongeBob movie. But throughout the Phineas and Ferb movie, we see the dynamic of the brothers and Perry tested and strengthened in new ways. When Perry is lost to the boys and found again, there are actual moments to reflect their relationship that they've had for all of these years. This movie that came out 10 years later doesn't have that. Instead, it features the disgusting advertisement I so very much despise. Soon, SpongeBob goes to start his day at the Krusty Krab, and we see Plankton once again plotting to take the formula. Yeah, I know. For the third time, the base of the plot is Plankton stealing the Krabby Patty formula. But this time, he realizes in order to do that, he should attack SpongeBob directly. We also see Sandy, who introduces a robot character into this movie who just acts as a small gag character. The robot is thrown in the trash by Mr. Krabs and adopted by Karen and Plankton. And once again, I just want to talk about the first 10 minutes of yet another movie. So far, neither of the two movies that have come after the first have packed as much purpose to the story as the first one did in the first 10 minutes. Honestly, even if the second one's intro was messy, at least it had things going on. But most of the runtime here is padded with boring, slow pacing, very slow pacing. Out of all three of the movies, this one feels the absolute slowest. It makes the first 10 minutes feel like 30, when almost nothing has even happened. At night when the Krusty Krab closes, Plankton is close to taking the formula, but is foiled again by SpongeBob. And this has him realize that maybe he should actually finally attack SpongeBob this time. We then get a very lame transition into King Poseidon. We go to Poseidon in his cool city or whatever, and we get a complete redo of all of the Neptune scenes from the first movie. Complete with the same sire character and the same issue of insecurity. This Poseidon guy has a wrinkle, and his issue is that he loses his snails that keep him without wrinkles. So instead of Neptune with the crown to hide his baldness, it's snails to stop wrinkles. This Neptune feels lifeless and hollow. Sure, he has a deep insecurity of appearance, but he doesn't carry the same contradicting nature as the other Neptune did. When Neptune freaks out, it's a bellowing cry that can be heard throughout Bikini Bottom. When this Poseidon guy freaks out, it's like a little baby crying. There's almost no reaction and no emotion coming from him. I don't even know if he's actually even that insecure. He seems like just more bothered than anything. Soon Plankton sees this as an opportunity to take SpongeBob's snail and send it to Neptune. I mean, Poseidon. Yeah, whatever. And well, Plankton just does that. I mean, like, okay, he just takes Gary's snail and I guess he's missing a already. There wasn't really much like build up to it. SpongeBob then instantly notices that he's missing 30 seconds later and freaks out and tries to find him. During all this freak out, we get our first advertisement for the Baby SpongeBob show. We see him at Camp Coral as a little baby at a little summer camp where he meets baby Gary. Oh, well, adorable, these little babies. Wow, you're really doing this in this movie, huh? You're really doing this. Your first emotional moment of SpongeBob losing Gary is your advertisement. Thanks. Thanks, I hate it. But like this advertisement itself is honestly pretty harmless. It's a little annoying, but I could put up with it if I didn't know that the spin-off existed. It just seems like a small moment in the movie. But later on in the movie, it gets way worse. It gets way worse, and you can't ignore it. Patrick comes over and plans to help SpongeBob find Gary. So basically, it's like the beginning of the first movie as well, but instead of going to find a crown, they go to find Gary on the same type of road trip. Plankton then uses that one robot that they have to drive the boys far away. On the road trip, the boys argue and the runtime is padded yet again. Their conversations have no weight to them. They don't matter. They just argue for no reason. They don't argue throughout the movie and have to like come to a better friendship by the end. They just argue. It's completely out of nowhere. Meanwhile, there's some writing over the lack of Krabby Patties at the Krusty Krab and the classic writing in the last two movies. Back at the road trip, the boys hit their first stop. This stop is in some desert town seemingly in real life. But here's where we meet Keanu Reeves as the Sage. This part, as I've already mentioned, is an attempt to be like the Hasselhoff stuff, but instead, Sage is an actual character that appears throughout the movie to help the boys. It's all played off as some random joke, but not in the same vein of random as Hasselhoff. The Sage basically moves the plot along and helps the boys whenever they seem stuck in their journey, but it doesn't contribute to anything worthwhile in their character arcs or story. It just seems whenever they hit a road bump, the Sage gives the answer. They don't really have to like actually search for something. For example, when Minnie stops to help them seemingly out of nowhere, it's beneficial to their overarching kid-like story. Here, the Sage character just helps them to help them. That's it. SpongeBob and Patrick here are instead just dumb, and they don't know how to get through anything by themselves. They're not even so dumb to the point where they fool themselves into actual success. They are just dumb. They don't fumble into success even with their dumbness. They are just dumb to be dumb because it's funny. This is really where the movie just falls off the rails. It simply just becomes random to be random with a character called El Diablo thinks it's funny. It just tries way too hard. It's so embarrassing. Oh, and here's the best part, the greatest part. A dance song sequence about this character featuring Snoop Dogg. It's a long, drawn-out, stupid, live-action dance sequence that doesn't have anything to do with SpongeBob or Patrick. It doesn't need to be in the SpongeBob movie. This could be in any other kind of movie. This could be in a Disney Channel original movie. It has nothing to do with SpongeBob or Patrick. Nothing. It's just here to sell a song to kids to listen to when they're done watching the movie. That's so fun. The El Diablo character shows up and is played by Danny Trejo. They fight and battle with him until they beat him and escape the scene. And it turns out that, oh, this wasn't real. It was just a vision. Okay. Alright. The Sage character says that they lack courage, and this vision is important to that, but that has nothing to do with them and their conflict and what they're struggling with as characters in this movie. From the beginning of the movie, they don't have a lack of courage, and by the end of the movie, they don't have a lack of courage. So I don't get what this courage sequence is about. It doesn't really play into anything. That was never set up beforehand, and it doesn't play into them towards the end of the movie. Courage is just not an aspect that matters for this movie. So simply that entire main vision sequence truly has no. But in order to move the plot along, the Sage character just simply shows where Gary is exactly and what is happening to them. The mystery of finding Gary, going on a long journey to get him back, is resolved because they know exactly where he is, and he's just like there. They can go get him whenever they want. Think back to the rumors of the crown being in Shell City. But yet the boys have no idea what Cell City is, or what it looks like. And when they finally reach it, it's so incredibly powerful. And used for one of the greatest emotional moments all over watching the crowd with the opportunity to have something like that about SpongeBob reuniting with Gary and finding him and all of that just doesn't happen. It's not possible because the movie just simply doesn't matter when they'll find Gary or how they'll find Gary or anything because it's just guaranteed to be successful for these boys. There's no stakes. No importance because they can easily reach Gary anytime they want. There's no drama, no journey. The journey ends very shortly after this because they reach the city that Gary is held in. And mind you, they reach this like 40 minutes into the movie. And with this movie's SpongeBob on the Run, you think it would be or a hiccup. It was just a vision. Actually, they never stopped or have a hiccup. They reach their destination. They reach their destination halfway through the movie. Then the entire movie just grinds to a over the pad with montage fun in the city. You see the boys to gamble for like 10 minutes and mess around. Oh my god, why? What is the point of this movie? What is the point of this movie? They distract themselves instead of going to Gary immediately because when they went to Gary instantly, and that's not what we want. Also, I just want to note that in this sequence we can see a second layer of Krusty Krab. Why? Huh? What is the point of incorporating this anything? Why is there another Krusty Krab at the bottom? Planky could just go here whenever he wants. Formula. So why does he bother with all the Gary nonsense when there's another Krusty Krab without SpongeBob apparently? Why does he go after SpongeBob in this case? There's no point. There's no point. Why is this in this movie? I don't get it. Anyways, after all of the montage excitement, the boys see Poseidon. They eventually reach him very but are thrown in jail for trying to steal Gary back. All of SpongeBob's friends back in Bikini Bottom notice that SpongeBob has gone off to save him. They go after him in the Pattymobile. Yeah, the Pattymobile. And they try to play it off as a nod to the first movie, but instead feels like a least realistic vehicle in the city. And if it was a nod to the first movie, that just begs more annoying questions than anything. Welcome to the new nature, but more than freaking. The friends then reach the city and put to court, and this is where it comes down the movie. I just fully come down to it. I feel the full props to the movie. What I've been talking about from the very beginning, the dreaded advertising. For the next 20 minutes, the movie simply halts, ceases, stops, everything to advertise the SpongeBob baby show. This whole court sequence is supposed to be, or at least presented, it's supposed to be a way to convince the world how much Gary needs the SpongeBob and how SpongeBob is a good person. But the Gary stuff continues a backseat during all of this movie exists. Instead, SpongeBob's friends show up, and each introduces a little baby backstory at the coral place. They literally came up one by one, showing their little baby designs and showing flashbacks of the camp coral. And none of it really shows how SpongeBob is a good person. It just shows that he used to be a baby. It's disgusting. Genuinely disgusting. All of this, all of it, every single second has no place. No place whatsoever with the rest of the movie. These friends giving flashbacks about SpongeBob haven't even been in the movie. These characters have not been in the movie. They have barely been seen. So the only time we see them is when they advertise the spin-off show by faithfully talking about how much they love SpongeBob. Now, the worst part about all of this, and I just want to talk about this aspect as well, is that the Camp Coral show, even if it's being advertised in this disgusting way, you would think it would look like this, right? Well, no, it doesn't. It's ugly. It's disgusting. It looks nothing like it. It's so cheap, so muddy, and doesn't reflect how the movie looks at all. Like, of course, it's a smaller budget than the movie, so it can't really add as much detail. But come on, this is just bad. This is unholy. Anyways, this whole sequence is the worst. It's the worst. It's the worst thing to ever come from all three of these movies. And each flashback goes on for way too long. It has no effect on any other second in the movie and has no point being in this movie. It's a faceless attempt at hiding an advertisement, and I will always despise this to the day I die. After this sequence, the gang then steals Gary away, leading to a little battle between Poseidon's guards and them. At the end of the lame action, we get a fake human speech where SpongeBob says how much he loves his friends. And granted, most of his friends disappeared 20 years ago to flashbacks. So wow, they were so important in the movie, totally. We then see Poseidon talk about his insecurity and then letting himself just be free and open and whatever. This entire conclusion is just so on point. I just want to talk about how insane the ending of the first movie was. I mean, even the end of the second at least had a cute nod where the pirate guy was a part of the opening song from the show. Here it's just nothing. Nothing. Nothing really happens. It's like, okay, the movie's over. Woo! And to top it all off with a poop-flavored cherry, they place an in-the-name of Steven Hillenburg as Green. No, you don't get to. You don't get to do that. You don't get to literally defile everything SpongeBob grew to be in just one simple movie and act like it's okay. What makes me so angry is that that they did this, and they honestly just stole his first movie and redid it in their own coat of paint. They changed the art style so it's not obvious, but this entire movie just has so many ideas and shots just ripped from the first. I mean, just look at this. You can't hide it. You literally stole Steven's masterpiece and took a giant dump on it. You thought you were slick by disguising it on gorgeous animation, but I see right through you. You messed with a legacy that could have ended perfectly. It would have been fine with just a second movie even existing because it wasn't as harmful as this movie is. This unofficial trilogy of SpongeBob just represents how out of touch the current state of Nickelodeon is with SpongeBob, and how it most likely will continue its downward trajectory. The first movie is a powerhouse that represents the end of a beloved character with a story so perfect many filmmakers just dream of reaching that kind of magnum opus. The second was okay. It was a pointless assembly theater that proved to be insanely successful due to easy marketing. And this is worse. Out of all three movies, the only one to have a clear-cut story was the first. It presented you a story about SpongeBob that isn't viewed as responsible by anyone around him, and consistently beat that into your head for almost every single second of the runtime. Almost every single second of the movie has a purpose. It all contributes towards the ending, towards the humor, towards the message. The second, nothing. It's just a goofy time for no reason. And the third, full of fake messages and lessons that exist for 2 minutes of runtime and are never explored again. The difference between the road trip of the third and the road trip of the first is that there's no point to the characters even attempt to do a road trip. Not a single place these characters arrive at leaves them with something new when they reach the end of their journey. But you can look at every single stop in the first as a perfect way to build towards the finale. Steven Hillenburg created and ended SpongeBob the exact way he wanted to, at least think. He created a beautiful character and a beautiful story and a beautiful ending. Everything after that, you just simply don't believe is worthy of the name SpongeBob SquarePants. I will forever be grateful to the legacy that Steven created and the message he wanted so many kids growing up to receive from this goofy little sponge. He wanted us to stay kids forever, even when we needed to grow up. Anyways, thanks for listening.
Oh,
Oh, look, you finally decided to show up. You know you've been gone for multiple... It's fine. I've been very busy. This isn't a theory channel, but I talk about whatever I want, and I seem to have stumbled across something big. Have you guys ever heard of a show called Total Drama? It was a very formative show for my youth, and I'm still obsessed with it to this day. No matter what the schedule calls for within each year, it always aired around the summer in America, and I was like, hey, it's the summer in America now. Everything I do is perfect time. If you haven't seen the show, then your homework for today is to go watch the whole thing. It only took me multiple days because a lot of this isn't going to make sense unless you've seen it, but this isn't going to be another long look into my childhood and why Total Drama was important for my youth and just important to me in general. I'll save that for another day. So I was perusing Total Drama theories on the internet because even when I'm not currently watching the show, I need to be thinking about it. And I stumbled across this one theory that really stood out because most of the other theories are, oh, what if this character was in a coma? What if this character is a predator? This one initially didn't seem that different. When you're making fan theories, the easiest thing to do is your theory is, what if the thing we are told and believe, what if the opposite? So when I came across the Izzy isn't crazy theory, I assumed it would be the same thing. Got it. Izzy is only pretending to be crazy. She's actually a master strategist and she wants to win. I get the point. So then I moved on and didn't think about it, and then I came upon my yearly Total Drama rewatch, and I noticed something. The series legitimately makes more sense if you watch it with the idea that Izzy is crazy in mind. And I'm going to explain how. Clearly everything Izzy does in the show is to further her goal of winning the competition, so upon the rewatch, I marked down every single thing she said and did. But we don't actually start with the first episode. We start with the audition tapes. At the end of every episode when they aired, we got a little post-credit scene of the character that got voted off that episode, their original audition tape to get on the show. And canonically, these audition tapes are the tapes the team sent in to be cast on the show, and presumably the ones that got them cast on the show. Gwen and Owen don't have tapes because there was never an episode where they got voted off, so that's why they don't have it. And speaking of voted off, those two characters don't get tapes, but there's only one character who gets multiple tapes. Take a wild guess who it is, because Izzy leaves early and comes back, and yes, that will be important later, so Izzy gets two ending tapes. One where she goes through all of her superficial talents as fast as she possibly can. She clearly already has a strategy for the show, even though in canon, the show has not existed before this point, it's the first season. But we know that she does know about Chris, and she knows what he likes, so the thing she ends the tape with is, I won't be boring.
Let me be on Total Drama Island. Boring never will it.
In her second audition tape, she's like a completely different person. Her cadence is different, she's wearing different clothes, she shows a different talent. We find out in season 2, later down the line, that she's actually a very good actress. And what is acting if not advanced lying? I mean, I'm lying to you right now. This is basically, and possibly she thought that they probably would have skipped over the first tape, and putting in 2 tapes statistically boosts her chances of getting cast on the show. Regardless of which tape got her on the show, she's on the show. We know immediately that her original plan worked, and she's already thinking way more than any other contestant on the show. Episode 1 is actually where another very common fan theory comes into play, but I don't buy it at all. The episode consists of mostly, and by mostly I mean 90% of it, of characters coming in on a boat, getting a little introduction, being pushed to the side, and then the next character coming on the boat, and so on and so forth. You get a lot of Gwen development in this episode, as she's kind of the main character, and we get some little interjections from other characters, but for right now I'm only going to focus on Izzy. As she appears, she excitedly runs towards the end of the dock, and then jumps, biffs it, and bangs her head on the edge of the dock. The common fan theory is that she was completely normal up until that point, and then became crazy when she bumped her head. But we know by the audition tapes that we just watched that is not true. Things are heating up in the Total Drama fandom. No, this was calculated. Now she has everyone's attention, and she immediately starts with a rapid-fire question. We have to believe that she picked up the crazy persona not only to get cast on the show, but to also make it far in the show. It's a good way of making sure no one ever knows your intentions while also allowing them to fear you. But asking all these questions accomplishes another important thing. She's extending an olive branch. Power in numbers is the name of the game, and if anyone responds to any of these questions passionately, she knows she can latch onto that person and use them for future use.
Is this summer camp? That is so cool. Do you have some of my stay here? Are we going to lunch soon?
That is a good call!
Oh, poor Owen. I've watched the show a bunch of times, and I remember a lot of it. So when I was originally making the outline for this theory, I was under the impression that she had no interest in Owen until she came back the second time, but that's not true. My idea was she was watching the show along with everyone else on the luxury island, so she would have noticed that she's the most popular character, and also most likable, and it would have been good to associate with her. Because in season 3, when Blanley comes on the show, remember Blanley? She says, outwardly, that being paired with Owen will boost her chances and likability.
Well, it could do worse. Marrying the audience favorite could be a positive boost to my image.
I'm the audience favorite.
So my original theory was Izzy saw how popular he was getting, and also likable, and is like, I'm going to use this as a big shield, people are going to like me, I'm going to latch onto this one. But it turns out she latches onto him much sooner, aka first episode, so different. But this actually makes more sense. She likely latched onto him because of how forgiving he is and weak-willed mentally. As long as she copies his actions exactly, she will remain out of the line of fire. Once everyone's introduced, then we get to the team. Anyone who's watched Total Drama or has eyes can see that the Gophers are way more stacked as a team than the Bass, and I imagine Izzy noticed that too. When it cuts to every member getting picked for the team, they're excited or they have something to say, except for Izzy. Completely emotionless. She's clearly upset that she's on the inferior team, but she can't let them know what she knows. And when the team is all together, she is absent. She's legitimately not there. She's off somewhere. Planning. I don't want to make a lot of leaps in this theory, at least not legitimately. There's some wacky stuff later, but it's not out of the realm of possibility to assume that in between the challenges she got in Katie's ear. Episode 2 is when the plan comes to fruition. It's time to pounce.
I'm not jumping without Kate. We have to be on the same team, Chris. Please. Please. Can we? Applicant is the test.
No hesitation. Why are we, the viewer, expected to believe this? We haven't seen anything overt so far to show that she doesn't want to be on the Killer Bass, unless she just shrugs and smiles, putting out the idea that she did this on a whim and it wasn't premeditated at all, I promise. And obviously, Izzy is right. The Bass not only lose this challenge, they get demolished, partially because of Katie and Sadie now being together.
I've got to take a whiz.
Hurry up. We're already behind.
slow down if Izzy didn't switch teams. So in one genius move, Izzy not only put herself on the better team, but immediately tanked the winning potential of the Killer Bats. And then immediately she jumped off a cliff screaming, belly flopping, pushing the crazy narrative after she just made a very intelligent move. This happens a lot. First episode I said I was going to focus solely on Izzy, but for the Izzy plot, there's a couple more people we need to watch out for. Assuming Izzy notices everything, which what we've seen so far, it's fair to assume that she needs to be the best player. Doing so, she needs to figure out who are the biggest threats. She would have noticed the strongest on her team, whether it's to get rid of them or to team with them. She likely would have noticed Lashana's strength, Heather clearly building up an army, Justin's superhuman ability to trance anyone, and Owen being jumping ahead in the episode, we see that the Gophers are forced to open the crates with their teeth, and the only person we see successfully do it is Izzy. Also, everyone else is trying to fight onto the edges, but she's the only one to think of using tools. I don't know if that's intelligent. I mean, it's more intelligent than like a caveman, and she is the first to get her crate open because of this. However, this was a very intelligent move. It can't be viewed as intelligent because when takes notice, the facade starts to slip a little bit, so you gotta immediately go back with the crazy.
Broken on my tongue.
Or acting dumb. When we cut back to them, all the crates are already open. We don't see anyone else successfully open a crate. You could assume that Izzy opened all the crates, but that might be a little too showy. It's just important to note that she is the only one we ever see open a crate. I'm solely supposed to be focusing on Izzy, but I don't know when I'm going to do another Total Drama related thing where I go through episode by episode. Courtney definitely would have been voted off this episode if Ezekiel didn't get possessed. He's like, I need to say something sexist immediately. Episode 3 doesn't have a lot of Izzy activity, but it does show the strength of the other Gophers. She tanked the whole last challenge pretty single-handedly. So in this one, she falls asleep early, but not first. So not a big threat, but also not costing them the challenge. What we do see in this episode is we see Heather scheming to get Eva eliminated, and Justin trying to cheat to win the challenge. Justin doesn't have a lot of lines in the first season. I don't think we hear him talk after this point at all, and he doesn't become an official villain until season 2. That being said, he is definitely nefarious from the start. It's not like he became a villain all of a sudden. I just thought that's worth noting. Episode 4 also doesn't have a lot of Izzy, but similar to the previous episode, she loses in a very inconspicuous way, or trying to look inconspicuous. She doesn't want to show her full power yet. I'm only using 5% of my power. I didn't really notice how, I don't like to use the word cheap, but cheap to show looks at some point. When Duncan takes out all the Gophers, we see a little PowerPoint still frame of them trying to avoid the ball, except for Izzy. Her picture is her bracing for impact and clearly not trying to run at all. And we see how super athletic she is later in the series, but she didn't just gain that all of a sudden. Meaning, she intentionally got eliminated. Like I said, with the Chief thing, you notice a lot of stuff about the show if you watch it as often as I do, especially if you're going like step by step and writing everything down. When the audience is cheering, I guess Izzy's cheer wasn't long enough, so they moved it. And normally this wouldn't be an issue, but it's got a it's one noise. Or maybe they gave the cheer to Sadie by accident? Once you hear it, it'll drive you crazy. It made me pretty upset. You're welcome. Lindsay.
What, are you kidding me?
Wait, so this is Lindsay's voice now? This isn't important to the conspiracy. I just thought I should bring it up because I won't be able to ever not hear it now. Too many words for that sentence. Episode 5 is the one infamous for having plot armor. Everyone claims that Heather realistically would have been voted off this episode if the plot wasn't protecting her. She read off Gwen's diary on live television, and everyone is very rightly pissed at her for it. But I have a different theory. First off, I mean, she probably assumed they were going to win anyway, and they were winning in a landslide. She read the diary before Harold came in to save the day, which nobody saw coming. But if we add the Izzy theory to the equation, I mentioned Lashana before, but she likely noticed 3 main things happening on her team that are very important. Heather building up an alliance, Owen being very suggestible, and Justin being a problem. Look how she acts around Justin in the Total Drama Island special. That's its name.
Whatever you guys do, don't look him in the eyes. He has powers.
Give me the kiss.
Back off, really hot guy.
She clearly sees something in him that others haven't yet, but they are going to very soon. The Killer Bass is a lot worse as a team, but they're a lot closer as friends, whereas the Gophers have like 3 different cliques. And at the beginning of the episode, we see Izzy sitting and talking and hanging out with Heather's alliance. just like around. And when she comes back later in the season, she's conspiring with Lindsay and Heather and is noted as being in the alliance. And it's never acknowledged. Obviously, they acknowledge she's in the alliance, but it's never mentioned why she joined or even that she joined. Just from the episode forward that she comes back, she's just with them. Like, I don't know if it was a mistake or a scene cut for time or it was just boring, but no one ever talks about her being in the alliance, even though she is. She is in the show. Like I said, it makes more sense watching it this way. Not only does the Izzy theory fix some plot armor, but also some plot holes. The series legitimately makes more sense if you watch it and believe Izzy is an evil mastermind. There's a lot of stuff you notice upon rewatches. Like, I've heard Owen burp the ABC so many times that because it's the ABCs, I'm like, okay, I know how it ends, even though I'm not really listening to it and understanding it. But he says Zed, which makes sense because it's a Canadian show, but I just always assumed he said Z weird. I didn't know Zed existed as a kid. Whatever, we're wasting precious Izzy time. In this episode, Izzy aligns herself with Heather and sinks her fangs into Owen.
The rattlesnake.
She attempts to hypnotize him like Justin is able to do. If she is a mastermind and potential toxic person, she knows the best way to get Owen on her side is to get rid of all of his friends. I thought Owen and Noah's friendship was a thing that was exclusive to season 3. For the first couple episodes that Noah's in, they actually interact a lot. Of course, because Izzy pulls all the strings, Noah is the first to get eliminated on their team. The second, Justin. Interesting. Because Justin can hypnotize Owen, and Owen clearly has a crush on him. Like, I know it's played for a joke, but that is in canon what is happening. So that's another threat. The plot armor people are referring to is that Justin gets eliminated this episode, and it should have been Heather. Heather explains this as,
All I needed was 4 votes against Justin. Lindsay and Beth were easy. Izzy's just crazy. And Owen, he's a pig.
Piece of cake.
Beth and Lindsay voting with her makes sense at this point, and she believes that she convinced Izzy just because she's crazy, but we know Izzy's intentions. The issue people have with this is how possibly Heather could convince Owen to vote off Justin. It's explained away with a joke about Owen liking beautiful, but what if Izzy? Of all the people on the team, why would she ask Izzy and then Owen? Unless Heather, being one of the most perceptive people on the show, maybe below Izzy, has noticed that Izzy has control over Owen. Even if she still believes she's crazy, she notices that she has control over it. And to the people who think this is still plot armor, that would still only be 5v5 votes. But Cody definitely voted for Trent. Episode 6 is one of the hardest to explain, but I thought of the conclusion first, and now I'm going to bend the evidence to support my argument. I refuse to change my mind. Remember, we're not only assuming she's a genius, assuming she's an evil genius. Not that she's like a murderer, but she will do any underhanded tactics to get what she wants. Normally when the contestants are lying or pretending to be something they're not, we see them being honest in the confessional. And this episode is the first time we see Izzy in the confessional having one of these talking head segments. It only happens like 3 or 4 times. The rest of this episode is Izzy laughing off all of Owen's terrible jokes, saying the mark on his ass is awesome, and just talking about how cool he is as a person. So for this, there are 2 potential theories. Maybe 3. Theory the first, Izzy is so confident in her ability now and is getting cocky, so decides to go out of her way to torment everyone on the team for her own enjoyment. And we see her confessional.
Okay, that was so funny. Like, oh, it's a bear. Oh no. And like, we're all gonna die now. No. And I'm like, you can't. Like, I can actually do that. There's no way. Okay, I didn't do that.
Theory 2, Izzy heard Owen's bear story that he told everyone on the team and decided to throw him under the bus. Izzy fought a bear, Izzy becomes a bear to expose him as a fraud. The second bear was just a fortunate coincidence. Basically the same episode. Heather blames Izzy and
Are
Owen,
you okay?
but mostly Owen, and she only pushes
Yeah.
all your fault. And then Izzy just laughs. It doesn't bother her. She got away.
Okay.
But for the most part, she does remain in character in the confessional. It's fair to assume that she does the crazy things in the show, but also just in her day-to-day life. Theory number 2, the hard part for this one. Izzy noticed Lashauna's specific fear of bears and decided to target only.
Can you say that for bears up in here?
There's a handful of episodes later down the line where Izzy decides to target only Lashana, and it's never explained why. Izzy trying to get rid of all the threats, and if she views Lashana as very strong and a tough competitor, the easiest way to break her would be mentally. Theory 3 is the most basic, and it kind of goes into the implication that her plan didn't entirely work. It's the most believable one because because of Izzy. And they get lost and hide in a cave overnight because of Izzy. It's worth thinking about. They wouldn't have been scared of the bear if Izzy didn't do everything she did in this episode. Maybe she knows way more than I think. Maybe she's omniscient. This is the episode where Duncan tells the rest of the Best the man-door hand-hooked car door story. And in a crazy piece of foreshadowing, it's revealed later in this season that there is in fact a man with a hook on the loose. Episode 7 is way more basic. Izzy keeps copying Owen to seem more likable and unthreatening.
Flying, man. That's some crazy stuff.
I would never go up in a plane. Never.
Izzy says her greatest fear is flying, which we know is a lie from later in the series, but she says it immediately after Owen says that's his fear, so she's like, oh, yep, I agree. What are the odds they are this compatible that they have the exact same fear? Owen keeps his fear of planes in World Tour. Izzy does not. She's scared when he's scared. She screams when he screams. She kisses the ground right after he does. He gets a panic. Also, Courtney costs the team again, but Tyler gets voted off because he's nowhere near as cute as Courtney. That's not relevant. I just need to dump this info somewhere. Episode 8 is where Izzy gets eliminated for the first time. Notice I said for the first time and took quotation marks over eliminated. I guess I put it over the hook. I'm really bad at these because she isn't technically eliminated. She was going to be before the RCMP comes in and attempts to arrest her. The RCMP stands for Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Whatever that means. My point is, this would have been a hard episode to explain had this not happened. Izzy cost her team a lot in this episode, so if we are to believe that she's smart, it is my belief that she fully intended to be caught and found out this episode and run off into the woods. It's the first time she mentioned being on the run for her past crimes.
And then these bushmen taught us how to properly catch and cook crocodile, as well as koala.
Isn't killing a koala bear illegal?
Oh, I don't know, probably, yeah.
She also lists off her crimes. It's on live TV.
Handmade fire starter. I made with some tree sap and sage. And that's it.
I don't know much about Canadian law, but that sounds just like an act of terror. No one's plans work out 100% of the time. I said she was a mission as a joke, but she is just like a smart person.
Oh, you know, I spent a summer training with the reserves. Yeah, I got into some trouble there and, like, blew up the kitchen by accident, which is why the RCMP is, like, still all over my butt. I am so totally AWOL.
She likely made the bomb in the woods to get the cops' attention and just accidentally won the first part of the challenge. We see Courtney sue her way back on the show in season 2, and Izzy's reason for coming back is her not technically getting voted off. Even if Chris didn't want her back on the show, she could probably sue her way back. It seems pretty easy as far as this show's considered. She fully intended to lose the challenge outright, so when they got the lead, she needed to improvise.
What are we gonna do without paddles? You guys could get someone to swim behind the boats and push them. I did that once with a huge, like, 60-foot yacht. The whole crew had to flutter kick for, like, 8 days to get to shore. And, like, 4 of us got eaten by sharks. I didn't, not me. But it was really insane. Okay, later.
On top of this, she talks a lot of shit this episode.
Just follow my technique. I'm 1/87th Cherokee, you know?
As I stand upon my native Cherokee heritage, I will hunt you down, you damn dirty trolls.
Like, up until this point, she tried solely to just be likable, but it doesn't matter if her team was to vote her off. She gets away. She not only costs her team, but she gets to skip most of the game because of this. Some would argue getting to the most is not harder than this. She gets to skip all the way to the finish line. Also, this is the first episode we see Owen willingly hanging out with Heather. Like, yeah, he sees the good in people, but he's not stupid. He saw her read Gwent Diary. It just so happens that after Izzy convinced Owen to vote for Heather, he now views her as a friend. So I'm sure that Izzy has faith that her 2 strongest allies will make it past the merge to greet her. She's right. This episode is also another example of her teaming up with Lashana solely to torment her.
You cost us the game. You are dead.
Right. Okay, you are so lucky that my license to kill is currently expired.
She just threatened to kill her, I think. This will also come back later. Just let it be known that Izzy's plan works. Regardless of if we know her intentions or not, if she wanted to come back in the game later, she does. She won, it worked. I did rewatch the whole show for this, but Izzy doesn't appear again until way later, so we can now skip ahead. I guess we don't need to talk about this episode anymore. What do they think hooking up means?
So much for hooking up with Trent.
Like, they can't mean what that actually means. Right? Trent getting a hit? This show's crazy. Before I skip ahead, does anything worthwhile happen the next episode?
If we take it back, we can recoin our lives. Take back what? The N-word.
Episode 15 is the first episode where Izzy's true plan starts to play out. After the merger of the final 10, they bring back 2 contestants from the past, Eva and Izzy. When they bring back Eva, they say they do it because she was popular, which we know is untrue, so they just brought her back to cause conflict. For one episode. While Eva returns on a boat, Izzy swims in from the forest, with everyone dreading her arrival. She claims to have been living in the woods this whole time, on the run from the RCMP. But we know that's not true, because at the end of this episode, Eva yells out,
I'm not done with you! Oh! And Izzy lied! She wasn't in the woods! She was...
Wow, she has issues, huh? Party at O'Connor's new crib!
We see the island in which all the losers hang out in a later episode. This is where Eva saw Izzy. This is where Izzy was.
It's good to be back at camp, even though I never actually left the island. I've been living in the woods all this time.
But I thought the RCMP hunted you down.
They tried, but being a wilderness survivor, I was swift-footed and avoided capture. Once I was safe among my animal brethren, it was just me against the harsh elements.
You call this hot? It's been warm and sunny all week.
Not where I was.
Not where I was. It's under a bunch of lies, but it's technically true. Izzy's plan is to skip most of the game by running away from a planted RCMP instead of actually getting eliminated. Chris gives a whole diatribe about Eva coming back and then kind of nonchalantly throws Izzy in. Like, this wasn't his plan. She outsmarted it. She may be the only contestant who actually read the first contract. She needs to keep her crazy illusion up so the other contestants don't expect anything. As far as they know, she was off in the woods surviving off of raw fish. Crazy. In the previous episode, the girls and the guys are separated. The girls don't bond as well as the guys do, so they put a giant line of tape in the middle of the cabin. Bridget sides with Gwen and Lashana and leaves Heather and her sidekick on the other side. When Eva enters the girls' room, she acknowledges the tape. But Izzy doesn't. When the scene is Izzy is already on Heather and Lindsay's side. Literal side, which we will see a bunch more of in a little bit. It's just important to note that she's already chosen sides and it isn't acknowledged at all. Maybe we aren't supposed to know. The rest of what Izzy does in this episode is more crazy coding, but we do get to see how low of a pain tolerance she has. We see more of her fighting skills later. But for right now, we know she's a very gifted acrobat and a very strong woman. She's been trained, potentially do something even more taxing than the show. And you could still argue her loss here is strategical. She takes herself out of the challenge in what seems to just be her being weird again.
Who's your next victim?
Oh, me! With the poison ivy spa treatment!
Is it just me? Or is that girl some kind of crazy?
Lashana will regret those words. You don't need immunity to stay in the game. You just need to fly under the radar. And she knows there are at least 2 people more hated than her. And that's why Eva gets voted off this episode. We see a bunch of the contestants' confessionals. We all see who they voted for. You know who we don't see? Izzy. She is still at this point, basically at the end of the series, only had 1 confessional so far. Episode 16 has some Lindsay and Izzy content. Not like shipping, but like, you know what I mean. It seems like Lindsay always gets the worst of Izzy. She was grossed out by her even before she left, and she was one of the people with genuine terror on her face when she was coming back. Izzy helps Lindsay find her key, but then doesn't help her after she's attacked by bees. Like she did it intentionally, because Lindsay doesn't actually get her key.
Izzy tried to help. Bee stinging. Terror. Lost keys.
This is another big Heather Gwen trend. That whole thing episode. It is canonically shown. I keep saying that, but it is canon that Izzy helped Heather kiss Gwen's crush. She knowingly did that.
Okay, listen up. We've got to break up Trent and Gwen. Here's the plan.
Even if we're taking the entire show at surface level, she's crazy, but even she would know that that is very, very bad. You know, if you believe she is a Libra demon.
And spicy, too!
There's no time for that now. We need to have an alliance meeting.
And she's definitely in this alliance. Are we all on the same page with that now? They just said it. And yet, in the eyes of the fans, she gets away with it. At least Lindsay doesn't know any better, and Beth willingly leaves. Everyone's like, oh, Izzy's so kooky. She's fucked up. This is notoriously one of the most evil things Heather does this season, and Izzy was there. She helped her do it. And then when she comes back to greet her friends...
Hey, guys! Woo! What stinks?
Izzy, you've got a snake on your head.
I know, but don't worry, he's friendly.
Remember I mentioned Heather's plot armor from before?
Oh, and look, an invincibility pass. Lucky me.
Well, the only reason Trent gets voted off this episode and Heather doesn't, because in a stroke of luck, she finds invincibility. Like, I could excuse the Justin thing, but this is straight up just dumb luck. Making sure this cheating happens is the most strategic move Trent doesn't get booted, Heather still falls. It's obviously better for her to keep Heather around as a hate buffer, but either going will do. She's in the alliance, but she spends way more time manipulating Lindsay than helping Heather. Maybe she noticed how suggestible Lindsay is, like Owen before her, and thought it would be a better idea to keep her around as a dumb meat shield and get rid of Heather. Episode 17. Izzy hunts Chef in this episode, and they seem pretty well matched. Almost like they've met each other before. Interesting. Also, Izzy keeps Lashana's hiding place a secret, despite what we're meant to believe is that she's in Heather's alliance and had no reason to help her win. When it comes to Izzy, can't trust anyone. She has no allegiance. No allegiance, except...
I say we leave them. Lindsay? Owen, yeah. But Owen is like the nicest guy on the island. And he plays a mean game of Connector. Have you guys ever played that?
the people she finds the easiest to manipulate.
Hey! Why don't you roll with us, Izzy? We'll be like BFFs. Best female friends. Okay.
You know Susan's dump you after the vote.
True. She will. Ow!
Oh, poor Izzy. If only she knew that Heather couldn't be trusted. Of course she knows. She's known the whole time. Bridget gets voted off due to the girls' split vote. Episode 18 is bullshit. It also aired alongside Thumb Wars, the Star Wars Thumb parody. So much to talk about that. The contestants are challenged to each build their own custom bikes, but the rules are absurd. Everyone's bikes are switched around, so to get to the final part of the challenge, your bike needs to cross the finish line, which means even if you win the race, you might not make it to the end. You only make it if your bike crosses, and you won't ever have your bike, so why even race? And the final round is... just listen to this.
It's not exactly true. Heather is safe because her bike crossed the line first, but since Duncan and Owen wiped out didn't complete the race, they technically didn't cross the line at all. Which makes you the last one to cross the line. Which means it's dock of shame time, baby.
So Lindsay gets immediately eliminated, despite coming in second place. The rules are so dumb, they don't make any sense. Why even try? You would be better off in this challenge by not competing. Wait a minute.
Hey, where's Izzy and Lashana? Oh well, they're lost. 'Cause this is where it gets good.
For the first half of this episode, Izzy kidnaps Lashana and bikes all around the island, skipping the challenge and not competing at all. If you can't race, then you can't get eliminated, but you can't just not do the challenge, so you need to go missing. And what's the best alibi for going missing? A crazy woman. It has now been 2 episodes in a row where Izzy has helped Lashana stay in the game. She couldn't possibly know Lindsay was going to be the one that was going to get eliminated, but at least now she has a contingency plan. Heather has outgrown her usefulness. She still has Owen under her thumb, but he's starting to also outgrow his usefulness. Having Lashana as an ally may be a good asset. Those 3 people, along with Justin and Noah, are the people she noticed from the very start, and she made a very conscious effort to be on their team. Speaking of Owen being under her finger, episode 19, The Hook Guy. From before. All the contestants watch a horror movie together and then have to live one. A chef dressed up like a murderer chases them all around the island. The scary movie aficionados, Gwen and Duncan, know the rules because they've seen so many horror movies. So obviously no other contestant would know more about avoiding Chef for the challenge.
Never go in the woods. Rule number 3. If you go in the woods, never, ever, ever make out in the woods. Or you will die in the woods. You want to make out?
No one knows more about scary movies than Duncan and Gwen. Except Izzy loves scary movies.
Izzy loves scary movies.
Izzy loves scary movies. So she knows this is a bad idea, and yet she brought Owen into the woods. And also, it's Chef. She's bested and escaped Chef before. She could easily do it again. Unless, of course, she purposefully lost the challenge for her and Owen. But she wouldn't do that. Would she? Unless, of course, she assumed Owen was no longer loyal.
Owen's too young to die. Here, take Izzy.
It makes way more sense than her being oblivious to horror movies, considering she loves them.
But I have got a date with exfoliation. And the bossy mean chick steals her face.
Taking out both Heather and Owen. DJ gets eliminated because I guess the writers wanted him gone. But the first season has a lot of this. Episode 20. Mistake. Izzy has been a total computer. Every choice she's made has been systematic to get her to the final 7. And in doing this, she has been utterly emotionless. Everything is for reason. Sometimes, emotion trumps reason.
Hours for a wild and crazy gal.
As in the kind you abandon and leave for dead in the
actual time we've seen her mad. Even when she was fighting with Chef, she seemed exhilarated. Also,
Can't believe I'm in the final 7. Can you imagine me winning? Oh, that would be awesome. Woo-hoo! Everyone else here totally deserves it more than I do. Except Heather. She's really mean.
Owen claims to fear Heather, whereas before we saw him being a friend with her. This is possibly at Izzy's request. Izzy had her whole plan laid out in front of her. She successfully played Heather, Lindsay, Lashana, Trent, Justin, Katie, Sadie, and Owen. But missed something. Izzy had directed all of her attention towards the Screaming Gophers and the threats and friends on that team that she missed the biggest threat on the back. Behind everyone's back, Duncan decides to make a momentary alliance with Heather, which is, in this episode, the reason Izzy gets the boot. Izzy pretends to be a bad shot throughout the whole episode, resulting in her being able to shoot Heather with a tranquilizer, thus eliminating the biggest threat in the challenge. Unfortunately for her, she didn't see Duncan coming. How did this happen? She's smarter than this.
Oh my gosh, I should totally win. Okay, you know that time I got scared everyone and I was like, "Wow!" And they were like, "Ah, baby!" Well, if someone else dressed up as a bear and it wasn't me, I totally wouldn't have been scared. I wouldn't have known, which makes me smarter than they are. Oh, but then I said I do teenage. Because I do!
Wait. What?
Yeah, teenage runs in my family and psychotherapy.
I don't know how much of this I should believe. We can only go off of stuff that is strictly canon in the show, and we know that each season Izzy makes it pretty far, but we also know she's never won. Unfortunately for this theory, Izzy has to lose multiple times. No one wins forever.
Good night, everybody! Thanks for coming out!
Episode 22 has nothing to do with their strategy, but it's still interesting. We see where all the losers have been hanging out after getting eliminated, confirming the location of where Izzy was hiding the whole time. And it's apparently very close to the island.
Can you believe this place is right around the corner from this lame-o campground?
Most of this episode consists of Izzy tormenting Noah, Katie, and Sadie, the first 3 people she preyed on island. She may not drop her persona, but she can still seek revenge. She also flashes her ass. I don't know why. What kind of strategy could this be?
I just hope she's still not pissed at me about the mother thing.
I would be. If you were me and you were still you, you'd be seriously mad.
That's a little hard.
You kissed your mortal enemy!
It wasn't my fault. I was strict.
Yeah, right, that's what we all say. People kiss kids with some wine. My lips have a mind of their own. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. I'm a liar. Blah, blah, blah.
This is even more fucked up considering she was there. She made it happen. What reason does Izzy have to hold this against Trent despite being evil?
Well, I think Heather is a total psycho.
Izzy was with her every step of the way. She keeps her crazy guys up for most of the episode. This episode is kind of a fun one-off, but it completely tanks the quality at the end where they vote up Lashana for no reason. Like, I know the in-canon reason is just like a funny joke where all the contestants all really like Lashana, but they all keep accidentally saying her name and getting her eliminated. But, like, from a writing standpoint, you could never get eliminated any other way. I don't really think Island is the best season. Whatever, my point is we see Izzy get legitimately frustrated at this occurring. She's not being crazy or weird, like everyone else is doing like a dumb joke, but yet she's being serious. She's trying to stop this. Now that Izzy's out of the running, she still kind of wants the money, so the smartest option would be to pick a contestant she was close with to possibly get some money out of it. Heather and Duncan are both huge threats to her, as seen before. Gwen never liked her, and every chance she got sided against her. Maybe she can win Owen back and control him. Maybe she could side with Lashana more and convince her they're friends. Regardless of which of those two she picks, it'd be easier to have 2 options. She did get rid of all of those close to Owen.
I think Owen would win.
He's a ticking time bomb of noxious fumes.
This is heartbreaking to hear. But despite her best efforts, Lashana is still voted off, and we don't see either of them until... I know so far I've been shitting on the first season a lot, but episode 23 is one of my favorite episodes of like the entire show. But we don't get to talk about it because it has nothing related to Izzy. Check this out. I love this show. Episode 26 is the finale of season 1, wherein Izzy pushes Owen all the way to the end of the show. Unfortunately for her, after she had already spent Owen reveals he's not showing money to anyone. He's planning to spend it all on a giant party. And later he loses the rest of his money. So, but for now, she gets a party. Better than what Gwen went to losing winning for.
Maybe if I can survive here, the rest of high school won't be so bad.
push him up the flagpole. Heather helped too, but at some point she just started getting Izzy's wet.
Stop touching my hair, crazy girl.
In the end, Gwen seems to be coming out on top. But Izzy is still the crafty genius she has been the entire game up until this point.
Okay, I have a plan. Has anyone seen a really big electric fan here?
Sure, got one in my trailer. Do you think I get this windblown look naturally?
Izzy's plan to use the fan and spin it around his nose to motivate Owen to cross the finish line seems ridiculous, but it works. Like a decent amount of this theory is like, oh, that's dumb. Why would that ever work? But it doesn't even matter because it always does work. Owen wins Total Drama Island because of Izzy. Like, he would not have crossed the finish line if not for her plan. Of course, in the Canadian ending of the show, Izzy stands in front of the finish line, so Owen does not make it past. Gwen wins. There's a lot of conversations in the fandom about which endings are actually canon, because the show does its best to try and make each ending be canon. But later in the show, we hear Owen's parents talk about money, and in Gwen's ending, she says this.
Well, after I pay for my tuition, there might be enough left over for a rocking party and everyone's invited. Everyone except Heather.
And we see at both parties, both versions of it, Heather's there.
I mean, I did play second last year. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Also, like, as the story goes, it makes way more sense that Owen gambled away his money than just taking it away from him. This spoiled it. Owen gambled away his money. Where Owen gives up his $100,000 to try and find $1 million hidden somewhere around the island. But for this money, he has to compete with all the past competitors. Before the challenge starts, we see Izzy mirroring Owen, successfully making him fall for it. The only issue is, they have gone a little farther than she hoped.
I think I'm in love with you.
Also, her group consists of her hanging out with Eva, who knew that she lied before, so maybe Eva just respects the strategy. It's not Izzy's fault Eva got booted, even though she's related to it. That's why in the actual challenge, they form a group.
That was funny! You stupid guy!
Owen was the guys and Izzy was the girls. And Noah, take of that what you will. It's pretty impressive how Izzy successfully turned Noah against Owen and got him on her side. She was just fucking with him a couple episodes ago. But don't worry, they'll get back together. I didn't mean Owen and Izzy. I mean Noah and Owen.
Here! The suitcase must be in a tree! Find it, you must think like the tree.
She's saying this crazily, but again, she ends up being right. The suitcase is, in fact, in a tree. She would have found it had Courtney not tried to out-crazy her. She actually has a surprising amount in common with Courtney. From this point forward, Courtney becomes more and more deranged, and she used the game's rules as a loophole to get back into the game, which is what Izzy did. She also seems legitimately mad when Courtney jumps on her vine. We've only seen her genuine emotions a couple of times, but she does get her revenge by stealing the case from Courtney. Izzy's always been on her, except for one of her weaknesses that was Justin. She got rid of her in the first game because she sucked. Unfortunately, Justin is now realizing Izzy used reality show tactics to get on the show in the first place. She knows how these things work. She knows getting another season. I mean, she saw how popular in canon the show is. We see later when we're like shown the outside world that it's one of the most popular shows. I speculated previously that Izzy is the only character who actually read the initial contract. We'll find out later in this episode that they bring back all the contestants and find the tree, which she would have read. So she knows what's going to happen, and she's determined to get on the second season, and right now is when her new plan starts.
Changing my name! To Kaleidoscope! Isn't that pretty? You can call me Isco for short!
This will come into play later, next season. But right now, Izzy's focused on one thing. Shooting Justin, I think. Like, at this point, she doesn't really care about the case because she knows there's going to be more games. But Justin, that is a threat that is only going to get worse.
That way he won't see us coming! Now remember, the minute you have that pretty boy Justin in your sights, fire at will! And then take the cake back!
Revenge is a dish best served. Alright, let's move on. Season 2, Episode 1, In the Return first challenge is the monster movie, where the contestants must escape a giant animatronic that is chasing and attacking people.
It was an animatronic monster!
And in a lesson she learned from last season, the best way to win is not to play. So she purposefully gets caught first, and in the meantime, she gets to emotionally manipulate Owen.
Just wish you'd notice me, that dumb monster. How can I compete with it?
And it's supposed to sound like he's paranoid and being unreasonable, but in reality, they do this as a funny little Izzy bit, like, oh man, crazy Izzy, she went on a date with a monster. But it's not a real monster. Chef is controlling it, so she went on a date. Chef, is that where they were each other's friend?
Buster and I had a romantic date. He doesn't seem to know for an answer. Pretty crazy. Can't even tell you.
Also this. Yeah, we really need to get to the bottom of what Izzy and Chef's relationship is. Wait, what do you mean, not again? Season 2, Episode 2, Izzy puts ketchup on pancakes, and it's the worst thing she's done so far.
In battle, we put ketchup on everything. Pepper, you could taste it. He nailed it.
Wait a minute, what battle is she talking about, and when did it take place?
What war were you in anyway?
Did I ask you to speak? Because I don't remember asking you to speak.
Whatever. So wasn't in a war.
Rapid fire weird question. Did they serve together? Was he a drill sergeant? This theory about Izzy playing the game smart has now turned into a theory about Izzy's mysterious past.
I know, alien. I've been abducted loads of times. There's a tracking device in my neck. See it?
Does it hurt?
Only when I heck out. Ow.
A lot of the time we are subject to unreliable narrator when it comes to Izzy's craziness. We don't have any proof of any of the crazy stories she makes up. We are just told what she tells us. However, we hear the beeping. The tracker she talks about, it is physically there because the cameras can pick it up and we can hear it. So who put this tracking device in her? Could it be real aliens? Of course not. Aliens aren't real. Except in Season 3, it's revealed that in this universe, aliens are in fact real because they go to Area 51 and that's where they are. I don't know what any of this means unless my new theory is that Izzy is actually an alien proxy put on this reality show to take over the world slowly. I hope that's not the case. That is ridiculous. That being said, it would explain why Chef has hunted her in the past. He claims to have been in some kind of war, and while he is likely lying, what if his service was covered up? Regardless of what it is or how ridiculous the thing is, these two have had an encounter in the past.
I thought you were dead.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
What?
I was really love to make that.
I think Chef's backstory may be way more tragic than he lets on. We need to focus more on Izzy's strategy. This is going wildly off course. She pushes the E-scope game hard by flipping Owen. This will come back later. Speaking of Owen, it is now pretty much confirmed that she has successfully turned Owen against Heather.
Now, who is with me?
It's hard to say. Does being with you imply some sort of an alliance?
Because we don't like you.
In episode 6, which I didn't really talk about, Owen and Heather are paired together, and they're still kind of nice. Owen has, like, some hang-ups, and Heather insults Izzy, but he's still forgiving. But right now, it's over.
And Izzy.
Easco!
Fine. Easco.
End of the trap has been triggered. Now she's got Chris, the host of the show, calling her E-scope as well. Season 2, episode 3 is the episode I have been alluding to this whole time. Izzy gets eliminated this episode. Except she doesn't. E-scope gets eliminated. She's convinced Chris to write that name on the elimination paper, and because of that, she is able to return to the game a second time through another loophole. The last time she did this, she purposefully threw the challenge and made sure it was her fault. This time around, it's a little harder to pin down what she was trying to do. She eggs on her team, mostly Trent, and does lose the challenge for her team, which she probably didn't have to considering she was already picked last in the team draft, but she does seem legitimately invested in her acting ability. Like, she takes it very seriously.
Can we just get the ball rolling on my eventual Best Actress nomination?
She has great pride in it. Everyone's got a weakness. Nobody is devoid of passion, which is expanded upon in the Celebrity Manhunt special. So her purposefully losing the challenge might not exactly be it, because she clearly wanted to be the better actor. The reason they do lose is because Chef showed favoritism to the other team. Oh yeah, this is the season Chef makes an alliance with DJ and agreement to split the winnings 50-50. And think this is an out for the Chef and Izzy relationship, but then it's revealed in the Aftermath show that Chef offered her the alliance first. These two are up to something. Gotta say though, it's really weird if Chef has a relationship with the team.
7 years older than me, so I've been reincarnated like a whole bunch of times.
This theory is getting way too big already. No way reincarnated is part of the opening narration. If it's called Army Chef, it doesn't necessarily mean he was a chef for the army, it's just that he is those two things. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this. Part of the reason Izzy East Coast plan worked is because Chef vouches for her.
Izzy! On the know.
I'm not going anywhere. That's not my name.
Girl actually called Velasco.
Can I get a pen over here? It says E-scope now, okay?
She doesn't seem very shocked by this. Just meticulous.
This was just a dress rehearsal, my darling.
Yeah, this is definitely all part of her master plan. Even if you don't agree with this interpretation, it doesn't matter. It still happened. She still got eliminated and managed to come back to the show because of something she decided to do. The other stuff is just kind of very weird, but we don't really get any more of that moving forward, so let's drop it, I guess. The whole a lot of very small little fun detail, with Izzy being the 8th most wanted from the RCMP, her ex-boyfriend having a restraining order against her, and her therapist saying she was psychotic.
I'm psychotic. I think you mean psychic. I'm pretty sure my therapist said psychotic. Okay, wait.
Well, let me ask you a question. What is psychosis? Remember when this video was about total drama? Psychotic behavior is a result from a detachment from reality. For example, seeing things that aren't there. Like if she claimed on the show that aliens were real and the people watching the show were like, oh, that's not true. Even though we, the audience, with all this boundless information, know that she is in fact telling the truth. There could also be a diagnosis tied to bipolar disorder. Izzy does tend to rapidly change emotions a lot, or it could be an elaborate act to survive. She doesn't have to be dumb to be crazy. She could still be smart and crazy. And maybe the detachment just comes from her general lack of care for other people. Despite having multiple mental illnesses, I am not a mental health professional. I do not claim to be. I'm just saying, even if this is true, even if she is psychotic, it doesn't discredit the theory. Why should we believe what Izzy says? If she's lying, then she's lying. We speculated previously that the chip internet isn't a lie because the audience can hear it.
I can't lie to you. Wow, it's that painful to remember? No, I just can't lie to you. I was outfitted with a lie deterrent microchip that emits shockwaves at the first hint of desires. That's a really nice coverage. Ow!
So we now know based on the show that she cannot lie at all, meaning that everything she has said in the show has actually been true up until this point. Except that doesn't make any sense.
I'm not done with you! Oh! And Izzy lied!
You mean all that trash you were talking was true?
No, it's the RCMP part.
Unless she got the lie chip in between seasons, but she lies in action too. So maybe she's able to make an electric sound on command, or she had it installed recently. But that doesn't make any sense either because the Aftermath show introduces a new segment called Truth or Hammer. The hammer always plays by the same logic as the chip, and all lie detectors in cartoons where it just always knows. So we can all assume that if Izzy lied, she would both get shocked and get hit by the hammer.
Look at that poor guy.
You think she's next?
I would never put that in him. Whoa! Really got me that time.
Oh, Izzy, your illusion is slipping. She doesn't want anyone to know her plan, including us, but I'm a mentally unwell obsessed fan. I noticed the slip up. She forgot to do the shot. And if you want to argue that that was just a mistake, that's fine, but that kind of discredits the whole point of this theory and this discussion we're having, which is to cover up plot holes and mistakes and plot armor and make the series make as much sense as possible.
My guess is Chef went and made a demon deal with DJ. Yeah, I think Chef threw the acting challenge with Duncan so DJ's team won and I lost. But hey, what do I know?
Apparently, Izzy's plan has always been to find loopholes, play people, and feign ignorance. With this lie chip now established to most of the viewing audience, she can now get away with anything because most people believe it. Oh, she can't lie. Not saying that the Alliance is a lie because we see a video of it. At first I thought she was scrambling, but no, look at her. This is all going according to plan. She doesn't seem upset about being eliminated and even uses the opportunity to taunt Jeff. She does come back the exact next episode. But with all this comes a much bigger question. What is so important about this game? That seems like a dumb question because everyone in the show's priority is to win. But why is that? Obviously it's because they want to win $1 million, but how long does that money last for a teenager? Or maybe some contestants want to follow the theme song. They want to be famous. We see a lot of the contestants talking about fame, tabloids, and fans, and in the Celebrity Manhunt special, we see a lot of them use their small dwindling fame on the show to try and have a larger career. But Izzy isn't just a celebrity. She claims to be a professional actress, and we see her become one. Of course she wants to win the money, but becoming a actual celebrity will yield way more. What's $1 million to a movie star? Maybe she picked Total Drama just because it was the easiest way to get to that fame. The only reason I bring this up is because in the Aftermath special, in between crazy rants that seem to not go anywhere, she drops a line about writing a book.
My life is an open book. Well, not yet, but it will be once I write it. And you open the book.
She's already using her Total Drama fame to plug a book. That is the most celebrity shit I've ever seen. And then later in the first Aftermath, when Jeff and Bridget start fighting, she immediately takes over hosting the show. She has now fully proved herself as a reliable asset to the producers, and maybe that's why they asked her for favors later. That may be her side project, but for right now, she's got to keep her eyes on the prize. Season 2, Episode 7, Izzy returns and claims to be helping the Gaffers, but then they lose the challenge because of her, and she immediately flocks to the other team, the winning team, her team. She also claims again that she never left and she's just been living amongst the prairie dogs, which we also know is not true because she was just in the Aftermath show, again proving that she can in fact lie. The point of this video is not really to explain the plot of the show, just like the theory itself, so I rushed through an explanation as fast as I could because honestly the show does a way better job of explaining what happened than I do, so listen to this.
You got too long. You put it on kaleidoscope.
Izzy! Time to go.
I'm not going anywhere. That's not my name.
Can I get a pen over here? It says E-scope now, okay? Yo guys, want to make sure we keep this ballot in the files as an official record of Kaleidoscope's departure? I'll notarize it. Foresight. That's why they pay me the big bucks. So, Izzy's still technically in the game?
Now that Chef has been outed, she's back to being in love with Owen again. Or so she says. She was ignoring him before. This will continue. All part of her plan. Season 2, Episode 8, we get a lot of backstory. Everything Izzy says in the series should be taken with a grain of salt. But, okay, this episode consists of all the contestants learning fake medical jargon and then being convinced that they have life-threatening illnesses. At the beginning of the episode, Izzy drops this little nugget of information.
I'm so glad to see that. I was taught to my med class before the RCMP started chasing me, so this should be a snap.
Izzy saying she has a high IQ is one thing. I'm pretty sure IQ has been proven to be bullshit recently, so whatever. But her taking a pre-med class? Okay, Andrew, why should we buy this? She does compound on this information a little bit in the confession booth, her second ever confession, and the first time she was in it, her facade started to slip. That's still not really enough to believe her, though. Izzy is the one that notices the fake illnesses on Owen. He's patient zero, and she's also the one to point out...
Oh my gosh, first year med school syndrome. Too much studying and too little sleep can make you think you've got every disease in the book.
I can see.
Could she already have known this information without being in med school? Sure. But if we're to believe she's intelligent, it's not that much out of the realm of possibility. I think this is actually one of the few occasions where she tells the truth. But that's not even the most interesting part about this info dump. Ever since Izzy has come back to action, she seems to be pushing the plot along. Like if she is medically literate, why would she point out this fake illness and push the challenge along when she would know it's not real?
Okay, looks like it's quarantine time.
How very modern.
There is no known vaccine for loving LaShawn.
They all believe they're contracting the same illness, but have had different side effects, which all can be explained away with laxatives, baking powder, and first-year medical blindness. Except for Izzy. First of all, if she has been a student before, then this shouldn't affect her. Harold believing she legitimately went blind, that's in character and that makes sense. Izzy speaking in tongues only makes sense if you believe that she did this on purpose. Izzy is playing along while dragging everyone else behind her to get the challenge moving. It's revealed later in the episode that the challenge itself was to actually solve the hoax, and she started it. And not only that, the gaffers didn't solve it. Izzy did. Computer, playback Chris saying herself out.
Maybe suss it out.
Thank you. Izzy should have won the challenge, and yet her team loses, but she doesn't seem that mad about it. Aside from Izzy, there are two other contestants that come back to this game after being eliminated and or banned. Courtney, who used the law and a lot of lawyers, which is how we theorized Izzy got back on, and Owen, who is brought back as a mole and is there solely to cause drama.
So Chris offered me 50 big ones to come back and stir up big views. Oh, I don't want to cause any trouble because Lindsay and Beth and Duncan and Harold are my friends. Oh, and Courtney's okay.
It's weird that Owen would be the first choice. So who's to say that Izzy isn't currently doing that exact same thing? Because Owen did not seem like a good choice for this job. So maybe the first mole they picked didn't work out as well as they had hoped. It's also probably safe to say that Chef isn't in on the whole mole business because Chris wasn't in on his alliance, meaning that they don't converse when they're doing something underhanded. Little did Chris know that Chef originally had the same idea, and I'm wager to say that Chris does not watch the Aftermath show. I can't imagine he cares about it very much. He's not in it. This doesn't mean that Izzy isn't competing because she is still here to win. And by win, I mean lose on purpose to vote off all the members of her team she deems as threats. Season 2, Episode 9 is based all around scary movies, and what we know by now, Izzy loves scary movies. Yet she loses the first part of the challenge while having Owen take the fall again and runs away in fear with the rest of her team from an obvious fake does not get scared easily. This does not make sense, unless you consider the fact that maybe someone won the challenge, and Justin or Lindsay would have gotten voted off had DJ not intervened. Does she view Lindsay as a threat? Possibly. She definitely views Justin as one, but all the people on her team, aside from maybe Beth, she has experience with because Justin's a threat, Owen's right under her, and she worked alongside Lindsay in an alliance, but she seems to dislike Lindsay a lot. And there's no way she's going to even bother with Beth because she's not a threat. There's no way Beth could win this game. She's going to be pissed later. Just look at this elimination scene.
Lindsay and Justin.
What? I can't be going. Why would people be mad at me? Dad, you were a little bossy. I know. It's called leadership.
The episode is making it seem like Lindsay's about to get voted off, but like accounting for all the members of the team. Would Beth vote for Lindsay? Would Izzy not vote for Justin? I know Owen would. Maybe Owen and Justin voted for Lindsay. Maybe Beth voted for Izzy. It's kind of unlikely at this point of the show that she would have voted off Justin, and way more unlikely that she would have voted off Lindsay. So this elimination very well could have been Justin. We can't see inside Beth's head, and Izzy doesn't care to look in there. Wait a minute. Does Izzy interact with Beth at all in this show?
Such a cutie. Okay, I bought a lot of Dunkhouse late night infomercials, but I ain't buying this.
Alright.
My boyfriend had a summer job cleaning up after earthquakes and landslides. Nope, still not buying it.
Okay, Izzy, you're kind of...
My boyfriend lives here. He's a registered lifeguard. Yeah, it would be great if he was here. You're right. You know what's better? What? If he existed in the first place.
Izzy snaps on everyone this episode. When she says Owen is the only one that legitimately understands her, we can assume she's lying, but when she sticks with the rest of the team, she still seems very mad. Izzy decides to take charge in this challenge, but not in like a crazy way. It just becomes the smart one.
I'll do it.
No, I can't.
Just give it to me. Lindsay, Lindsay, Lindsay. So, come on. What are the numbers? Read them out.
I'm surrounded by wolves.
Where?
Livestock.
In the actual canon the audience is supposed to believe, does this make sense? That's a lot of the questions I'm asking. Does it make sense without the theory? Does it make sense for Izzy to be calling people other than her crazy as like a joke? Or is Izzy legitimately smart, pretending to be crazy, and having all the pressure of everything up until this point, she finally snaps and drops her character and gets legitimately mad and tries to lead the team. Lindsay and Justin drop the escape codes they need to escape in the water, and the implication is that, oh no, the codes are gone. But you could still definitely read them. It clearly says 3, 1, 11, 3, 6, 2. She drops it on purpose and claims that nobody can read it from now on. It's a shame she didn't know what was about to happen. The latch breaks, so the contestants are left on their own to die. They've been threatened by major injury before, but this is legitimate death, and it only gets worse from here. Izzy probably thought she was protected, but in this episode, the people she thought she was working... Balloons just flew by her window. The people she believed she was working for almost get her killed. It explains a lot of what happens next episode. But before that, the only reason Owen is out of the challenge is because...
I've lived a lot of years.
And that's tragic, and most definitely Chef's fault. But let's look at what happens right before that.
Please, after you.
Okay. You're the one who sacrificed himself for us. I am scared.
Ladies first.
Let me plant this seed in your head. If Izzy had not stalled him for no reason, would he have gotten hit? Something to think about. Even geniuses make mistakes, but this wasn't on accident. This was a choice. A choice she will live to regret. Season 2, episode 11 perfectly follows the plot from the previous episode, where Izzy finally snaps. Kinda. Izzy introduces her new personality, Explosivo, who is destructive and dangerous. The show has put Izzy under this umbrella of crazy up until this point. Could this be because the show came out in the mid-2000s and the showrunners don't have a very firm grasp on mental health? Well, yeah, but in canon, it's because Izzy's faking all her illnesses. I mean, she probably knows a decent amount about mental health considering she was in med school. You can't just assume she knows a lot about mental disorders just because she went to med school. Though those two things don't interact a lot. It's not like we have any proof of her seeing through someone else's mental illness that nobody else noticed.
You're right! Help! Mal is keeping me prisoner in my own subconscious! Wait!
I really did not think All Stars would make it into this video at all, but it helped. Explosivo isn't supposed to be Izzy. It's supposed to be one of Izzy's new personalities, or at least that's what she wants us to think. She purposefully causes a huge explosion with Chris, the host, in the splash zone because he did almost get her killed. She loses the challenge for them and then runs right into a trap, even though we know by this point that she is a master of avoiding them. Business as usual, that could all be blamed on Explosivo. After this moment of really pissing them off, she probably doesn't have the security of Chris or Chef anymore. She is now competing on her own again. Unfortunately, things are getting a little serious for her. Part of her early plan was to associate with Owen by claiming she feels all the things that he feels, like his fear of flying, which actually gets called back to in this episode. But Izzy doesn't have the fear anymore. Suspicious. It's almost like she was lying.
You're sort of female, right? You know? I mean, I had Beth and Lindsay wrapped around my finger, and now I'm getting 0 A's. What's the deal?
Honestly, I never really got it. I don't think you're so cute.
It was all a ploy at first, but right now, Owen is the only one on the team that listens to her and kind of understands her. And also, he's the only one that she can stand. That doesn't mean she didn't purposefully injure him, though. She needs to keep up her on-screen appearance while also playing the game correctly. That's where Explosivo comes in.
That's nice, Digo. When Explosivo. Explosivo loves just two things. The first is booze. And the second is booze. Put them together, and what do you get?
Owen's holding her back. In the TV show that she's keeping up her facade, Izzy loves Owen. Explosivo does not.
Explosivo does not answer most questions.
This is also a good cover for her to not have to come up with more lies. She could just not answer. But in the end, it is all for naught because in this episode, Izzy, Kaleidoscope, Explosivo gets eliminated. And she seems, for the first time ever, shocked. Izzy has been eliminated so many times before now, but she's never seemed this shocked. This was unaccounted for. This was not part of the plan. She didn't think this was going to happen. And you know what? She's right. This doesn't make any sense. Listen to this line from Justin.
I'm not saying I voted for Izzy just because she said I'm not cute. Okay, it was just because of that. Thing is, Beth and Lindsay told me they were sending me home. So you see, I didn't lose my mojo. I just needed to shake things up with my new patented all-time lady-killing megaphone. I'm back, baby.
There are 5 people on this team. If Beth and Lindsay voted for Justin, and Justin voted for Izzy, then you could argue that Owen voted for Izzy, but there's no way. He seems so genuinely devastated. Could he be sad because he regrets his decision and did in fact vote her off? Maybe, but I smell foul play. Skipping ahead in action a little bit, after Owen is brought back as a mole and not a real contestant, he isn't ever actually voted on. In Final Four, Beth and Duncan both vote off Courtney, and Owen is fired by Chris. If we are to believe that she was brought back in the same role to meddle with the game, then we can also believe that by the time in this episode, when it's proven that she no longer is useful to the guys behind the camera, she gets the boot. Owen's elimination is very public because everyone on the show has found out by that point. Nobody finds out about Izzy, so it needs to look like a real elimination. Owen only comes back because he needs the job. Izzy comes back because she likes the job and because of the loophole. So because of her not technically being eliminated, she still has a right to be there. They can't fire her. Unless, of course, you set up a completely fabricated elimination ceremony and the person pinned on eliminating her is the one who's super injured and disoriented and you are currently medicating. Hey, check out this clip.
My squad in Battlefront has won 10 online multiplayer gaming titles.
Battlefront exists in the Total Drama universe. Cool. I just dropped a big bombshell, so I feel like this is equally as important. Season 2, Episode 12, the second Aftermath show. For most of this episode, Izzy is actually replaced with a cardboard cutout, and everyone else didn't notice the difference, and then she comes, she swoops in, she bakes Jeff into a piranha pit, and then drops this line.
Welcome, Miss Izzy Esquire.
Oh, great. She's a lawyer, too. This Aftermath episode, at this point in the show, she is now fully checked out on Total Drama, and she is ready to pursue her blossoming acting career. She just wanted one quick bit of revenge against Chef after all the aliens and reincarnation and war stuff that may or may not be true. Moving on. This theory is going off the rails. Season 2, Episode 18, she makes a very minor appearance, but she's still keeping herself in the cultural zeitgeist, needs to remain relevant. In the finale of this season, Izzy does very little, and yet it's still the most important part of the finale. Basically, in the planned finale, Duncan and Beth both tie, so the actual finale comes back to contestants challenging them in random challenges and hitting them with searing questions, and then it all comes down to if this is, and I'm going to say this, the worst finale in the series. Even All-Stars has a better ending. Izzy is one of the first people to implement the actual challenge aspect of the show, and she seems to have information about Chef being a secret DJ. I'm not even going to get into that, because like we said before, each Total Drama season needs to have an ultimate ending where the other person wins. The vote comes down, and it's a perfect tie, except for one vote. There is one vote that changes who's the winner. And you can theorize which votes change in each alternate universe, but the only line that's different is this.
He's not only real, he's really handsome.
Now I wish I didn't vote for him.
In the end, it doesn't really matter who won, but again, with my Owen theory, I do think it's canonically Beth. She says that she's going to use the money to take her mom and Lindsay on vacation, and then in the next season, we see that they go to Paris and just fuck everything up. However, they did both get arrested, and the only reason they were bailed out is because in the Celebrity Manhunt special, they say that Beth's parents had to sell their car to bail her out, which, if they had $1 million, they wouldn't have to do. But she did list off a bunch of things, and then taking the vacation was the last thing, so it's possible she blew her money. If any contestant were to win $1 million and blow it immediately, it would have been Beth. Also, Duncan would not be ecstatic to come back if he had already won. Like I said so, and I keep saying, even though I'm digging my own hole, that's not the interesting part. What is interesting is, there's an even number of contestants. Sorry, let me rephrase this. If the votes are neck and neck, and then one vote changes it, there are two people they're voting for. How does one person win at the very end if there is an even number of contestants? Even if Jeff and Bridget don't get a vote because they're hosting, that's still an even number. And it would be weird to have one of them vote and not the other. It doesn't make any sense. Or it wouldn't if...
That's 3 votes for Beth, 1 vote for Explosivo. Fine. The season 2 Total Drama winner is...
The only reason there is a winner of Total Drama Action is because of Izzy's intervention. Again, something to think about.
I have to work up a strategy and call my lawyer. From all this election fraud.
The Celebrity Manhunt special takes place in between Action and Rosemore, and the first actual time skip of the series shows where all the contestants have been since Action has ended. I mentioned this before a little bit, but I didn't put time of it. Action only takes place a couple days after Island.
We met between TV seasons. Was it for only like 2 days? We met at the open contest.
So I think maybe a year has passed here. How long does it take to grow a full head of hair back? It's going to get a little confusing from this point forward, so a quick recap up until this point. The theory so far is Izzy utilized underhanded tactics and just smarter tactics in general to win over and over and keep getting back on Total Drama. She had the exact same plan for the second season, but around the middle point she started to lose her patience with the people around her and snapped and got fired. She eventually got sick of the reality show aspect and realized she could actually make more money and fame from her acting career.
Post-elimination, she signed a stack of movie deals.
But Izzy then manages to lose it all in a very timely parody of Christian Bale's Freak Out on set. Little tidbit right there that's interesting to think about. Once she realizes what she's done, she defaults back to the crazy persona, maybe trying to save face. After her film career died, she started selling gossip of the other contestants that were most likely told to her in confidence to a gossip blog run by a girl named Sierra.
All along, Izzy, you've been feeding Sierra the dirt on your Total Drama castmates? Of course not! You're crazy!
Sierra and Izzy's relationship would have fought her. At the end of action, everyone seems very done with the show after what they've been put through. But after they realize that they need the show, they come back for season 3. And Izzy is no different. It's kind of like Squid Game in that way, and also other ways, but better. I stand by that. Izzy goes back to doing some crazy, wacky, classic Izzy shenanigans, like claiming she always feels weightless and planning on building a car with just lumber and oil. What I'm more interested in, though, is that she manages to sneak back into the award show that the kids are trying to get into, and then lets the door close behind her. What's the deal? She wants to be relevant, too. Well,
It was a trick. There never was any total drama dirtbag.
Is that true?
Well, mostly. I did come up with the name.
Chris threatened to replace the teams with a new cast on a new show, or this was all fake just to light a fire under their ass, and would want to come back for season 3, and it worked. He then says he's allowing Alejandro to compete anyway after tricking him for compensation. But Alejandro isn't the only new contestant. Sierra, the hyper-obsessed gossip blogger from before, is also joining the cast. But why? It is my belief that Izzy used her insider knowledge, which we know she has, to figure out a way back on the show. So she stops her fellow contestants along the way of doing the easy tasks and pushes them towards the more extreme one.
They have one dream. To claw their way back to fame no matter what it takes. Cheating, shameless self-promotion, sabotage. I love this shit. That was before they set off on an unforgettable comeback adventure.
Exactly like she did the challenges in action. And I know this is just an Izzy theory, but I think Sierra was in on it. I think Izzy made a deal with Sierra that was mutually beneficial for both of them. Sierra isn't evil, but she's definitely morally questionable. I mean, like, as far as assault goes, when it's cartoon women, people don't care as much, but she's, like, not a good person. It's not crazy to think that she would use underhanded tactics to get on the show she's been obsessed with since it came out, to meet the boy she's been obsessed with. And it's not only to get on the show.
It was a rhetorical question.
In the first challenge, the Total Drama World Tour, Izzy drives her team all around in the opposite direction and just like messes up the whole challenge. And then when she gets to the end, she switches teams again like she did in the first challenge in Ireland. But she switches with Sierra. And if you've watched World Tour before, you'd be thinking, well, she just left Team Amazon, so that's definitely the wrong choice. But the plans change in the middle of the show. Let me pitch you an idea. I'm not even sure if I fully believe it yet, but I think it's interesting. Sierra is a hyper-obsessed fan that has watched Total Drama over and over and picks up little details about each contestant. So what if Sierra found Izzy out? What if Sierra, being the super creepy, hyper-obsessed fan she is, kept watching the show over and over and then came up with a theory that Izzy's actually smart and not crazy and she could I'm Sierra, but I don't know how sure I am that Sierra is in on it. She runs in fear from Izzy being dressed up like a mummy, but not enough dressed up like a mummy that they can't tell that it's Izzy. I think they're just like afraid of Izzy. Heather for sure is. Total Drama World Tour is the season Izzy fails. She's been eliminated before, but this is the season she truly loses. It's not a coincidence that this is the final season she competes in. I know not all the contestants come back for the later seasons, but she seems like a pretty important and fan favorite character. Izzy's crazy act was charming at first in like 1 or 2 seasons in small doses, but now all the contestants who have been together for such a long period of time are fed up with her. Lashana warned DJ not to touch Izzy as she got the brunt of Izzy's shenanigans in the past, and the two she manipulated and turned against each other in the first season are friends again. And Noah is currently talking Owen out of the relationship. It's clear by this point that Noah does not like Izzy, and normally Owen would have sided with Izzy over Noah, but if you watch World Tour, you know this is the season where they bond the most. And if you've watched the Redonkulous race, you know which one spit. It's a shame they won't last very long, but this did put an idea in her head. She claims to know a lot about Tombs because of a movie she watched. She even sings about Tombs. She carries Ezekiel Mummy out of the pyramid, which makes sense for crazy Izzy, but in this theory, I think she just enjoys tormenting Ezekiel.
Where's the plane, eh?
I know, right? Let's fly!
Watch out, boom!
I mean, he's probably the only contestant that doesn't have some kind of history or beef with Izzy. And in an occurrence of terrible timing, she finally got over her just weakness, and now we have a hotter Justin. The only thing she had over him is that she was always smarter than Justin. But Alejandro...
Anyone with a degree in engineering or an IQ of 163 or higher could figure it out.
Okay, so we now have the canon IQ of 2 characters. I don't know what to do with this information. Episode 2 is where see a man die in this episode. And it will happen again. Also, I talked about this already, but Izzy talks to a camel and perfectly leads it away from the Nile. I know this because they were right in front of Alejandra's team who sees the Nile out of their peripheral, which meaning that she definitely saw it and purposefully went in the other direction. Izzy had always been the crazy character, but she was never mean, aside from when Beth or Ezekiel were around, but they're losers.
Hear that? It's the sound of girls all over the world, running and rushing, just desperate to lock their doors.
She's laughing along with Heather and the girls about the misfortunes of this poor boy, and we know she helped Heather kiss Trent, so she probably doesn't care that much. Don't take it the wrong way that I think this is like bad writing. I love Cody very much, but I love watching him get bullied. But in character, this is very cold of her. She continues to stall with non sequiturs and nonsense until enough kindness has passed that she decides to lead him back to the Nile. And then the big switch happens, and the only reason it happens is because Sierra is able to manipulate Chris, or she got lucky. Izzy picked a good scapegoat. Oh, but don't think I forgot how this challenge plays out. If all of Izzy's moves are strategic, then why did she join the worst team? Because similar to the Gophers and the Gabbers, she needs to remain close to Owen while also pushing Noah farther away and keeping an eye on Alejandro. And she needs to keep an eye on Alejandro because
You ever seen one of those shows before? Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
I knew I would have to use this trick at some point. It's so important to the series. She could be easily manipulated by him, yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't know what he's up to. He did time her moves perfectly, though. Sierra had mostly finished weaving the boat, and now the Amazons can't move the camel.
Tell Ruby to get in the boat.
Whoa, whoa. Izzy's on our team now, not yours. Not a word.
You can keep saying, like, oh, Izzy made the wrong decision, she was dumb for doing it, but some things are out of her control. The only reason the Amazons do win the challenge is because
We're gonna win fair and square. But to make sure you believe that, talk to the camel.
Yeah, okay.
I know a big proponent of this theory is to fill up plot holes or character contrivances, but this does not make any sense. It's just straight up like a dumb choice. If you want to claim that Alejandro did this to remain under the radar, it wasn't even, like, Noah was the one to tell Izzy to shut up. Al would have gone completely under the radar. Whatever, Ezekiel gets thrown off a plane, but oh boy, he'll be back. The only important thing to note about episode 3 is that Izzy uses Alejandro's direction, which she rarely does to any other authority figure. And Star Wars exists.
I think I will miss you most of all.
Harold, that's a toy lightsaber.
Like, we knew Battlefront existed before, but even Smash Bros. Had to, like, call it a laser sword, and whenever they're a parody, it's like, okay, we can't actually use it, but they just call it a lightsaber. I don't know. It's interesting.
The large item-shaped monster! We must run!
Think of the children.
He's so hot.
Episode 4 is the episode plans start getting made. Izzy really is the core person. It's all about proving the worth. Every time she does something athletic or jumping across icebergs, Tyler is there to do everything way worse, distracting attention away from her while also making Tyler look very, very bad. She's there to warm back up to Owen and keep him away from Noah's influence. This has a secondary effect of enabling Owen's loudest and annoying tendencies to annoy Alejandro, who she still swarms to with the other girls, but again, she isn't dumb. And the first season she stood by while Heather did all these things and did not stop her. In this season, she gets a front row seat to see what Alejandro does to Bridget. She was there. She just legitimately cannot help herself.
That's radioactive? What isn't radioactive these days?
I can't find a radio anywhere. I think someone stole it.
You would think this is a really good idea, like, yeah, it makes her look crazy, but it's just like an actual dumb thing to do. But we know from the bottom chip from earlier that she's really good at imitating a cooking noise. It's probably just green goo. It's still bad for the planet, though.
Crossing the icy river in Canada's frozen tundra used to be easy, back when the river was frozen solid. But thanks to global warming and Owen, Earth is finally becoming a lot more interesting. By which I mean, deadly!
In episode 5, Izzy switches back and forth between doing incredible athletic acts and then immediately undercutting it with crazy. She still wants to win, but if people view you as a threat, it puts a large target on your back. You're good at climbing ropes, claim to be a rabid monkey, do an amazing balancing act, purposefully run into a pole right after. When you need to melt into the background, let the dumb jock do the physical challenge. You don't have to watch them sink underwater and not even try and help to save them. That's a little too much. But I mean, she also doesn't help Owen up, and she says this at the beginning.
Look at Bingo!
They're playing so adorable.
Knowing damn well that Noah was under her before and didn't really care who she affected, but her breakdown in action may have made her legitimately malicious. Or she's just playing the game and wants to break up Noah and Owen. Both explanations are wrong.
Welcome to the second half of the challenge. Bobbing for Big Apples NYC style.
I love this show. All that Izzy does in episode 6 is try and throw herself in a meat grinder, so it has made Noah's job to keep her from doing that. Jokes could be made about Noah and Grinder. Very easy jokes. But I'm a professional.
Cody's got a tiny sausage.
At least my team has a sausage.
Needless to say, this is the least interesting plan she's done yet, and probably the worst one. Episode 6 is full of mistakes that aren't relevant to Izzy at all, but I've been analyzing this whole show and I need to talk about it. For some reason, every time a member of Chris's really hot appears on screen, it shows the Team Amazon logo, and I thought this was multiple mistakes, but upon looking at it, it's just the same mistake over and over. Cody's penis makes an appearance in this episode. I think it's cute that Tyler waves with the walkie when talking to Lindsay, even though he can't see her and she can't see him. In terms of Izzy, she actually treats Owen pretty shit this episode while using her ingenuity to create a proper zipline. This is an important episode though because it's the episode Alejandro convinces Owen that he can't trust anyone other than him and that all his friends are fake. While this separates him from Noah for the time being, which is what she wanted, it also separates him from her and closer to Al, who is a threat. This doesn't mean that Owen fully believes it though, because episode 7 is the first time Izzy takes it a bit too far. The first time. The episode starts with Noah telling Owen that Izzy is a complete and total nut job, and Owen not responding to that. Then it's revealed that Izzy's in the cockpit with the chef. I almost said Shrek. And then she crashes the plane. Granted, she crashes it into the water, so there's no fatal injuries, but still. I mean, credit to her, she's definitely aggravating Owen's fear of flying, so he latches onto her more, but she's also putting a huge target on her back, unless she's doing this for non-competition reasons. Maybe to find the pilot. It's never really explained before why Chef knows how to fly a plane, but maybe it's related to the alien war? Is that what we landed on before? Forget about that. It's not important. It's making the theory seem way dumber. This season in general has actually lacked the Izzy-Chef interaction we're used to.
Guess what? We're playing Stuff Your Piece Bingo. And Chef's winning. We can't have that, can we?
Alejandro isn't a super fan like Sierra, but he's watched the show before. I mean, he knows most of the people. He thinks he's manipulating her. Maybe Izzy realized that she may have made herself a little too useful the past couple episodes, and now needs to seem unhinged and also blend into the background. But crashing a plane is a terrible way of doing it. I mean, she catches the dog mummy for DJ and then slam dunks it right in front of his face. Team Victory had already lost the challenge by this point. This was not calculated. This was just malicious. But sometimes malicious acts are done for the sake of the long-term win. DJ is a formidable player. The only reason he got booted so early last season is because he quit, and the only reason he got eliminated the season before is because of shenanigans. You probably noticed that Team Amazon keeps winning while she also wants to win. Keeping DJ being docile, but also still the only member of his team, is a good way from keeping your team and voting you out. They may not always win, but at least they don't always lose. That's the perfect middle ground. As far as blending into the background goes, she does manage to avoid a big part of the challenge.
No, you will have to move through the lasers. Owen's jerk and my muscle chest will not fit.
We know by this point, and they should also know by this point, that Izzy is a gifted acrobat who could easily jump through those lasers, but Alejandro doesn't even acknowledge that fact and immediately targets Noah. It's almost like he's lying and wants to make Noah do it for personal reasons.
Quick, tie him down before Alejandro shows up and makes me do it just because I'm shorter.
But it's pretty absurd how much of a stink Izzy can make while still managing to fly under the radar. At the end of the day, she still manages to make Owen laugh and annoy Al, while also keeping them separated from Noah. I'm sure she also managed to make Tyler look bad somehow. Noah was already very skeptical, but Owen is in a very vulnerable state right now where he doesn't know who to trust. Izzy keeps doing crazy things, which will make Noah be like, hey, you should dump her because she's crazy, making Owen distrust him because she trusted Izzy longer. And I know the whole bros before hose bit, and Noah is technically right, but imagine you are this person, you just made a new friend. How many times could they say you should break up with your long-term girlfriend before you start to get fed up?
I did have to wait a while for you to show up. FYI, Izzy likes to sing Pop Goes the Weasel when she...
This is very important information. It's going in the journal.
Oh, you're quite the catch, Diggo. Welcome to my crew.
I separate all Izzy information into two categories of for competition and actual backstory. Izzy manages to catch a lobster and a giant fish on this boat, which doesn't make sense because fishing is a very patience-based activity, and if we're think it's interesting that as well as acrobatics and acting, Izzy is, for whatever reason, also very good at fishing. She also drinks a large jug of vinegar. We know very little about her past. Could she have been on a charter boat for the Great Alien War? Episode 9. Izzy falls for the final time. Hope you guys like that epic Bible reference.
That's gold. Protein gold.
Izzy managed to keep Owen on her crew for a while to throw both Alejandro and Noah off their game, but it only lasted for so long. At the beginning of this episode, Owen confides in Noah that he's going to break up with Izzy, and this is right after she kicks him in the kiwis and then scattered. It's a very small room, and she just ran away. She can definitely be
I still like her, but she's so...
Cutting leaves and undiagnosed jams, smothered in cream butter, encased in a cashew the size of China.
Tastes like shoe polish.
So Izzy goes into what I like to call nuclear meltdown mode. She picked up on what was happening last season. Owen was at his most subservient when he was hyped up on medication. The plan is falling apart, and now that the victory is just DJ, he's more likely to get voted off than ever. But Izzy's plan is psychotic. I don't mean in a crazy way. I mean just like in an evil way. Izzy messes with the plane, and then when Owen approaches her, we need to talk, she immediately jumps out of the plane. This leads to Owen falling after her, but she landed after him. She packed a parachute for herself and left Owen to fall. And she uses her athletic skills to land perfectly on his feet. And then the plane falls on both of them. I think what I'm trying to say here is that she tried to lobotomize Owen. Unfortunately for her, the plan didn't work, and Owen is relatively unscathed. The on-set doctor says he's ready to compete very soon, but it could also not just be a good doctor. Izzy pretends to be asleep, trying to think of a backup plan, but then she's given a golden opportunity.
It's all my fault. I wanted to break up with her, and the plane broke her up. Like I made it happen with my mind.
Perfect.
Owen, I devised a mathematical formula for infinite time travel.
She can guilt trip him. I had a rough outline for how I thought the theory was going to go based on the previous watch-throughs I did of the series, which was a lot. I liked Izzy as a character, but I never focused as much attention towards her because she wasn't my favorite. So when I was recalling this, I watched it the first time as a kid. I wrote it as Izzy is smart now and says smart things, but all the stuff she says that's smart is actual nonsense.
Synthesis equals teleportation. Of course, this will render aeronautics obsolete.
That's not a thing. The real Izzy was already smart enough to make calculations like this, but the whole genius move is just to make Owen feel guilty. Oh, and also,
And when the plane hit Izzy's head, Doc says it fixed the blockage in her brain. She's so smart now and spooky.
she must be smart enough to trick the doctor, because that is not a real diagnosis. Again, probably a bad doctor. We know she studied medicine, and I doubt the drama on-hand doctor is a real doctor. She could easily use her expertise to convince him of such chicanery. The doctor wasn't the only one Izzy tricked, though.
Say goodbye, Izzy. We're airlifting you home for special treatment.
Izzy's leaving the competition for good? Oh, Izzy! Why did I ever want to break up with you?
Logic, we are incompatible, ergo the relationship must end. As is.
What? Wait! Izzy! Oh,
She has done it again. Izzy has, for the third time, found a way to not technically get eliminated. This one just kind of fell in her lap. She really lucked out this time. And she gets Owen right back on her side, crawling back in the same move. Genius. Ooh, some 40 chess. The episode started with him wanting to break up with her, and now halfway through, he's singing a song about how much he misses her and regrets it. Outstanding move. Like in the previous season, because she got eliminated, the next place we need to check is the aftermath. This season, they have a new host named Plainly. I'm sure she won't be important to this at all. Izzy comes out with a new personality and new name, Brainzilla. Alright, Brainzilla is technically more well-spoken than Izzy, but if you look into the words, it's still very dumb and crazy. Like, the people in canon have to also understand that she isn't making any sense. At least now she gets to talk the way she probably does in real life, keeping her actual cadence. She does talk more like her second audition tape now. She doesn't talk like a smart person who is antisocial because they're smart. She talks like an alien.
Greetings, carbon-based life form, commonly referred to as Bridget. How are you? Brainzilla's house falls within acceptable parameters, thank you.
No actual smart person would call someone that. The Jimmy Neutron sodium chloride did all over again. Could this be because she was originally an Earth freedom fighter who got reincarnated with alien technology? Who is to say? Not me. All I'm here to she is still actually smart. Smart enough to get the trivia questions right, but Brainzilla is still very much a host. We should know by now by experience that any name change is obviously a ploy to get back into the competition. She's got a lot of paths back to the competition, really. That's probably why as soon as she gets an excuse, she immediately drops the new persona and becomes Izzy again. What a waste of time. Brainzilla was just there to make Owen feel bad and get a free out, and she's got both of those things. And then she tried to hit a bomb with a hammer. She must really hate her competitors now. Whatever broke her in action really broke her. And then a ton of episodes passed, and she hasn't returned yet. Weird. Like in action, she comes back relatively early, but in Island, she doesn't come back until like the merge, so maybe we need to wait a little. And the next Aftermath show is actually all about getting back on the show. The Peanut Gallery contestants all have a chance to get back onto the show. Izzy is visibly excited by this, which you don't see a lot, and jumped on Eva the first chance she gets. They may seem like friends, but she's held her down at every opportunity. So she gets literal peanuts instead. Is there anything else of note in this episode? Okay.
Enjoy your commercial.
I promise this is less gross in context. And then, that's the last we see of her in Total Drama World Tour. I mean, she's in the background of the finale with everyone else, but she doesn't do anything. She has an opportunity to get back in the game right in front of her on a silver platter, one that she has used before, and she doesn't. She doesn't feel the need to come back to the show this time. The show she spent the entire series trying to get on and stay on. You know, people change, I guess. Action happens right after Island, but World Tour is a decent time skip. Maybe she realized in that time that she'd be better suited in a different role. It's important to remember the words she said in her first audition tape. I won't be boring. Ever since season 1, she has made every challenge harder, but more entertaining. She took over the hosting duties of the Aftermath show multiple times. Maybe, just maybe, she sees more money and fame in the hosting business. Because of that, she's got a new target in her radar.
Oh, you want to hear something really fun? They wanted me to host the show. You only got the job because I said no and...
I knew Blanley would be important. I mean, I did kind of say it as a throwaway joke, but I knew this was going to happen. In this season, the producers are actively looking for Chris's replacement, but Chris still fights tooth and nail to remain on the show. Total Drama Revenge of the Island features a couple legacy characters coming back to help with challenges. So most of them either seem like they don't want to be there or just go into business for themselves, except for one returning contestant, Izzy. Izzy takes her spider role very seriously, like she's the most active player in any challenge, besides Heather, but that wasn't part of the challenge, proving that she is a useful utility to the Total Drama family. She's rising through the ranks, but she's still pretty low on the totem pole. Until you remember, Total Drama Revenge of the Island ends with Chris getting arrested.
You're busting the brain for what? Creating an environmental disaster, that's what. Residents of Wawanakwa, your island is now under government protection.
Where have I seen those helicopters before? Izzy became a double agent so she can get Chris arrested and take over hosting duties of the show. Is there anyone she can outsmart? And these 4 seasons, the whole plot all together, this would be a nice ending to her story, leaving it ambiguous to what she does next. So then we got a new season of All-Stars. It would have been a nice ending to her story had the producers not bailed Chris out of jail. Bummer. You'll get him next time. She just gets to reprise her role as the Spider in this season and takes a dive for Mal to cement him as the new big bad, implying that Izzy was the villain in every season prior, which is what I want to believe. And that's pretty much it so far. You see, 2 new seasons of Total Drama were announced coming to HBO Max, coming soon. But that was a long while ago. I don't really know how the cast is going to work for the new seasons or how legacy characters are going to work, but maybe we'll see Izzy return and there will be new information that will add to this theory. Maybe the writers are aware of this theory and will lean into it more. Maybe they'll make Izzy the new host. I mean, it's pretty much all she wants now. And now that we're at the end, I just hope I convince you guys to see the series the way I do. Hope you believe me, even if you don't believe.
I've been covering fandoms for a little while now, and what I enjoy about doing this is how when you stare at a fandom long enough, you begin to get this very distorted yet very honest reflection of source material. The heart of The Simpsons, the descent of Sonic, the magnitude of Undertale. But then there's Garfield. Believe me when I say, what Garfield has become on the internet is the most bizarre fandom I've ever encountered. And I'm not even talking about Garfield porn here, although yes, there is totally that as well, and yes, I did have to fuck up my Google Analytics to find these. No, I'm talking about things far more bizarre, which, if you are not aware of, I need to give you a preview. r/Alzheimer's Group is a subreddit of 50,000 people reposting the same Garfield comic over and over and over. Each member role-playing like this is the first time they've seen it. Relax John is an 8-part animated series in which a morbidly depressed John Arbuckle is dragged into a frightening alternate reality as he is subsumed by a demonic Garfield. I'm sorry, John. Actually, Jesus, no, we're not ready for I'm sorry, John. But maybe in like an hour. And maybe you've noticed the runtime of this video and are asking, how could I possibly spend this much time on an idea that the subtle lowering of my father's eyebrows as I explained it to him communicated to me was something he considered a profound waste of time. Oh god, I was meant to make a video about Berserk this year. Lost. And Garfield. God, I hope it's worth it. But the answer is I have looked deep into Garfield and I have seen things horrible, frightening, and beautiful, including what is to me, and I'm serious here, the greatest piece of fan art ever created. And I would like to show it all to you. So join me on this long and strange journey as we take our first step and ask a question. How the fuck did we get here from a cartoon cat who likes lasagna? Or, to put it another way, what is Garfield?
So, I want to be honest here, in that unlike the other fandoms I've covered for this channel, I've never really been that into Garfield. That's not to say I dislike Garfield, it's just no, I'm not doing this! I do not need to humiliate myself for your amusement! That's not to say I dislike Garfield, just that I was never really into him as a kid, and that hadn't changed up until this video. And so, my first call was to go looking for articles on the appeal of Garfield. But what I found was kind of the opposite. Multiple headlines and videos about how Garfield is not funny and even was never meant to be. How Jim Davis is a marketing man first and the comic was just intended as a vessel to sell merchandise. And after reading a lot of Garfield, trust me, I actually disagree. I think this is a fairly cynical mischaracterization of Jim Davis and can be traced back to a single quote he gave 40 years ago, and is not really reflective of the dude of whom I have watched and read many, many interviews, who is the kind of person who still talks about wanting to make the whole world laugh with a simple joke. But if I'm right about this, then why do so many people find Garfield unfunny? And that being the case, how has it survived for 40 years?
I'm going to be very generous with my interpretation of Garfield, but I think it's important to do that because we need to understand the appeal here. And while I am not going to defend the comedy in Garfield, as we shall see later, I find 0.104% of Garfield comics funny. I do think, however, it's worth looking at the reasons why Garfield's humor gets such a polarizing reaction from people. Jim Davis's previous comic before Garfield was Norm the Gnat, which ended in 1975. He then spent 3 years doing, well, nothing before beginning Garfield in 1978. And to give that date a little context, that is not this decade, or the one before that, 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 but the one before that. Barring the old gods of media like Mickey Mouse and Peanuts, Garfield has been around longer than practically any relevant character in pop culture today. And you can imagine this lazy, rude, anti-authority cat being a little more outrageous in the late 70s than he is today. In the same way The Simpsons and Sonic the Hedgehog would have seemed wild and countercultural in their day before it's slowly becoming mainstream, that's exactly what happened to Garfield. We are just not old enough to remember it. And Jim Davis has even talked about this in interviews. That said, I don't think the appeal of Garfield is its humor. I think it's Garfield. And what I mean by this is that we all want to be Garfield. Please don't click off the video, I promise I'll be trying to make it. Think of everything you consider imperfect about yourself. Physical, mental, emotional, whatever. Any perceived flaw that makes you feel shame. Now, imagine an alternate version of yourself where those flaws still existed, but you just accepted them. You are in perfect harmony with who and what you are, and that's it. Well, that's Garfield. Garfield is lazy, he's gluttonous, he's selfish, and people constantly make fun of him for being fat. But he doesn't give a shit. He is perfectly content in who and what he is, and any of his perceived flaws are other people's problems, not his. And that is some seriously aspirational levels of confidence. But the real genius of the character is he also has all these little traits that allow us to see ourselves in him. Garfield hates Mondays, he likes coffee, he loves lasagna, he dislikes spiders, loves to sleep, and resents authority. These are all very general, but what that means is that no matter who you are, there's probably something in Garfield you're going to be able to relate to. And that relatability, combined with his more aspirational quality, creates this simple but massively appealing cocktail of a character. And I think it's the strength of that appeal that's let Garfield survive for 40 years. And I just want to note here that for as messed up as things are going to get this video, there is a lot of really cool and wholesome Garfield fan art from people who just earnestly enjoy Garfield's comic and his world. One standout being the fan comic John, which tells the story of an older John Arbuckle rediscovering his love of art and cartooning, and it's just this super cute and endearing take on these characters. Now, granted, you don't have to spend that long looking for Garfield fan art on the internet before things start to get strange, like Garfamon, a blog in which one intrepid Garfield artist has been redrawing the entirety of Pokemon as Garfield, and I don't know how many there are because my browser crashes before I hit Gen 1. But what I think is really interesting about Garfamon is it shows how iconic and malleable Garfield's visual design is. Meaning Garfield's visual design is recognizable enough to be twisted into basically anything and still read as Garfield. This will become horrifyingly relevant later. But it's not just Garfield's character design that applies to but also the comic itself. Garfield's comic was a big part of the spread, designed to be as simple, timeless, and consumable as possible. Each one is entirely self-contained and rarely, if ever, touches off current events. And since even the early days of the internet and social media, people have been taking these comics and changing them, something that's possible because of how simple a formula they work off, with each comic following the same three-panel structure. The first panel establishes the scenario. It is the morning and John and Garfield have just woken up. The second panel is the setup. Garfield is in an unusually good mood. And the third panel, the punchline. Garfield is in a good mood because he drinks too much coffee. With the exception of the longer Sunday comics, this is how Garfield works. And just like the character himself, that simplicity was critical in letting as wide an audience as possible understand and enjoy Garfield. But it's also that simplicity that made the comic so infinitely memeable. It is shockingly easy to make your own Garfield comic from splicing together different establishment, setup, and punchline panels. And you can even try this yourself with the random Garfield comic generators. And it's that malleability that's led to scores of popular online trends, such as replacing the last panel of a Garfield comic with an image of Garfield smoking a pipe, and an unusual amount of these still work. But my personal favourite is the same, except the final panel now being Garfield being thrown through the window. However, in time, people also got much weirder than that. For example, silent movie Garfield. Garfield with one extra beat panel. Garfish. Garfield with pixel art from that one really bad Garfield game that never released outside Japan. Garfield, but the drawing keeps getting lazier. Multiple choice Garfield. Garfield, except all the comics from 1978 are color averaged together. Real life Garfield. Uncomfortably close Garfield. Garfield devolves into noise. Two Garfields. Polarized Garfields you get later. So, Garfield is this iconic, appealing character communicated through this simple but infinitely consumable and recreatable medium. And I think this does go a way in helping us understand the existence of something like r/Alzheimer's group. While there is something undeniably cool about this subreddit, I'd be lying if I said I didn't think there wasn't something interesting and even a little poetic here. The idea that someone's final tether to their own reality is something as simple but recognizable as a Garfield comic strip, and the tragedy of when even that too starts to fade. However, this still doesn't take us any closer to understanding why Garfield on the internet is so... And I think a real easy answer here is it's just the absurdity of making such depraved art out of something so simple and everyday. But as you may be able to tell from the remaining runtime on this video, I disagree. I think there's genuinely something darker and stranger at play here, and I'm not even talking about the official Garfield's very occasional descent into something weirder. I'm talking about a darkness that lies at the heart of every Garfield comic strip. And to start to unravel what that is, I want to talk about the 28th of January 2008, when 27 very strange Garfield-themed videos all simultaneously appeared on a previously unknown YouTube channel. The kind of incredible thing about Lasagna Cat now is how weirdly ahead of its time it was. This was 2008, and the term meme was still years away from becoming something people actually said. And yet, Lasagna Cat made memes of Garfield comics, but then became memes of themselves before you had even finished watching the video. And what I mean by this is that each video of Lasagna Cat is broken into 3 sections. The first is a live-action recreation of a Garfield comic. The second, the actual comic on which the first section is based. And the third, and by far strangest section, would take the footage of section 1 and change it. So this
Yeehaw!
would become this.
Yeehaw!
Music video parodies, video video game references, 2008 internet humor, Lasagna Cat was taking Garfield comics and contorting them into all kinds of strange things, but tantalizingly, underneath the sheer wackiness of it all, there was what felt like a very subtle disdain towards Garfield. There was something a little grotesque and uncanny about these shrunken actors with their sagging costumes and human hands, each skit ending with the same canned, droning laughter that merely highlighted the mundanity of these jokes.
Garfield, this is a diagram of the food chain. You're here, and that's a mouse down there. Any questions?
Where's pizza?
But the strangest part was how each video ended on a bizarre tribute to Jim Davis. This is one of the first really unusual things I noticed about the Garfield fandom. It has this kind of feverish obsession with Garfield's creator, Jim Davis. And I say unusual because in every other fandom I've covered, I don't know if I remember a single instance of the creator of those properties ever appearing in fanworks. But Garfield is different. Over and over, Davis kept materializing in fanworks, often in very strange ways. And to the best of my knowledge, Lasagna Cat was the first instance of this happening. So, why? Well, if that was a question you asked in 2008, you'd be waiting a long time for an answer. After the initial upload day of Lasagna Cat, the channel would go silent. Days would become weeks, weeks would become months, and months would become years. And without a single update, Lasagna Cat began to fade into internet obscurity. Which is why it was such a shock when a full 9 years later, a new video appeared on the Lasagna Cat channel, ending with the text, "Telephone Sex Survey, February 9th, 2017. This was the beginning of a strange rabbit hole of videos that led, 2 weeks later, to a bizarrely high production trailer that claimed if you called a toll-free number and left your name and the number of sexual partners you had, a Garfield web series would occur. 2 weeks later, and boom, just like they had 9 years ago, 11 new videos were simultaneously uploaded to Lasagna Cat. And while they were similar in format to the old videos, also so different. The first of the new videos begins as any typical Lasagna Cat would, parodying an old comic where Garfield steals John's pipe. But what's waiting for us at the end of the video isn't a re-splicing of the footage from section 1 that we're used to, but a man claiming that this simple Garfield comic transformed his entire existence as he obsessively analyzes every tiny part of the comic in excruciating detail, his examination gradually expanding outward to the immortal nature of art and mimetic culture and its ability to transcend humanity and even the laws of space and time. And this goes on for an entire hour, and it might just be the best video on the internet. And somehow, this was just the beginning. Whereas the original end of video skits had that charming amateur with a green screen feel, what waited for us in the third act of these videos now were shockingly high production short films that transformed simple Garfield comics into these elaborate, surreal stories. Jokes about Odie getting a bag stuck on his head morphed into these strange tales of the bag-headed Odie becoming a fashion icon before taking his own life and being condemned by Garfield to a hell filled with demonic John Arbuckle chimeras. Gags where John uses the wrong shampoo would now be mutated into, well, this is what they would turn into, and I don't want to describe this. Those simple Garfield jokes were now being contorted to the bizarrest of extremes, contrasting the arguable mundanity of the original with this just wild insanity. And even more pronounced this time was that subtle malice towards Garfield. Each video still ending on those bizarre tributes to Jim Davis. But it's only in the final video ever uploaded to the channel that Lasagna Cat would reveal what it truly was. And that video was called Sex Survey Results. Sex sex survey results begins with John Arbuckle entering his living room and sitting down to read the paper. But hears a knock on his door, and
Who's there?
to which he answers, revealing a strange white mannequin. The mannequin giving its name and number of sexual partners.
Hey, my name's Garrett Smith, and I have had exactly 0 sex partners.
Before the scene freeze frames and pulls out to reveal a near identical scene, and we begin again, but now with Garfield instead of John. The same events play out, only with a new piece of audio detailing someone else's name and number of sexual partners. And we cycle again, but now with Odie. And then again, back to John, and then again, and again, and again, and again, and again. And this continues for nearly 5 hours, all of which I have watched, most of which I did live on stream. Watching sex survey results in its entirety is exhausting, an exercise in mind-numbing repetition. But I think there's something kind of important in that experience. You're listening to all these different recordings of people communicating what is, to many, a pretty sensitive piece of information, and it's weird and even a little uncomfortable. But soon, you just go numb to it. After an hour, it stops feeling weird, and after hours, it stops feeling like anything. Because anything repeated enough times loses all meaning. Not unlike a comic strip running day after day after day after day after day for 40 years. And it's at that point when that feeling is at its strongest and you are completely numb to whatever is happening, that Lasagna Cat hits you with what has to be one of the most infamous and shocking pieces of footage that is allowed to exist on YouTube. At this point, the scene has descended into night. The mannequins have begun to take strange and grotesque shapes, and John answers the door one final time, only to be faced with
John Arbuckle, 2. John Arbuckle, 0.
And immediately, this second John ages about 30 years. This new, older John Arbuckle now wandering the streets alone, frightened and confused. He finds a dried out husk of a cat, which teleports him to a massive ravine, where he encounters a strange naked shaman who attacks him before teleporting behind him and whispering silent words in his ear, before John collapses into a pile of worms and dirt. The shaman roars, and we hard cut to a young girl screaming in the bathroom of a public school. We're given extreme close-ups of her birthing a stillborn child, and she steps back and stares down in horror before saying something in Polish.
Dziecko nie jest moje. Ty, dziecko, jesteś z ciemności. Ja porodziłam ludzkie przekleństwo.
She leaves, and we get one final shot of the child. Now, a ginger cat is perched beside it. In the cut, the cat is now gone, and the baby opens its eyes before the screen is filled with a block of bright orange.
Well, that was a nightmare. But I actually think that Lasagna Cat has something really interesting to say. But to get there, we're gonna have to do a little legwork. Earlier in this video, we asked, what is Garfield? But now, I would like to ask, what is Garfield?
Considering I'd had little history with Garfield, I knew to answer this, I would need to immerse myself in him, to understand the comic on an intimate level. And so, I committed to reading 400 Garfield comics. But not just that, I wish to study them. And so, I didn't just read Garfield, I collected data on Garfield. I noted every observation I had in a large Google spreadsheet. And through this, I established that Garfield was made up of roughly 11 different kinds of jokes, such as humor derived from the fact that Garfield is lazy/gluttonous, absurdist humor, relatable humor, other humor, which were either recurring jokes too sporadic for their own category, but mainly jokes about Garfield doing things a cat would do, the joke being that he's a cat, or jokes about Garfield doing things a cat would not do, the joke being he's a cat. These are my least favorite kind of Garfield joke. I measured for a variety of other variables, such as the amount of fourth wall breaks, which was 4, or instances of Garfield becoming suicidal, which was 2, or how many times the comic made me laugh, which was precisely once, and it was this one. After many, many hours of collecting Garfield joke, I measured for a variety of other variables, suicidal, which was 2, or how many times the comic made me laugh, which was precisely once, and it was this one. After many, many hours of collecting Garfield data, I sought to answer a single question that would surely help me understand Garfield, and by extension, Lasagna What was the most common type of joke in Garfield? And when I tabulated the results, what I saw shook me. What was I looking at? This couldn't be possible. And I grew concerned. The 400 comics I had pulled from were a combination of every comic on the Twitter account Random Garfield, which algorithmically pulls 3 random Garfield comics every day, as well as this YouTube video ranking the top 100 Garfield comics. Perhaps this video was a mistake, its author's biases tainting my study, so I proceeded to read 200 more Garfield comics, chosen completely at random from Garfield's web archive. I tallied the numbers again and no, impossible. This time the results were even more pronounced. Was I subconsciously selecting Garfield comics to affirm my own biases? I couldn't allow this. And so I committed to reading an entire year of Garfield, each month being selected from 3 and 4 year intervals across Garfield's 4 decades, bringing my total number of read Garfield comics to 956. But then I was struck with an idea. What if I committed to reading every Garfield comic in existence? Then my data would be pure, complete, and indisputable. This is when I encountered a problem. When I sought out the estimated total number of Garfield comics in existence, that number was 14,000! But how was there that many? This video was already taking far too long, and at this point I'd already spent several days reading Garfield comics, and yet somehow I had only consumed 6.83% of all Garfields! For not the last time this video, the very concept of Garfield began to feel gargantuan and impossible, entirely beyond the grasp of my feeble mortal consciousness. I decided that reading 14,000 Garfield comics was not a realistic goal. I know some of you will consider this a failure. I am sorry. I read up on sample sizes and learned that my current yield of Garfield comics will leave me with a margin of error of about 1.5%, and this is widely considered acceptable. I sigh and proceed forward. I tally the final numbers and rank each strain of Garfield joke from 11 to 1. The results frighten me. I am now going to share this specific breakdown with you because I need you to see what I see. Before we begin, I want you to ask yourself a question. What do you think is the most common type of joke in Garfield? And I want you to hold on to that guess as we proceed down the list. At number 11, we have jokes centered around Irma, the local cafe owner, and how she's bad at running her business. These jokes make up just 0.42% of Garfield. Just above that, at number 10, with 0.5%, were jokes based around Garfield's girlfriend Arlene. At number 9, with 1%, was humour derived from how much Garfield hates Nermal. At number 8, with 2.3%, is comedy conveying Garfield's hatred of spiders. At number 7, with 4.5%, was relatable humour. This was the first major surprise to me. I had assumed that a cat whose entire branding was built on one simple, relatable quote would have more relatable humour in its comic. I was wrong, and it wouldn't be the last time. At number 6, at 4.7%, was whimsy derived from Garfield's abuse of Odie. At number 5, with 13.7%, was mildly surreal and absurdist humour. At number 4, with 16.8%, are jokes based on Garfield being lazy or gluttonous. And again, for obvious reasons, I was shocked not to see this further up the list. At number 3, with 17.4%, is other. These are the kinds of jokes I do not like. And at number 2, with 18.8%, is a mystery category that I will reveal much later in the video for dramatic effects. Now, before I unveil number 1, I want to stop and ask you again, what do you think is the most common type of joke in Garfield? At number 1, and by far the biggest shock on the list, was a category I never even would have guessed existed, and it's called John is Pathetic. John Arbuckle is 30 years old. He lives alone, has no real friends outside his dog and cat, and is constantly lonely. And these are all things that the Garfield comic takes joy in ridiculing. A typical John is Pathetic gag works like this. John says he's not going to call women for dates anymore, that he's going to wait for them to approach him. We see him waiting, and then we see him waiting what appears to be several months later. Jokes like this are very common, not just in how women find John actively repulsive, but in how he is pathetic and should be ridiculed. And you can see this in how the comic portrays his intelligence, his hobbies, his fashion sense, to even his physical strength and inadequacy in anything that could be considered remotely masculine. Across nearly 1,000 comics, I measured 0 cases of John showing any admirable qualities. Meaning, whereas Garfield is something to be aspired to, John is something to be laughed at. Even when John did find a girlfriend in Liz 28 years into Garfield's run, and only after fans begged Jim Davis to end John's loneliness, he's still treated as this pathetic character. And I think there's something kind of sad about that. A person whose only purpose is to be ridiculed and to be trapped in that existence for 40 years. And where this gets even sadder is when you start to consider the comic from John's perspective. Across that same range of comics, I measured 156 instances of John displaying some kind of negative emotion or mental anguish. Anger, depression, lethargy. But if you're a casual reader of the comics, it might never feel like that. As whenever John does begin to sink into despair, Garfield is there to deliver a witty punchline and diffuse the tension. But here is where we start to get into the very strange nature of reality in Garfield. See, as the audience, as the readers of this comic, We can experience Garfield's thoughts through the visual device of thought bubbles, but critically, this is not the case for John. Across every Garfield comic I read, I didn't record a single instance of John ever directly reacting to Garfield's thoughts in a way that couldn't be explained by him intuiting Garfield's body language and expression. And that information is critical because it means the reality we are experiencing and the one John is experiencing are entirely different. And this brings us to a question. What is it really like being John Arbuckle? On the 13th of February 2008, a Garfield fan comic was uploaded to Tumblr, and it looked just like a regular Garfield comic, but with one critical difference. The first panel depicted John sitting alone with the dialogue, "I've done things in my life that I regret." The second panel shows nothing, just John, his remorseful silence unbroken. The final panel of the comic punctuated by nothing, just a slight shift in John's expression, like his regrets are washing over him. What this was just a regular Garfield strip with one key difference. Garfield had been removed. And because of the very specific way John and Garfield communicate, the comic still works. But whereas before Garfield's punchlines could distract us from John's misery, that's no longer the case. And this was the beginning of the bizarre and morbid webcomic Garfield minus Garfield, which lets us experience the true crushing reality of John. And some of these comics are really haunting. There's one in particular that is either very hopeful or very devastating, depending on your perspective, where John says, "We can't do anything about the past, but we can do something about the future," before he just disappears. Garfield minus Garfield was not the first instance of people removing Garfield from the comic to produce this kind of effect, but it was what popularized the idea online that there may be something very wrong with John Arbuckle. And over time, other fan works began to explore this in similar ways. Realistic Garfield, for example, conveyed similar themes by just replacing Garfield with a realistic cat who could not talk, as did fan comics like Arbuckle, while animations like Meat Canyon's Lasagna brought the idea of John's fractured reality even further, depicting John as a frightened, delusional lunatic who holds his terrified victims captive and forces them to play the part of Garfield and Odie, as he warps back and forth between the John Arbuckle we know from the comics and something much, much darker. The reason all these pieces are important is that they show not only that there is something kinda wrong with John Arbuckle, but also that that is something that even in the early days of Garfield's online fandom, people picked up on. But where things get even stranger is when we look at this through the lens of what John Arbuckle was originally meant to be. Remember earlier when I said that Norm Nat ended in 1975, Jim Davis then spent 3 years doing nothing, and Garfield started in 1978? Well, that was a lie, but I framed it this way because for decades, that's what people thought was the truth. Listen to any interview in which Jim Davis speaks about the origins of Garfield, and he'll wheel out the same anecdote about the failure of Norm Nat because insects are not appealing characters, and how that realization led to him looking at dog-centric comics like Peanuts and Marmaduke and saying to himself, what if I could create a similar character but for people who like cats? And thus, Garfield was born, except this version of events also ignores the existence of Heathcliff, another surly, round, orange cat who predates Garfield by about 5 years, and this isn't relevant at all, but I just think it's funny. However, this telling is a lie, or at least not the full truth, because you see, in the period between 1975 and 1978, there was a third comic, one that was only discovered in 2019, by intrepid Garfield historian Quentin Reviews, and this comic was simply titled John. There are two very strange things about John. The first being how closely it resembles Garfield. Everything from jokes to entire layouts are repeated across the two series, the only difference being that the main character here is John. Davis has spoken a lot about how John Arbuckle is an analog for him. Both grew up on a farm, both live in Muncie, Indiana, and both are cartoonists. In fact, Davis originally wanted to use the character of John as a way to voice his frustration with the comic strip industry. Which, if you look at where Davis was in his life when he first started writing this character, that tracks. John started just 2 weeks after the failure of Nat, and you can feel that frustration in these early comics. In one instance, John even turning to the camera and saying how he thinks the content of this comic will land him in trouble with parents groups. And while Garfield still featured heavily, there were strips where he just didn't appear at all, with scenarios more focused on observational humor derived from the perspective of a single man. But it wasn't long into the run when that started to change, with jokes more and more centering around Garfield and not John. The final strip of John being published on August 8th, 1977, the strip returning a week later, but now named Garfield. And within a year, Garfield would be syndicated on a national level, becoming the newer version of the comic we are all now familiar with. The second thing I find so strange about John is that while Jim Davis is often happy to laugh about the failure of Norm Nat, he barely ever speaks about John, and when he does, he only talks about it in the vaguest of terms, as if it was an idea in his sketchbook as opposed to an actual published comic. And I can't help but wonder if there's something to that. If the idea of a comic that was meant to be his own perspective, his own outlet on life, was a failure, overtaken by a fictional character he created. Even stranger, as Garfield went on, the similarities between Jim Davis and John Arbuckle began to disappear. John's job as a cartoonist practically vanishing as he devolves into the pathetic shell of a man we now know. And I'm not saying here that I think Jim Davis has some deep-rooted trauma that is manifesting in his daily newspaper comic. I genuinely do not think that. But I do think that this perspective adds a lot to this strange meta-narrative of a man overtaken by his own creation, abandoning the character he once embodied, and that character now being trapped in a life of existential suffering. And here's the thing. If I was the only person who saw this, then there wouldn't be a story here. But I'm not. Let's go back to those last 5 minutes of Lasagna Cat. Lasagna Cat ended 2 years before the discovery of John, but even then, what John adds to Lasagna Cat is kind of chilling. Like in that final scene, when that second John ages, he begins to bear a striking resemblance to Jim Davis, the person we now know John was originally meant to be. This new, strange combination of Jim Davis and John Arbuckle, lost and clinging to the husk of a cat he should have let go of a long time ago, before he comes face to face with a version of Garfield that's become independent from him and is now strange and frightening, before Davis crumbles to earth, outlived by the very thing he created, which is immediately followed by the bathroom scene. And what's interesting here is that if we translate the girl's monologue from Polish, it reads, "This child isn't mine. This child is from the darkness. I've given birth to humanity's curse. My soul will be swallowed and vomited and swallowed again forever." Sick joke, but no one is laughing. My blood will remain. Death isn't the end. I am in hell. This is hell. And while I can't show it on screen, in that final shot, the baby is shown wearing a blue shirt identical to John. Arbuckles. For pieces of art like this, I think there is a lot of different interpretations that you can make. But for me personally, when Lasagna Cat is taken in totality, it becomes this bizarre statement on what happens when the things you create become more powerful than you. How Garfield has become this semi-immortal entity, evolving past both John Arbuckle and Jim Davis. And I mean this literally. Garfield is no longer even created by just Jim Davis. He has an entire team of people working under him who have become so adept at creating Garfield, their work is now indistinguishable from his. And Davis has even spoken about selecting a replacement so that Garfield can continue long after he's gone. But here's the thing. It's not just Jim Davis's reality that Garfield has had this strange effect on. It's also ours. That might sound weird. I mean, how relevant could Garfield actually be in the modern era? Well, if I was to ask you which character out of Superman, Goku, and Garfield was the most syndicated, which would you pick? And if you picked any answer other than Garfield, well, that was a strange choice given the subject of this video, but yeah, it is Garfield. After multiple decades in thousands of worldwide newspapers, Garfield has an estimated audience in the hundreds of millions. The New York Times had to change how its trade bestseller list was categorized after 7 of its 10 slots were occupied by Garfield. And today, his merchandising sales are at an estimated $800 million to $1 billion, and that is a lot to sell in 40 years. Oh, wait, that's every year? That's every fucking year! In products that twist Garfield into every conceivable form you can imagine. For example, Garfield soap, Garfield air fresheners, Garfield cushions, Garfield teapots, a poster with Garfield as a ninja, Garfield headphone holders, Garfield thermostat, Garfield commemorative coin, Garfield digital alarm clock, Garfield key hanger, Garfield piggy bank, Garfield Walkman, Garfield globe, Garfield ice skates, Garfield boxing gloves, how to insult your friends, Garfield book, Garfield web browser, Garfield amusement park ride, Garfield personal massager, a Garfield mug, another Garfield mug, a much dumber Garfield mug, a Garfield mug that is even dumber than the first dumb Garfield mug, existential Garfield, another existential Garfield, slightly too many Irish stereotype Garfield, Garfield waistcoat, unwell Garfield, Garfield gun, Satan Garfield, slime Garfield, child Garfield, illegal Garfield, another fucking Garfield mug, I don't know what this is, table Garfield, yet another table Garfield, Garfield prison tray, sex Garfield, far too large Garfield, nightmare Garfield, this horrifying bedsheet, the deeply cursed Garfield eats. What is this? Why? This Garfield jigsaw, which for some reason I can't quite pin down, puts the fear of God in me. In the mid-80s, a small coastal French village began to suffer an unusual phenomenon when plastic Garfield phones began washing up on shore.
Oh my.
No one knew where they came from or why this was happening, but it continued for 3 decades, a mystery that was only solved in 2019 when the mysterious phones were traced back to a lost shipping container. We have so saturated this planet with Garfield merchandise that even the Earth herself has begun to reject it. But if that's the case, why don't we notice Garfield more? Why don't we see him everywhere in every day? And the answer is because they don't want us to. In the early 1980s, a production accident led to a Garfield plush with suction cups attached to its hands and feet. Paws Inc., the holding company for Garfield, didn't expect what was a botched product to sell well, which is why it was such a shock when the toy was so popular, it led to a wave of car break-ins where radios and purses were left behind and only the plush was stolen, sales climbing to a staggering $50 million. And what did Jim Davis and Paws Inc. do? We pulled all plush dolls off the shelves for 5 years. They didn't want Garfield to be a fad. They wanted to silently inject him into every part of our daily lives, where he could hide in plain sight, silently growing into one of the most dominant fictional characters on the planet. And here's the thing, they succeeded. What I'm about to tell you is not a joke. This is not some Space Jam 2-esque hijinks. This all happened over the course of making this video. An experience I call the Garfield phenomenon. It began in small ways. At first, I'd be watching a TV show and, oh, hey, there was Garfield. I'd look at Instagram and, huh, my friends were posting about Garfield and, oh, a text. I guess Chris Pratt was playing Garfield in the new Garfield movie. That's strange timing. Wait, why is Toby Fox talking about Garfield? And sexy goth Garfield began trending on Twitter? I began to feel slightly uneasy, so maybe I'll just try and relax and look at some gaming news and oh, hey! I guess Garfield's the new character in that Smash Nickelodeon fighting game. Isn't that grand? I've been watching ReZero, which I did not like very much, and someone told me that Garfield appears in the second season, which just can't be true, and what the fuck? A friend sent me a picture of a mural in an old house, and there was Garfield staring at me with what I can only describe as some kind of all-knowing contempt. I was now doing whatever I could not to think about Garfield, and I agreed to watch the first episode of the new Dexter with my partner, and
wow, yeah, I can only imagine. I wants to call him Garfield. I mean,
What the fuck? What the fuck did he just say?
everywhere I looked, I saw Garfield. But why? Why was this happening now? Well, that answer would come to me, and it did so in the form of a phone call. Hello?
Hi, son.
Oh, hey, ma'am. How's it going?
John, I know you're working on your video of Garfield at the moment, so guess what? I found a picture of you with your Garfield.
Oh, ma'am, I don't think that was me. I was never actually that into Garfield. So, earlier in this video, when I said that I was never into Garfield, that was true. I don't remember this. I don't remember owning this massive Garfield doll, but that is me, and that is my mom, and this happened. I just don't remember. And this is when it started to click. That when you look for Garfield, you begin to find him everywhere. Even in the past. This is the Garfield phenomenon. Garfield is all around us, and he always has been. We just never noticed. But my eyes are open, and now so are yours. If an alien race dug through a ruined Earth, they would think we worshipped Garfield, and they would be right. These are the 3 keys in unlocking what Garfield has become on the internet. A daily newspaper comic strip designed to be as simple and consumable as possible, but because of this becomes unintentionally malleable and recreatable, spreading edits of it online, one of which unknowingly touches off a bizarre meta-narrative of a man being overtaken by his own creation. That creation in time becoming an entity unto itself, one that has laid just outside the perception of man for 40 years and will remain there for infinitely more, transcending humanity itself. This is the bizarre modern reality of Garfield, and now that we understand it, we may enter the world of I'm Sorry, John. On October 22nd, 2013, a comic was uploaded to the internet that showed John Arbuckle awaking late one night. But something is wrong. Something is very wrong. His room is bathed in an eerie orange glow, a strange material covering his walls, his furniture, and his entire home. He goes downstairs to try and discover the source of this problem, and upon entering the kitchen, he sees Garfield, his cat's strange swollen head bizarrely embedded in the wall, his skin spreading outward, covering every surface of his home.
I was so hungry.
As John realizes with horror, his entire home with him in it have been ingested by Garfield.
I'm sorry, John.
This was the beginning, and in the years to follow, more and more strange and frightening depictions of Garfield would begin to appear on the internet. Comics that looked normal at first, only to take disturbing turns, with Garfield often portrayed as something alien and unknowable, one of the most popular of which was 2017's Gramfell, a darkly humorous webcomic whose early pages were focused on John's depression, met by an uncaring, nihilistic Gramfell. But as the comic continued, Gramfell began to reveal to John not only the inherent unhappiness of life, but the futility of his existence as a character trapped in a webcomic, breaking John down to his core components and trapping him in strange and surreal realities over and over. At one point, even transforming the very webcomic of Gramfell itself into a different series called Jan and Gram, in which John gets to live out the cute and peaceful life he's always wanted before John is ripped from his serene dream and in the final page is forced to acknowledge that he is alone, and he always will be. What I find so fascinating about Gramfell is it's that same dynamic of John and Garfield, just brought to a cosmically nihilistic extreme. This was the core concept of what would inform everything that was to come. But notably, Gramfell never felt truly frightening or disturbing because of the simple pastel cuteness of its aesthetic. And if the horror of Garfield on the internet was going to truly solidify, it needed an aesthetic. And in the following year, it would get it. In 2018, an image would be uploaded to Instagram from horror artist Will Burke, one that depicted a horrifyingly bloated Garfield clutching a tiny, frightened John, with the text,
John, I require lasagna.
Something about this image resonated with people, and it became wildly popular online, becoming the first in a series of 5 illustrations, each one depicting Garfield as a grotesque, swollen monstrosity, his form swimming between heaving mounds of flesh and sharp insect-like appendages as he hunted John through his home. And while the sheer horror of seeing Garfield twisted into such nightmarish forms were a huge part of the power of these images, critically, they also captured the kind of hopelessness of the character of John Arbuckle, but channeled it into pure horror. One illustration showing John, terrified and clutching a shotgun, as a grotesque centipede-like Garfield emerges through the door behind him, with text that reads,
Bullets don't work, John.
The final image of this series depicting a gargantuan Garfield now towering over a helpless, terrified John as he whispers,
The world is going to end, John.
These images would rampage across the internet, being posted, reposted, and upvoted tens of thousands of times, and would become the blueprint for everything Garfield would become online. As different artists began to create their own interpretations of Burke's work, such as animator Lumpy Touch, who took Burke's illustrations and reimagined them through stunning and horrifying pixel art animations, not only giving these still images a new horrifying dimension through movements, but also reframing them as a 2D survival horror video game. Lumpy Touch taking this concept even further later on, with both a first-person exploration recreation of the original I'm Sorry John comic, as well as creating a tutorial for his own fake Garfield survival horror game in which the player is hunted by one of 13 Gorefields, all based on the different zodiac signs. And what I really love about this is you can see that kind of existential horror introduced by Gramfell, as well as the more grotesque body horror introduced by Burke, now being spliced with other mediums and genres of horror, and you could see this continue to evolve in other illustrations like those of artist Omega Black, who took the idea of Garfield horror and introduced a cosmic eldritch feel, like this image in which Garfield states, "I no longer require eyes, John," which I am pretty sure is a reference to the 1997 film Event Horizon, a sci-fi horror in which a group of astronauts board a lost starship that has returned from hell, featuring the infamous line,
"Where we're going, we won't need eyes to see."
Omega Black's other illustrations only expanding on this Lovecraftian style of Garfield horror, with a grotesque centipede-like Garfield stating, "Heaven is a void of light, John," or John being held captive by cloaked Oddies before an impossibly massive multi-armed Garfield booms, "I'm eternal, John." Each new piece of Garfield fan art added to this idea of Garfield as a cosmic, horrifying being, sometimes referred to as Creepy Garfield or Gorefield. And this is what led to October 8th, 2018, and the creation of the subreddit r/I'm Sorry John. There's nearly a cult-like feel to I'm Sorry John. Its title plaque reading, "Garfield has abandoned his limited form and he is beautiful. Surrender yourself to him and be saved." This is a community of nearly 800,000 people dedicated to bringing to life this new version of Garfield the internet has created, as well as his infinite torment of John Arbor. And maybe, like I did, you are thinking, no, Garfield's not evil, he's not trying to hurt John. It's not like that mystery number 2 category of Garfield joke is in fact humor based off Garfield's torment of John. But that's right, at 18.8%, nearly 1 in 5 Garfield jokes center around Garfield causing John mental anguish. And it's not just that. Another variable I measured for was the amount of times Garfield showed empathy towards John or tried to comfort his suffering in any way. And across nearly 1,000 comics, that number was 0. So, in the same way Garfield minus Garfield reveals something real, if unintentional, about Garfield, the same is true in I'm Sorry John. Garfield has always been about a person trapped with a cold, nihilistic being that torments him, and it's been that way for 40 years. And all the r/I'm Sorry John does is bring that concept to a horrifying extreme. This is the reason I think so many pieces on I'm Sorry John have this odd kind of power to them. Their horror is rooted in being trapped with something awful and inescapable. But what's really fascinating about the horror of I'm Sorry John is how different artists have approached this idea in different ways. I like categorizing things, so I've identified what I think are 3 basic kinds of horror on I'm Sorry John. The first being physical Garfield horror. These are pieces that twist Garfield into strange and frightening creatures, sometimes into amalgamations of unsettling body horror, but more often, swelling Garfield to such nightmarish proportions that there is no chance of John ever defeating, escaping, or even surviving these grotesque beasts Garfield has become. And what's interesting here is how many of these pieces evoke or even directly reference the FromSoft games Dark Souls and Bloodborne, which themselves create a lot of their horror and emotion by forcing you into battles with these massive and horrifying creatures that feel impossible to overcome. It's that kind of physical hopelessness that these pieces create. And just like those games, the more extreme examples of this kind of Garfield horror carry a cosmic, nearly Lovecraftian feel, as Garfield is now so large, so impossible, that it begins to feel like some kind of terrible deity, a being of such immense power and scale that it throws into chaos our own sense of humanity's place in the universe, whether we really are the dominant species we've always assumed, or just dust in the wake of something much greater. I just read that line and I can't believe we're talking about freaking Garfield. The second type of Garfield horror is more intimate and psychological. Here, it's less that Garfield is a physical threat as much as it is the subtle, insidious damage he's doing to John's mental state, sometimes in the form of an awful, malicious creature who constantly follows John and goads him, driving him to do terrible things, but sometimes as a delusional presence in John's own mind, a manifestation of his internal struggles, be they depression, addiction, or worse, in a way that feels similar to your Shinings, your Silent Hills, or in your own comment section. These pieces are much rarer, but what I think is awesome about them is how they take that bleakness that's always been a part of John's character and express it through Garfield. There is a third type of Garfield horror, and these are my personal favorite. Posts that focus on a more existential form of terror. The simplest examples of this are pieces that trap John in these impossible and infinite liminal spaces where there is no escape and he will forever be haunted by Garfield. But other scenarios are more elaborate, like when even death itself can't release John from Garfield's grasp, showing Garfield as this immortal, unending being who will always return to plague John, or even the opposite, like in this one comic where John takes his own life to escape Garfield, only to be brought back to life by him so his suffering can continue. Other pieces are stranger and even more abstract, like showing Garfield as these grotesque physical parasites that have attached themselves to John and are feeding off him, while he is trapped in these strange, unending dream worlds. And I think where this particular kind of horror gets really powerful is when it's combined with the more psychological type of Garfield horror we just talked about, like Lumpy Touch's Relax John, which we mentioned earlier. And what I think is so great about this animation is it shows John returning home late one night at his most broken, his life now destroyed, having lost his job, Liz, and even Odie. And it's at this point, when he's at his absolute lowest, that he is most vulnerable to a being like Garfield, who offers John an escape from his miserable existence in the form of comfort, but in reality drags him into a frightening nightmare. And I love this so much because it is such a fantastic example of what Garfield has become on the internet. Garfield is despair. He's the part of John that makes him feel weak and insignificant, who pulls him down and traps him in realities dark and frightening. That is the core horror of Garfield and I'm Sorry, John. It's interesting to note that this concept has only continued to evolve online, in sub-communities like You're Welcome, John, which is a more wholesome, if still very disturbing, relationship between John and a cosmically nightmarish Garfield, as well as I'm Really Sorry, John, which I cannot even talk about if this video has any hope of staying monetized. Hey, by the way, this video is nearly definitely going to be demonetized, and so I have a Patreon. There's one tier, it's $1, so yeah. But hey, look, Either way, I appreciate you watching. You can even see this very defined kind of Garfield horror being transplanted onto other fictional series with I'm Sorry John's occasional non-Garfield weekends. And while I really love these pieces, Ernie, how do I look? With your eyes, Bert. With your eyes. God, that's so good. I think it's interesting how, at least to me, they never quite carry the same level of impact or meaning as those based on Garfield. Not only because of how deeply rooted the horror of I'm Sorry John is in the very core of Garfield, but also in how, when taken with everything else we've talked about today, these pieces begin to transform what these characters are, and in particular, John Arbuckle. When I started this video, all John was this schlubby dude. But over time, that started to change. I watched him go from this character with a very defined purpose and reason for existing to someone who loses that purpose and becomes to the world around them a pathetic joke. And it's like that experience causes this deep emptiness to well up inside them. A despair that makes life feel meaningless and impossible in a way that the Garfield comic can barely contain. Till one day, that despair begins to manifest as Garfield. An entity that traps John in this deep and horrifying delusion, warping every part of his reality. This entity, with each passing day, growing stronger and more frightening, as John falls deeper into despair. And when I think of this late stage of John's existence, there's one artist in particular that comes to mind. Part of what makes John's work so powerful and frightening is how intimately they seem to understand each particular kind of Garfield horror. Some pieces show Garfield as these massive, monstrous beasts whose mere existence conveys this horrifying physical futility. Others show Garfield as this gargantuan and grotesque parasite, as this insidious force that's been with John since the moment he was born, and for years has manipulated and contorted every part of his life, draining John, until finally, Garfield has grown so powerful that he's now more a god than anything else. So infinite, cosmic, and terrifying that he's become John's entire reality. And John, now just a speck of dust, hopeless and terrified.
Well,
in the face
I
of
have an
this
idea
thing
now. Yes,
And
this
I think there's something
Solar's been
really
watching this the
powerful
whole time.
about these
So
images.
you know. Yep.
The beautiful thing about horror is it lets us externalize the things that haunt us. And
Oh, boy.
when I look at the work of Omega Black or Lumpy Touch or Rajam, what I see
The moment
is
I
a
get up.
person struggling. Someone whose existence stopped making sense a long time ago and who's just trapped in this horrifying distortion of what their life should be. And I think there's something very human about that. When I think back to the very worst periods of my life, what comes to me is this feeling of being trapped in my own mind, that there is something in me that is distorting how I see the world and the people around me and everything. And it's horrible. It's a nightmare. And I think the hardest part of it is the feeling that it's never going to end. That the way you feel in those moments is how you will feel for the rest of your life. And if you've ever struggled mentally or emotionally, you know that fear. And it is that fear that I've never seen visualized better than in fucking Garfield fan art. We all want to be Garfield, but we all are John Arbuckle. And the thing is, those bad times, they do never last. They do end. And I think that's why I find this final piece so hopeful. The piece is done in John's traditional penguin style, but with a subtlety that makes it feel nearly carved from stone. It shows a demonic Garfield, lying, defeated and broken, a sandaled foot pinning him to the ground, which belongs to an angelic John Arbuckle. Tears rolling down his face, his wings raised in this just glorious arc. And it's like, after everything we've watched John go through, after all the loneliness, the depression, the complete loss of his identity, leading to the dissolution of his reality into this infinite, abject nightmare, after all that, somehow, he's made it to this moment. He's taken his life back from the shit that haunts him, and it's fucking beautiful. And maybe this won't last. Maybe there's still darker times ahead. But it doesn't matter. Because in this moment, he's okay. John's okay. And look, I get it. I get that having this strong an emotional reaction to what is most certainly a Garfield shitpost is ridiculous. But goddamn, that is what I do here. I take my hope where I can get it. The title of this piece being The Forgiveness of John. Oh, I put the costume back on because I was worried that this part might be too heavy without it, and also I paid a lot of money for it. What makes The Forgiveness of John so powerful to me is that in isolation it is an amazing piece of art and a real technical achievement, but when taken with everything else we've spoken about this video, it becomes the concluding chapter of a gigantic meta-narrative that is formed around John Arbuckle. And again, if I was the only person who saw that, there wouldn't be a story here. The Forgiveness of John being the third most popular post on r/I'mSorryJohn of all time, as well as adorning its front page. And I think it's awesome that so many people's individual works come together to pull such an incredible story out of something as simple as a daily comic strip about a cat who likes lasagna. This is what I love about fandoms. When you stare at them for long enough, these beautiful and strange stories start to emerge that are distorted and honest and amazing. And whatever else you want to say about the nightmare of the modern day internet and social media, I'm glad that those stories have a place to exist. I think that's pretty cool.
All Tomorrows, a billion-year chronicle of the myriad species and mixed fortunes of man. Long ago, in the distant past, humans colonized Mars. It took centuries to terraform the Red Planet. First, they made oceans using the water from comets. Then they sent microbes to create breathable air, then introduced genetically modified plants and animals. It was only after Mars was transformed into a habitable world that the first people came to Mars in colony ships. So the first steps on Mars were taken not by astronauts, but by barefoot children on lush green grass. The people of Mars developed their own culture and identity separate to Earth. The low gravity made Martians tall and spindly, and they became almost a different species to the Earthlings. For hundreds of years, the two planets coexisted, but as Mars started to surpass Earth, tensions led to war. Interplanetary war wasn't glorious or exciting. There were no heroic pilots or massive spaceships. The war was fought by complicated automated machines in a slow, strategic, nerve-wracking contest that caused unimaginable destruction. Billions of people died in the war, and humans almost went extinct. So the survivors of Earth and Mars united and made a plan to ensure this would never happen again. Humanity made massive reforms to their politics and economics, and they changed themselves. They genetically modified humanity into a new subspecies called the Star People, made to be better and smarter and adapted to expand into space. And it worked. Within a few generations, the unified Star People peacefully colonized the solar system. Other stars were too far away to fly to in person, so instead the Star People sent out automated machines that would fly to distant worlds and terraform them, then use genetic material to create people to live there. There was a weird problem with these colonies, where many humans fell in love with the machines that had created them, and died in mass identity crises. But the colonies that survived thrived and expanded across the galaxy, starting a golden age for humanity. Trillions of people lived peaceful, utopic lives, their worlds united by communication across centuries of light. As the Star People explored space, they discovered some alien creatures, but didn't find any intelligent life. So they wondered, were humans alone in the galaxy? On one alien world, they found a fossil of a bird-like creature that didn't seem related to the other native life. The native creatures had 3 limbs and copper bones, but this bird had 4 limbs and calcium bones. It seemed related to an extinct dinosaur from Earth. So how the hell did this extinct Earth animal end up on this distant alien world? Some people thought God must have done it, and there was a resurgence of religion. But others thought aliens did it, that there must be some civilization out there who had spaceflight and bioengineering millions of years before humans even had fire. Humanity hoped that these aliens would be peaceful, but just in case, they built weapons to defend themselves. Weapons so powerful they could obliterate stars. But all of that was useless in the end. Humanity was attacked by a godlike ancient species called the Q.
It always is.
They were
It
galactic
always is.
nomads who constantly migrated through space, and they had a fanatical religious mission to remake the universe using genetic manipulation.
Oh.
So when the Q found humans, they didn't see them as people. They were just objects to be changed into whatever shape the Q wanted. Within 1,000 years, the Q destroyed human civilization. But some human species lived on, because the Q used their bioengineering technology to reshape humanity into thousands of bizarre subspecies. They made humans into tools, into pets, into wild animals. They ruled over the human worlds for 40 million years, and then they fucked off to find their next victims, leaving humanity divided and differentiated beyond recognition. These twisted species were the last remnants of humanity. On one world, where the husks of dead cities baked under a scorching sun, lived the worms. They were humans, but the Q had modified their hands and feet into tiny, feeble appendages, reduced their eyes to pinpricks, and removed most of their brain. All their lives, the worms dug aimlessly through the ground. If they found food, they ate it. If they found other worms, they sometimes ate them or reproduced. They were wretched, mindless creatures, but their humanity would eventually resurface. On another world were the Titans, who roamed a vast savanna. Their hands were clumsy stumps, but their lower lip was like the trunk of an elephant and could be used like a hand. They were some of the smartest of the new human species, and gradually they achieved sentience. They built homes, agriculture, language, literature, made ornate wood carvings. In booming voices, they told myths and legends of the bygone, half-remembered
think
past.
I should be at.
With enough time, these titans
Oh
could
well.
have started a new humanity, but an ice age hit the planet, and these gentle giants disappeared forever. On other worlds, humans had been twisted into predators, looking like vampires and werewolves of myth, with sharp claws and killing teeth. Their prey were also human, made into herbivores with bird-like feet. The prey had the dull minds of animals, but the predators on the hunt kept some spark of human intelligence, which would eventually re-emerge. The Mantelopes were bred to be singers and memory retainers for the Q, so they had fully human minds. They understood the world around them, but in the bodies of grazing herd animals they were powerless to change anything. So for centuries, mournful herds roamed the plains, singing songs of desperation and loss. They created whole religions and oral traditions around their grief and frustration, until gradually, mercifully, their agony faded. Because evolutionarily, a stupid, simple-minded mantelope survives as well or better than a conscious, sad mantelope. So within 100,000 years, this melancholy world fell silent. Human minds aren't sacred to evolution, and soon only animals remain. The lizard herders were the lucky ones, because the Q wiped out their intelligence and stunted their brains so that they could never regain sentience, so they didn't suffer like the mantelopes did. The lizard herders survived in symbiosis with some herbivorous reptiles, and while the lizard herders stayed simple-minded, the reptiles evolved, slowly growing stronger and smarter. The Q twisted humanity into a variety of aquatic creatures. There were limbless eel people and whale-like behemoths, and horrifying multitudes of brainless wallowers that served as food stock. Most of them went extinct when the Q left, but the swimmers survived, feeding on fish and crustaceans in their world's oceans. They didn't look much like humans, but human eyes peered through their blubbery eyelids, and they spoke to each other, though underwater they couldn't hear each other's words. The Tempters were so fucked up it's a wonder they survived at all. The Q made them into bizarre living decorations, 2-meter-tall cones of flesh like grotesque carnivorous plants. Those were the females. The males were mindless little monkey imp creatures who blindly served their queen, controlled by vocal and pheromonal signals. They'd gather the food and guard their queen, and occasionally they would mate by descending into this breeding tube like a subway commuter. It was weird, but it worked, and the Tempters' mound forests spread across their world. They could have built some kind of civilization, but they were obliterated by a stray comet, and one of humanity's best and weirdest hopes died out. The Bone Crushers looked like monsters, like giants or ogres with beaks derived from teeth. They only ate putrefying meat, and they communicated by defecating on each other. But they were actually pretty successful. They reached a medieval level of civilization, until they ran out of rotting meat to eat and eventually collapsed. When the Q attacked, most human worlds were quickly defeated, but one world fought back, resisting the Q 2 times before falling. The Q punished and humiliated this world for its resistance by making them into the Colonials. The Colonials were disembodied cultures of skin, connected with a network of basic nerves. The Q used them as living filtering devices, living off Q waste products. And for no other reason than to make the Colonials suffer, the Q left them with their consciousness and their eyes, so that they could fully witness their own wretched fate. For 40 million years, the Colonials suffered generations of misery, hoping for their own extinction, but they were made to be efficient, and so they spread across the planet in quilt-like fields of human flesh. The Q made lots of flying human species, some like bats or pterosaurs, others like angels or demons dancing through the ether, or strange, ugly creatures that floated on glands full of gas. One species, called the Flyers, had a special starfish-shaped heart that processed oxygen so efficiently that they had enough energy to support flight as well as human-like brains. Other flying species weren't so lucky. The hand flappers had wings that were useless for flying, but also couldn't be used as hands. All they could do was flap about to display their sexual availability, and so they ecstatically flashed and danced their way to extinction. Some humans tried to escape the Q by hiding underground. The Q found them anyway, and made them into subterranean, mousy Morlock people called the Blind Folk. They used whiskers and long fingers and big ears and banshee-like screams to navigate in the dark. They lived off fungi and fish, and avoided predation by bats and crocodilian creatures. These albino troglodytes looked fairly human, but where their eyes should have been, there was nothing but haunting, smooth skin. Eventually, the movement of tectonic plates crushed these underground habitats one by one. On a planet with extremely high gravity, the Q made the Lopsiders, flat, deformed, asymmetrical creatures right out of the fever dreams of Picasso, Dali, or Bosch. The Lopsiders crawled along the ground on 3 hands, with another limb used as an antenna. One eye stared straight up, while the other eye scanned ahead. As wretched as they looked, the Lopsiders thrived on their heavy world. They domesticated some native creatures and began the long road to civilization. On a moon with very low gravity, the Q made the Striders, enormously tall, thin creatures who walked among huge trees that towered like skyscrapers. The Striders were very delicate, so even with low gravity, a fall could shatter their bones. The Striders were eventually wiped out by a bunch of chickens who, over 2 million years, evolved into deadly predators. On another world, where the humans temporarily resisted the Q punished the humans by creating an array of parasites, who were also made from humans. There were tortoise-sized, vampire-like ambulatory parasites, and smaller parasites that lived attached to their hosts. There was even one horrific parasite that infested the wombs of its victims. Many of these parasite life cycles were so elaborate and baroque that they went extinct as soon as the Q left. But some of the parasites survived and developed a symbiosis that benefited their hosts as well as themselves. One human species evolved on a world of great archipelagos, calm, shallow oceans sprinkled with countless islands. The fingerfishers evolved to catch fish with their long fingers adapted into fish hooks, and ate them with long snouts full of needle-sharp teeth, and their evolution would get even weirder later on. The hedonists were created by the Q to be their pampered pets, living carefree lives of pleasure. Their world was a tropical paradise of succulent fruits and lakes of sweet bacterial juice. They were the only animals on their planet and had no predators or competition to deal with. Under normal conditions, this might lead to overpopulation, but the Q designed the hedonists to only get pregnant after mating an enormous number of times. So the population was stable, and the hedonists filled their lives with eating, sleeping, and mind-blowing sex. Their minds were blissfully empty, because who needed to think when they're having such a good time? The insectophagai adapted to eat insects. They had claw-like hands to dig, long tongues to scoop up bugs, and leathery faces to protect from bites. They lived quiet, unnoticed lives on their obscure world, but little did they know they would play a key role in the fate of humanity. When the Q attacked, not all humans were captured. Some of them escaped into space and built homes inside hollowed-out asteroids. They adapted to zero gravity by growing long, spindly limbs and pressurized digestive systems so that they could move around in space by farting from their highly evolved sphincters. These spaces changed to the point where they could never return to a planet with gravity, but they didn't care. They were comfortable in their weightless void worlds and paid little attention to their human relatives on the planets below. So across the galaxy, these twisted post-human species struggled to survive. They evolved, diversified, rose and fell, and most of them died out without the universe ever knowing they existed. Which is normal. Extinction is just as natural as speciation. And for each species that died out, new ones evolved to take their place, generating an ever-changing kaleidoscopic variety of life forms. And from this endless churn of life and death, some species rose up to achieve new kinds of sentience and civilization, like stars emerging from a dark fog. The scorching hot planet of the worms eventually cooled down, and life emerged onto the surface. The worms filled new ecological niches, evolving into serpentine grazers, swimmers, predators, and eventually people with human-like intelligence. The snake people had unique spiral-shaped brains that allowed them to observe and understand their world. They developed a hand derived from their ancestors' feet, and they built vast cities of tightly intertwined tunnels and homes. They enjoyed books, and music played as vibrations in the ground. The snake people may have looked alien, but their daily lives were full of joys and sorrows, hopes and dreams, humanity. The predators evolved into the killer folk. Their deadly claws became grasping hands, and their saber teeth receded into organs of social display. Killer folk society was built around hunting and violence, and so their history was filled with war. For thousands of years, nomadic warriors with vast herds of once human livestock battled each other across a chessboard of continents. So their world is an archaeologist's dream, rich with the ruins of fallen kingdoms. But one faction of killer folk developed factory farming and rejected their violent past for a more peaceful, unified future. Some conservative factions kept to the old way, fanatically devoted to traditional warfare and hunting. These two factions came dangerously close to global conflict, but the killer folk managed to reconcile and survive. Underwater, the swimmers couldn't make fire, so they made a different kind of technology. They learned to breed their tools and machines. The tool breeders domesticated and modified other sea creatures, and built entire cities powered by organic life. Huge heart-like creatures pumped nutritious fluids through a network of self-healing conduits, like a living power grid. The breeders' homes were made from living shell and bone, with bioluminescent lights. They had televisions derived from cephalopod skin, medicinal sea squirts, weapons made from mollusks that fired teeth as ammunition. With genetic modification, stem cells, and tissue cultures, the tool breeders mastered the oceans, and even the small land masses of their world. But they weren't content with just one planet. the tool breeders grew living spaceships and reached for the stars. The lizard herders were stunted and never achieved sentience, but the lizards thrived and eventually built civilizations, using the humans for transport, labor, and food. These lizards had no biological connection to humanity, but they took on a human-like cultural identity because they were influenced by the ruins of the Star People on their world. They realized what the Q had done to the humans and feared that if the Q returned, they might suffer the same fate. For millions of years, the colonials were helpless fields of flesh, carpeting the shores of their world like algae. But they were resilient, and eventually they organized themselves, evolving from a homogeneous mass into differentiated colonies. Each cell specialized to perform different functions for the colony, and the colonies started competing against each other. Some colonies grew taproots to siphon resources from afar, or starfish-like feet to move around, or claws and poisons to attack other colonies. The winner of this evolutionary arms race was an intelligent colony called the Modular People. In their vast industrial megalopolis, the people took a wide variety of shapes and sizes. They could combine themselves, or split apart, or exchange parts, all interchangeable cells playing a role in one great organism. So the Modular People achieved the impossible, turning their miserable existence into a utopia where billions lived happy lives as part of the unified whole. The flyers diversified into many different species, as predators, herbivores, even swimmers. One species were like storks who waded through swamps to catch their prey. Their versatile feet, which had evolved to catch slippery fish, became articulate hands as they developed intelligence and society. Since these Terrasapiens could fly, they had a global mindset. Borders and nations made no sense when it was so easy to travel freely. People and ideas spread quickly across their planet, and they built an egalitarian society without strict social classes. They built cities of perches and floating towers, harnessed nuclear power, and farmed their relatives on the ground for food. Though their civilization thrived, their bodies struggled to support their highly developed brains and their power of flight, so the Terrasapiens usually died by the age of 23. Keenly aware of their mortality, they appreciated every moment of their lives. Their philosophers pondered the meaning of life with feverish intensity, rapidly filling libraries with their tomes. The Terrasapien in this picture poses at a seaside resort. This 10-day vacation was the only holiday in her short life. Despite the crushing gravity of their world, the Lopsiders built an advanced civilization. Their pancake-flat buildings spread all over their world, and they developed spaceflight so that they could escape their planet and its oppressive gravity. To adapt to life on new worlds, they engineered a subspecies of themselves who could live in low gravity, called the Asymmetric People. The Asymmetric People thrived in the freedom of new worlds, but they had no love for their creators. The Asymmetric People ruthlessly exterminated the Lopsiders on their homeworld, and went on to explore the heavens alone. The parasites and their hosts evolved symbiotic relationships. Like, some parasites used sharp sensors to warn their hosts of predators, or provide weapons like venom for defense. In return, the hosts provided their nutritious blood, and developed specialized nesting sites on their bodies for the parasite to attach to, rich with blood vessels and protective fur. The parasites and hosts became inextricably linked, almost like they were one being. At first, the hosts were like horses being steered and influenced by the parasites, but eventually they became no more than puppets, totally controlled by the parasites through tactile and olfactory signals. The intelligent parasite civilization eventually developed technology that replaced the need for hosts. but they kept the hosts around for tradition and convenience. An average symbiote might start the day in a business host and then change to a comfortable domestic host at home after work. The world of the fingerfishes was full of scattered, isolated islands. So like the Galapagos or Madagascar on Earth, these islands were a seething evolutionary cauldron that gave rise to wildly diverse species. One line of fingerfishes evolved into the sail people. Their long fingers evolved into sails that could drive them effortlessly across oceans. They used their tongues to catch prey, and eventually their tongues split and articulated to be used as hands. The sail people needed strong memories to navigate the oceans and locate prey, so naturally they soon evolved intelligence. It took a long time to develop social and political stability, because their scattered and diverse world gave rise to a huge variety of creatures who fiercely competed. For generations, flotillas of tribal warriors and pirate societies battled in epoch-spanning conflicts. Until finally, one group of sail people became powerful enough to finally unify their world and make peace. Blood had stained the oceans for too long. The peaceful paradise
If they do it one more time, I'm going to unmute myself, and I will wake them up. You gotta be kidding me.
of the hedonists seemed like it would never end. But over millions of years, nothing lasts forever. Geologic activity threw up clouds of dust that blocked the sun and killed most of the hedonists. Only a small mutant subset survived by escaping the reproductive limits of their ancestors. These Satyriacs got their shit together and built an advanced self-sustaining civilization. But there were still traces of their hedonistic past remaining in their genes, so their societies retained a delightful streak of pleasure-seeking and promiscuity. Festivals, concerts, and ritualized orgies punctuated every working week. And now that pleasure was savored by sentient, self-aware people. The insectophagi started to look like their prey. Their leathery faceplates hardened and became part of their jaw. Their hands and feet developed into pincers, and their brains evolved intelligence. Like many others, the bug faces built a civilization, but they also faced a unique threat. They were attacked by an alien race. Little is known about these aliens, because not much survived in the historical record. But it took an intense series of wars on the ground and in orbit before the invaders were defeated. And this traumatic conflict gave the bug faces a pathological, xenophobic fear of all other species. So when the human species on other worlds started to reach out to each other, the bug faces stayed silent and withdrew from the galaxy. The spacers became even more alien in the void of space. Their fingers extended and split into tiny, grasping limbs. Their legs atrophied, relying on their farts to move instead. And in the weightless void of space, their brains expanded, till their every thought was far more vast and complex than anything that other humans could conceive. These asteromorphs spread to every star system in the galaxy, but they didn't interfere with other species. The Asteromorphs had no need for planets, those ugly balls of dirt and ice and gravity. They stayed in the outer rims of star systems, silently watching over the galaxy like strange alien gods. The advanced post-human species started making contact with each other. The killer folk talked with the Satyriacs. The tool breeders reached out from their ocean depths. The modular people and the Terrasapiens joined in, followed by the asymmetric people, Saurisapiens, and others. They didn't visit each other in person, because the interstellar distances were too large, but they cooperated by sharing knowledge and technology, and by keeping watch for alien invasions. They all had found the ruins of the Star People and the Q, and they didn't want to be attacked and changed again. This alliance of post-humans lasted for almost 80 million years, with each species expanding to new worlds and prospering together. The bug faces never joined them, because they were afraid and xenophobic, but there was one other advanced species that didn't join, and from them would come the downfall of the alliance. The Ruin Haunters were much like other species twisted by the Q, but on their world, the cities of the Star People hadn't been completely destroyed, so the Ruin Haunters had access to remnants of the Star People's technology, which allowed them to advance at a dangerous pace. Their technology developed so fast that their social and political structures didn't keep up, and they almost destroyed themselves in a series of worldwide nuclear wars. This baptism by fire hardened the Ruin Haunters and kind of drove them crazy. They convinced themselves that they alone were the true descendants and heirs of the Star People, and that only they deserved to reclaim the legacy of the golden age of their ancestors. So when the other human species formed their alliance, the Ruin Haunters refused to participate. But the Ruin Haunters' sun was rapidly expanding and threatened to burn and destroy their worlds. So the Ruin Haunters used their super advanced technology to abandon their organic bodies and replace them with machines. They became the Gravitals, floating metal spheres that could mold the environment around them with gravity fields. They were entirely mechanical, but they still had human minds coded into quantum computers, so they still had human ambitions and human delusions. Twisted with neurotic, narcissistic hubris, the Gravitals started to exterminate all other life, and the other human species were unable to stop them. The Gravitals would come to a human world and block out their sun behind a vast black sail. If the choked, dying world managed to resist, they were finished off with an asteroid. The Gravitals didn't hate other species, they just didn't see them as people, and so they wiped them out like one might swat a fly. All the snake people, the tool breeders, Terrasapiens, and the others who had worked so hard to survive were snuffed out one by one. The only survivors of these genocides were the shy and xenophobic bug faces. For reasons unknown, they alone were kept alive, and the Gravitals used them as subjects for biological experimentation. The Gravitals twisted them into new forms so strange that they made the work of the Q look tame. As well as servants and laborers, they made the subjects into bizarre art pieces, like creatures that existed only to play the tune of one particular pop song on its modified throat and fingers. They made whole elaborate artificial ecologies of doomed human flesh, purely for entertainment and curiosity. The Gravitals recycled and repurposed organic life the same way someone might tinker with computer parts or recycle trash. And for millions of years, that was how organic life existed in the machine empire. But not all Gravitals saw life the same way. Some religious and philosophical sects argued that all forms of life had rights. They secretly created human species who could live and think freely. Some Gravitals even fell in love with their human creations. so gravital society became divided between the tolerant gravitals who respected human life and the hardline conservative pan-mechanical gravitals. This division threatened to tear the machine empire apart, so the gravitals looked for a common enemy to unify against. For millions of years, the gravitals and the asteromorphs had watched each other nervously. The gravitals on the planets and the asteromorphs in space. They both were massively powerful and feared that a war could destroy them both. But in an attempt to unite their divided society, the gravitals started a war with the asteromorphs. The resulting conflict raged for millions of years and scarred uncounted stars. But in the end, the asteromorphs triumphed and defeated the gravitals, toppling their machine empire. And the asteromorphs decided to clean up the mess that the machines had made. They took the surviving humans, who the gravitals had twisted, and created habitable worlds for them to live in. The asteromorphs played God, seeding life across the galaxy, and the human species rose reborn as inheritors of the war-torn worlds, under the watchful eye of the asteromorphs. The asteromorphs wanted to ensure that no genocidal arseholes would ever conquer the galaxy again, so they created a smaller, simpler version of themselves called the Terrestrials to live on the human worlds. The Terrestrials played the role of kings, prophets, and caretakers, guiding their worlds along a wise and peaceful path. It didn't always work out too well. Sometimes worlds rebelled, so the asteromorphs destroyed them. Sometimes the Terrestrials were corrupt and exploited their subjects. But one way or another, the human worlds spread and formed a prosperous galactic empire. The gravitals weren't completely destroyed by the asteromorphs. It turned out that it was pretty useful to have super advanced machines around. So the asteromorphs just disabled their gravity weapons and numbed their minds a bit to discourage rebellion. And they used the gravitals as laborers to work in dangerous environments. These new machines were given nanotechnological bodies that could transform into any shape. They eventually became citizens of the Empire, but were often discriminated against. Machines were never fully trusted after the atrocities of the gravitals. Eventually, the human asteromorph empire made contact with life from other galaxies, including the amphicephali, these weird snakes that had snakes inside their snakes. Apparently, these creatures had had an evolutionary history just as long and complex as humanity had. And after all that they'd both been through, the life forms of each galaxy were finally old enough and mature enough to meet peacefully, without conflict. This video won't describe all intergalactic history. The stories are endless. How the United Galaxies re-encountered and defeated the Q, how they cradled their suns in artificial shells and crossed space through wormholes. But one moment worth relating is the rediscovery of Earth. A lone researcher located the birthplace of humanity, where all the asteromorphs and machines and post-humans could trace their origins. Earth had gone stagnant and feral by then, an obscure and empty world. But after 500 million years of absence, humans returned to their homeworld, though both had changed beyond recognition. I have to end with a confession. Humans, asteromorphs, machines, and all their descendants are now extinct. They've been dead for 1 billion years. This video is just our best approximation of their history, based on the available archaeological evidence. We don't know what killed off the humans. Maybe some unimaginably destructive war. Maybe their empire broke up, and each world suffered its own slow, private death. Some claim that humanity migrated into some higher plane of existence. We don't know what happened, and ultimately, it doesn't matter. The story of humanity was never about its end, not about its ultimate domination of galaxies or its transcendence from reality. Being human was always about the daily lives of people, From the love songs of the carefree hedonists to the pontifications of the Terra Sapiens to the families of the Sail people sharing a meal. Grander narratives and absolute ideals are always what led to humanity's worst atrocities. The Gravitals massacred to reclaim the past. The Q conquered for some fanatical, idealized future. Living for some abstract ultimate goal so often leads to destruction. So when you look on the remains of the long-gone human species, remember that it's the present that matters, not the past or future. What you do today shapes tomorrow, not the other way round. So love today and seize all tomorrows. All Tomorrows is a story written and illustrated by C.M. Kozeman. Kozeman is an artist, writer, and researcher who does heaps of fascinating work around paleontology, history, surreal art, and all sorts of stuff. So go check out his website and his YouTube videos, and consider supporting him on Patreon. Also, since this video will probably be demonetized, consider supporting Alt Shift X on Patreon as well. We've got more Song of Ice and Fire videos coming soon, and episode 1 of the Alt Shift X podcast is out now, with an interview with the authors of The Expanse, so go check it out. Thanks.
Hello, I'm the Theorizer. This video is not a joke, okay? I want to make that incredibly clear up front because people seem to think that at first glance, obviously. In short, Mort from Madagascar has an extremely detailed backstory thanks to the spin-off show All Hail King Julian. I'm not sure what the writers were thinking when they made it, but it's unlike anything I've ever seen. I ended up finding a way to tie it back into the entire history of DreamWorks, and as of this moment I have made 21 videos spread across around 6 hours. I'm not even close to done either, but the first 6 parts contain the basics of what Mort actually is, and that's what this compiled video has in it. If you'd prefer the playlist, which does go all the way to part 21, I will link it above now. I'd say enjoy, but... Lately, I've been finding a lot of mystery in the most unexpected of places. Scrat is a terraforming alien, Gary is God, the trumpet guy from Shrek 2 is a cult leader, you know the drill. So imagine my surprise when I discover something that's actually up front with its peculiarity. This has been handed to me on a silver platter, and I couldn't be more grateful to myself. The Madagascar franchise is composed of 4 films, a few TV shows, and a litany of shorts. Throughout them all, we bear witness to characters of all sorts, including the most deeply disturbing, genetically anomalous piece of nefarious, uncanny terror known to cinema. He tries to act cute and cuddly, but he does it maliciously. He knows people see him for what he is, and yet he behaves childlike anyways just to freak them out. His name is Death, for he is Mort the Lemur. I was browsing the Madagascar wiki, as any sane person should do on a regular basis. I couldn't help but notice that there are a number of references in the TV shows that imply him to be wrong in every categorical sense. Thankfully, because of this, I finally have something solid to work with. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and Mordecai is certainly not, unless he were to reap my consciousness from my body, which he cannot do. I'm immunized to him by nature of the fourth wall. Before we establish all he's done, I need to get the first big theory I have out of the way, that being the timeline of the canon. This is going to get very confusing very quickly because of the nature of the Penguins of Madagascar TV series, the likes of which a timeline placement is dubiously considered amongst even the writers themselves. They claim that people shouldn't care about its placement unless they are top-tier animation geeks with way too much time on their hands. Well, I'm neither. I'm an incredibly dedicated, incredibly serious, fictional theoretician, and I'm paid to do this. Brushing aside minor flashbacks like the intros to Madagascar 2 and the Penguins spin-off movie, or the short films which take place all over. The timeline essentially looks like this. All Hail King Julian is a prequel, followed by Madagascar the First. The Penguins of Madagascar Nickelodeon show is an outlier. Typically, the rest of the timeline would go Madagascar the Second, Madagascar the Third, and then the Penguins movie. But the Penguins of Madagascar TV show takes place in the zoo, with King Julian and friends there, meaning at least after film 1. The question then becomes, does it take place long after everything, including the 4th movie, or does it take place between the Madagascar films somehow, or in a parallel universe variant of where films 2 or 3 should be? It's tricky because all could work. If option number 1 is the truth, then it means the penguins quit their spy jobs, and the lemurs quit the circus, and in the far, far future they all exist back in the zoo. If it's somehow between films 2 and 3 or 1 and 2, then it would mean the penguins and lemurs shunned the zoo gang and temporarily returned without them. The final choice is that they left permanently and stranded them either on Madagascar or mainland Africa, depending on when is more likely. The creators seem mixed on which of these is the truth, but for now, we focus on the characters. These 3 options, however, will come in handy later, most likely after everything or a parallel reality, though. Now that we've theorized on the possible placements of the Penguins spin-off, we move on to the questions surrounding Mort. It is overwhelming, I assure you. First of all, Mort, he's not a child. He may look like a child. He may act like a child. He may sound like a child. But he is at minimum 35 to 50 years old. This is no joke. All Hail King Julian is weird. In fact, so weird that the crazy is just beginning. Mort is a Microcebus lahilahitsura on the outside, but the inside proves him to be far, far more sinister. He is a pot-belly pig. But that's not all. He's also part bear, part starfish, and, no joke, part spider. He also has trace elements in his genome of sand, cacti, copper, and sawdust. And it doesn't end there. He has a disturbing marriage history. He has not 1, not 2, but 11 ex-wives, and all of them are dead. He is also invulnerable and has superior strength due to his delusional and obsessed nature surrounding King Julian's feet. He's a yes man that eats glue, and he's such a quizzical little rat. Finally, it's revealed that whatever he is immortal, and has the terrifying ability to suck the souls out of similar species, absorbing them into his mind and creating a split personality. Again, a lot to work with. With that said, clearly this will take some time. I recently stretched 5 seconds of trumpet playing during Shrek 2 into a 10-minute depth analysis. This time we have something solid. There is more Mort, there will be more content. This is going to be more of a documentary than a theory, be warned. There's more discussion and analysis here than hypothesis. I am aware that I will have to watch every single episode of Penguins of Madagascar and then every single episode of All Hail King Julian. I foresee that this endeavor could span at least a couple of years, which means I'd need to update you along the way. Thus, solving Mort will likely take a grand total of 15 videos, adding up to 4 hours. If I can condense it properly, of course. Based on my current upload schedule, every 3rd video I post until spring 2022 will be a Mort analysis. The question is, should I do this? I need an empty 230 square foot room to organize my thoughts because a single notepad clearly won't cut it, and I'll need to invest in 8 cork boards and around 250 meters of twine. The immediate true mystery is, what can I do with this now? From what I understand, there have been a couple of videos discussing Mort and a couple of Reddit posts. I refuse to watch or read them for fear of a skewed conclusion, and I don't know how serious or non-serious those discussions are to begin with. With that said, I can organize a battle plan for this miraculous hit piece. This is part 1, which means part 2 and 3 will also share the theme of highlighting evidence, with mini-theories along the way. I will spend the rest of this video looking at Mort's oddities within the Madagascar movies, and then spend video number 2 looking at him in Penguins, finally topping up the first trilogy with video 3, his strangeness in the prequel series. The second trilogy, videos 4, 5, and 6, would then need to begin cross-connecting the clues and formulating more major theories from the smaller ones. I'll probably spend 1 video on his Julian obsession, 1 video on his wives, and 1 video on his soul-sucking immortal and impossible genome. Videos 7, 8, and 9 I have a more strict plan for. They are going to be composed of past theories I am integrating in. 10, 11, and 12 I am going to connect them. I'll spend one video connecting Mort's mysteries to Over the Hedge, one connecting them to my Dubois analysis, and one connecting them to a final mystery film, or straight up creating a grand unifying DreamWorks theory from what I've found. Which leaves us with 13, 14, and 15. I'm still debating whether or not I'll actually need the extra hour or extra 3 videos, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. There's also the matter of how this will perform in the YouTube algorithm. Now that you're all prepared for what's to come, we begin with the evidence you'll all be familiar with: Mort in Madagascar films. In the first movie, we meet him. Mort is a small lemur obsessed with King Julian, and is sort of the opposite of King Julian's actual second-in-command, Maurice. Mort is used as a test to see how the New York animals will react to lemurs, and is generally hated by his peers. He plays a perfectly fine but intentionally annoying role in film 1. In the sequel, he clings to the plane and behaves oddly. He first parodies the Twilight Zone and then goes flying thousands of feet into the Mozambique Channel. He stubbornly survives and then is chased by a shark all the way to Central Africa, where he ascends a volcano and nearly falls in. The third film follows him joining the gang in the circus, where he, again, plays a lesser role, but he does end up shooting Dubois with a tranquilizer gun. He's dumb at times, rational at others, and sort of all over the map. This is what makes him questionable. Primarily, what the films are good for is proving one thing: Mort is not mortal. Our dear friend, the French Death, is indestructible. He looks malicious at first on the wing of the plane because it's probably one of his alternate personalities, more on that later. He rips it apart and causes the engines to fail, crashing the plane soon after. When he presumably flips back the dumb old Mort persona, falls off, sails thousands of feet into the Indian Ocean, and doesn't die. He is pursued by a juvenile great white shark and evades it, though it desperately chases him on land as well. Mort doesn't die, which is the first crucial chunk to the theory that from this point can only evolve. With that said, it can only get more insane from here, so should I? He's such an enigma that while writing this, I was convulsing like a deranged artichoke. Speaking of the Soviet Union, it won't be long before I integrate Nana into this dissertation. Again, it'll probably be in the latter half of this journey, but everyone make sure you're caught up with my other DreamWorks theories, just in case. For now, though, subscribe so I know to make more of this, and comment Mort's odd moments from the shows and give me a little head start. Uploads may be scarcer a tiny bit here. My confused immune system has been attacking me for 2.5 years now, but it's gotten really agitated in the past month, and it's made me too anemic and unfocused to think to my fullest. But when I get my hemoglobin out of its 7 gram per deciliter hole, I assure you I will start critically thinking a bit better. And we'll be able to fully expose Mort as the war criminal he is. This was an establishment video, laying it all out on the table, solving the timeline, and looking at his film appearances. It only goes up from here. Until my next video in the coming weeks, I am the Theorizer. Oh yes, I'm really doing this. Everyone viewing this, welcome to part 2. What you are watching right now is the second part to what could possibly end up being a 15-part series, and I will link part 1 in the little card above now. It's only 10 minutes long, and it's a decent establishment video that attempts to organize what is to come. It's a prologue, and it truly highlights some of the things that Mort has done. In the Madagascar franchise, that is. Some people thought I was making outlandish claims about him in that video, and not backing it up. I want to again inform you, those were not my claims. Those were literally things Mort is in the spin-off show. He does have like 12 wives. He is a soul sucker. He is genetically ruthless. I also do have some more news though. The mystery series I will be incorporating into this, alongside my Dubois and Over the Hedge theories, might be my 8-part series on the lore of Shrek. That means the timeline theory, 4 Godmother theories, 2 Donkey theories, and the recent Reggie video will all be a part of this huge DreamWorks dissertation. We'll see how big this video, part 2, ends up being as well, and then we'll regroup. Before we begin, I also have updated news on the Madagascar timeline. From what I understand, Penguins of Madagascar, the TV show, does come after everything in the timeline because at the end of their movie, they meet up with the circus gang again in a post-credits scene I have missed. We see Julian and friends in a Madagascar crate during the Penguins TV intro sequence, but it's likely a scheme of some sort after breaking up with Sonia. So with that said, incorporating the shorts and once again excluding the intro scenes of Madagascar 2 and Penguins, our official timeline stands as All Hail King Julian, The Christmas Caper, Madagascar the First, Merry Madagascar, Madagascar the Second, Madly Madagascar, Madagascar the Third, the Penguins movie, and yes, finally the Penguins TV show. We've finally put a definitive and necessary close on the timeline. There seems to be an upcoming Hulu prequel show detailing the Zoo Gang as children, and that would be before everything, but it's irrelevant to Mort, and it's not even here yet. So now, people, do you know what time it is? I promised part 2 would be me detailing Mort's oddness in the Penguins TV show, but I just had to watch All Hail King Julian. I had to, and I watched all 6 seasons of it. It consumed the month of May. It's why I got no uploads out. So we'll do that first and highlight every bit of oddness in this video. Warning of a lifetime, I might need more than just one. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and you can tell it's weird when this show is stranger than all of my other theories combined. It's made by different people, but it's canon still, so this will get interesting. It's basically like these writers are literally tempting conspiracy theorists. They load in as many offhand weird comments as possible and literally bait you into solving them. Silver platter granted to me, I swear to you. It's painfully self-aware. What they've done is crazy. Mort is like if my Patrick Star theories all came true. I'm not joking. He truly is a multi-dimensional identity absorber. This is quickly going to devolve into a rapid bullet point format of insanity. Any qualms I had about him just being delusional this whole time were obliterated with this show from the first moments when he tempts the Fusa with a high-key, dance. What this episode does try to explain is the feet. Julian rushes in and kicks the predators away with his dance, and Mort develops an obsession with his savior, King Julian, and the weapon of his salvation is, feet. It might not be the true root of this obsession, though. We'll see later if it's a red herring or not. Here, Mort has suspicious intentions, and seems smart enough to evade death, and has love for Julian. We already know all of this. The show is full of that fast-paced, lazy joke slapstick, and yet it's also wildly inappropriate and amusing at totally random moments. This will also be a review of the show in some ways. In episode 2, he continues with the inappropriate references, and in episode 3, he authors a best-selling coloring book called 50 Shades of King Julian. When asked to keep a secret, he claims that he has voices that tell him to hide things until it's too late for people to stop him. In this episode, he also survives being eaten by a carnivorous flower and projectile vomiting way more than his body allows for. He is also blown up, crushed, carried away by a bird, and slammed into the ground from hundreds of feet. And again, the humor, it's so adult. There is no way kids wouldn't pick up on this. It's so constant. In the following episode, people literally get drunk from partying, and in episode 5, the Fusa engage in a proclaimed mating ritual to create a new species. It's absolutely crazy. There's this evil Phanaloka named Carl, who has an intimate relationship with his purring pet cockroach. The show is self-aware, and Mort is always this show's test subject. The characters seem to already know he's indestructible, and they send him into dangerous situations constantly. Mort thinks Julian has exploded near the end of episode 3, and proclaims that no matter how much Julian rots, he will put him back together, and they'll live with each other forever and ever. A whole new level of disturbed. Packed with lore as ever, the end of the episode seems to reveal that there are certain gods in the sky who respect the denizens of Madagascar. This is our first true taste of the supernatural in this show, and it might come in handy down the road. Still, we're only a few episodes in. This is going to drain me in the best way possible. But back to episode 4, Mort is behaving and speaking a little more intensely while doing a security check on someone. He wears a glove on his head, and it transforms him. From what I've read on the wiki, I'm fairly certain I know what this is, but I'll delve more into that later, because if I theorize now, it'll just be answered later and the time will be wasted. Basically though, Mort spontaneously changes personality, accent, appearance, and still notices that the feet look different today. In the 5th episode, he claims the feet haunt his dreams with pleasure. Mort seems to be lucid no matter how dumb he behaves. He has slightly violent tendencies too, I've noticed, to go along with his indestructibility. He says crazy things while self-aware, proclaiming Julian and Maurice's argument as a mommy and daddy fight. But pause on Mort for a second and let's go back to those sky gods, the Lemur's warship. When episode 7 begins, they play a boombox and clouds roll in, seemingly confirming the existence of those deities, but I have to theorize a little bit here, bear with me. Because one episode prior, King Julian's bodyguard, Clover, goes on a vacation and she meets a very strange spiritual guru inner peace guy named Sage, who, when he heads off, whistles and a massive bird carries him away into the sky. Could this little bit of oddness be tied to the sky gods? We'll need to see if this sort of thing ever shows up again, because Sage's supernatural aura could tie to these sky gods and Mort can tie to them, thereby possibly answering some things. Because Mort and these deities are the two main supernatural elements of this show, from what I've seen so far. You know, aside from this lizard oracle, this show is chaotic neutral. Julian tries to fix his boombox so as to reconnect with Kevin, the god of precipitation, with the help of a small teneric named Timo, who claims Julian's family is inbred. Inappropriate kids show, but there's your single explanation for Julian's behavior. Inbreeding. Timo fixes the boombox with mechanical skills and becomes their scientist. He works out of a crashed USSR space pod. While he fixes the boombox to reconnect with the sky gods, Mort tries to summon Rain with a song of his own and flings sticks into the sky. He suddenly screams, "Sun!" And then the sticks return stab him perfectly with maximum force. It's possible that he's an enemy of the sky gods and may not even know it. When they bring back the boombox to summon Kevin, Mort screams that the boombox is undead like a zombie and panics. You have experience with that too, Mort? In a previous episode, we saw Mort's X-ray, but here, a blow dryer seems to go through his mouth and out his butt real quick, so which is it? Normal anatomy or anomalous? When he invites the local oracle into his home, he has a very odd demeanor and offers her a lotion made of his own tears. In this episode, episode 7, everyone sort of talks to themselves and acts like they have voices and identities, but Mort, as usual, takes the cake when he gets in the bathtub with the oracle and claims they'll be sisters forever. They borderline portray him as Annie from Misery, as creepy, as maximally self-aware as possible. They play the creepiest music as Mort disappears and then reappears with a blonde wig on, and treats her like they are sisters. Something's going on here. Something tells me this is a soul the Wiki had referred to, one he absorbed. I'm getting ahead of myself. Next episode, Mort bullies Maurice and then joins a monarchy rebellion group who manipulates him into creating good art to convince others of rebelling. Based off of the things he's drawing, I'm quite sure he knows he's being manipulated. He flips back and forth, eats dog meat and vomits it up. He knocks a ton of cacti over on them. He knows he's irritating them. In episode 9, he's scared, then bold, then claims he saves cake for his cheat days, and then things finally hit their stride and unravel in the season 1 finale. We're going through this quick and I'm taking notes real quick. First, Maurice claims that he's just a co-star, implying he knows he's on a TV show. Then, Mort hits back with the innuendos, saying he'd love to eat the yummy King Julian. But the finale's true purpose is what shocks me most of all, and answers many of the oddities so far. You see, there's this Cove of Wonders near their kingdom, where tons of stuff washes ashore and they find coffee. Julian gives it to the kingdom to improve productivity, and Mort tries chewing the coffee because he's stupid and he screeches about how he has a drinking problem. The kingdom starts losing it, and then, literally right after this show jokes about conspiracies of super intelligent Middle-earth government corruption, the most actually unexpected left field answer to all of this madness emerges from the shadows. Mort walks in with a monocle on and a British accent, claiming coffee has had a drastic effect on him, making him extremely intelligent for as long as it's in his system. I believe Mort, being this small and having that much coffee, has had this crazy hypermetabolic effect that cranked him way past being hyper and basically acted as a drug unlocking his brain. I can't tell if this is just a more intelligent Mort or a new personality altogether, but smart Mort does claim he loves King Julian just as regular Mort does. It's soon revealed that the evil Carl guy set up the coffee to take over the kingdom with caffeine addiction. Smart Mort helps save the day, claiming normal Mort is barely competent. He convinces all of Carl's guards that they should be unsatisfied with their current healthcare plan and that he can help them form a union to negotiate. a working wage, and a retirement plan. I am not joking. This is like the culmination of every whack theory I've ever posted on this channel, and I'm made for this. Carl's workers turn on him, and Mort slowly degrades back and forth before becoming obsessed over the feat once again. The day is saved and Season 1 finishes, but the show is not nearly over, and my theories are truly just now beginning. In Season 2, Mort keeps being crazy and playing along with jokes, including when he spontaneously summons an organ out of thin air and says he won't explain how he did it. The second episode is one massive social commentary after another, and the third showcases Mort's creepiness when his voice deepens. It's so romantically disturbed. He brings out the blonde wig again and then tries to make a self-aware joke by saying, "Denial isn't just a river I heard about, apparently." He claims he's been in strange love before. Or is this a separate wig persona? We meet Clover's sister, Crimson, and she almost gets married to Julian, who objects and claims he's having an affair by loving his kingdom more than her, causing her to dip out and team up with Julian's uncle, who is trying to reclaim the throne. More later on that. But the reason for Mort's wig here? He's the flower girl of the wedding. He behaves differently, I swear. It's not the Mort we're used to. By episode 4, things start to get weird again when King Julian is given a pineapple and tricked into believing it contains the knowledge of all kings prior, after he rips apart the beach ball of baby lemurs and tells them to go home and atrophy like normal children. What? Mort gets jealous of the pineapple's closeness to Julian and dreams of mutilating it. His worries aren't baseless, as Julian claims to spoon the pineapple at night. Mort kidnaps the pineapple and ties it to a chair while putting on a villainous accent and stroking his tail like a villain would stroke its cat. This is almost certainly another persona. So now we've got Smart Mort, the Misery Mort, this Mort. I'll catalog it later. They all seem to share the same motivations, like Mort has influenced them, but at their core they are not our Mort. Mort hallucinates that the pineapple is sentient and mocking him. When approached about his kidnapping of the pineapple, his inner monologue panics, and then suddenly his face changes, and another Mort responds to the inner monologue, followed by another, and then one of them says, "I thought we were alone in here." They are now quite distinctly escalating the voices in his head from joke status to mystery status. To escape the confrontation, Mort spontaneously vomits excessively before regretting the sadness he's brought to Julian by kidnapping the pineapple. He tries returning it and evades some Fusa by tempting them with his little dance again. The sky gods perform a deus ex machina and strike down the Fusa with lightning, but Julian seemingly dies in the ensuing madness and appears in limbo where the pineapple some friggin' how proves itself to actually be sentient, unless this is just his subconscious. Just before he reawakens, Mort claims, "He looks so peaceful. I can have his body, right?" He says it in the creepiest possible alternate accent. Who is this now? Is it really Mort? Regardless of the pineapple's sapience, the episode ends when Mort crushes it with a sledgehammer. Next episode, he makes an intentionally creepy drawing of Julian, and to top it off, helps introduce money into the kingdom. He immediately becomes a loan shark who cons people within seconds. I'm not sure if his cleverness is him or another persona. He manipulates the entire population of the kingdom and creates devil deal contracts in which people sell him their souls or their babies. Again, this isn't my interpretation. This is all word for word in the show. He then promises Julian money if he sells his body to him by having Mort go on a date with his foot. What the f***? Everyone starts dying off because he hoards the money as a tycoon, culminating when Mort says game over and reveals he thought he was playing Monopoly the whole time. Next episode, Sage comes back and we see the huge hawk again, who he claims is his spirit animal. Other than that, there is still no evidence Sage has relations with the sky gods. In the 7th episode of Season 2, Mort claims he's always off in his own world before his eyes split apart. This is in an episode amongst rigorous political innuendo regarding Julian's ancestor, Julian the Terrible, who is later struck with lightning, presumably by the gods, before disintegrating. Crazy show. Episode 8, though, is top-tier disturbed when Mort is so desperate for Julian's love that he convinces him he's secretly been his son all along. Mort then pretends to be a baby and embraces it to the point that I think it might be yet another personality. It's uncanny and bizarre. When Julian asks Clover to be the mommy, she picks up Mort and his accent changes again when he calls her hard and bony. You guys were right. This show takes years off your life. I feel my soul just leeching away. This episode ends up doing crazy stuff, including a pageant Karen named Tammy, who hypnotized her infant son, but the moral of this episode is this. Mort is actually older than King Julian is. We knew this before, but I want more explanation of this, and I just know I'll be getting some eventually. This show overall feels like one of those episodic comedies, but the writers have an absolutely phenomenal respect for continuity, better than some dramas I've seen. This makes it easier and deliberate. Commendable. But then in episode 9, Mort inhales Julian's aged toenail clippings to track him like a bloodhound. You know, it's funny. Many times now I've made a joke when writing notes here, and then seconds later it happens in the episode. Just goes to show how off the wall this really is. It is as crazy as my craziest theories. Mort attacks the guy who kidnapped Julian in this episode and literally tears apart his face until he looks thrice his initial age. It can't even. In episode 10, Julian reaches down Mort's esophagus and pulls out a live butterfly and a skeletonized human arm. In the following episode, Mort is his usual chaotic self, but we also see a monkey from the USSR who crashed on Madagascar from outer space, and he's still alive. He then returns home where the USSR flags are still in full effect, meaning Madagascar might take place in the 80s. I need more before solidifying it though. In episode 12, Mort tries out to be Julian's rebound advisor after Maurice leaves. Mort pretends to be French, then sophisticated, and then really suggestive. He licks his finger and sizzles it on his buttock. Are these more personas? Well, the snazzy one wears the same wig as the Misery altar, so maybe? Hard to tell as he admits he's faking it. In Julian's time of need, the pineapple's ghost reappears to him. Still unclear whether it's an advisor from the heavens, Julian's conscience, or something to do with the sky gods. I don't know. In episode 13, Mort once again pulls the mommy-daddy card on the main characters. Weird perspective. Episode 14 is relentlessly rife with religious commentary when the existence of the sky gods is finally questioned. Suddenly, one of the gods appears, but it's just a robotic ploy by Carl to kill Julian, so they build a counter-robot and Mort attacks back. Will we ever learn the truth of the supernatural? This show's having an identity crisis and it thinks it is the leftovers. But, near the end, a massive cloud does fly down and immediately back up after raining and electrocuting, proving, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that these gods do exist. In episode 15, Mort becomes the face of Julian's new nightclub, Club Moist. He dances up on stage like a chick from the roaring 20s, singing about how Julian's feet make him weak, and everyone applauds Mort for being so moist. They rename him to Pork because he's tender, sweet, and smoky. He celebrates by raving about how he's a non-kosher meat. He tracks lemurs from all over the kingdom when he sings about bunions. This is another personality I dare you to pull it up on Netflix and watch for yourself. Mort wishes to be used. Words from his own mouth. In the season 2 finale, Julian thinks he's dying, so Mort keeps giving him sponge baths and rectal thermometers. Onward to season 3, but be warned, everybody, this is when things start to actually get weird.
Are you okay?
Literally nothing.
Yeah, this
Inappropriate
is
messages
good.
abound about
I
selling
can tell.
trolls and believers. The 2-part premiere follows everyone saving Julian.
Oh yeah,
again,
the
who's been
child
kidnapped
got
by
so
pirates this time.
tuckered out
As
that I
per the
kind of
usual,
took their
tracks
place
his conviction so
at this
intensely
point.
Julian's footprints. He organizes a battle.
I'm gonna lower down your volume so it won't be too loud.
Yeah. I muted us until you showed signs of being awake. So it wouldn't have
Did I say,
yeah.
did I say anything? So if that thing did anything wrong while I was asleep.
No, I'm pretty sure nothing happened other than your mic being weird at a couple times throughout the night. Picking up cars and stuff.
Good.
Yeah,
It's
nothing happened,
3:23
so
in the
don't worry.
morning. Usually I don't wake up at this time. Weird. Going back to sleep.
Well, thankfully, I am awake and I am able to talk to you in case something weird happens. Just know that if something weird does happen, just like, and you can't speak, just tap the microphone a couple times or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll figure out that something weird's happening and I'll pause whatever I'm watching. Because I'm listening to a thing while I'm doing art stuff. You're probably going to see the art in the one of the what's it called again? Oh no. He was having trouble and my arm is being weird again. Lovely. Can you function for 5 seconds, arm? No? Okay, no. That's a no.
Maybe the demon's weak at this time, I don't know.
I
But I
would not
know
be
for sure.
surprised.
I know for sure they're active when at 100% at 3 o'clock to 4. So I have to be careful right now.
Yep. I most certainly will, and thankfully, it seems like nothing really has gone wrong with this little one here. I haven't heard screams yet. They have been shaking a little bit in their sleep, but I think that might be something else. Maybe their headset is uncomfortable or something, I don't know.
For me, I'm not able to wear a headset very long.
I have slept in mine multiple times already.
Mm.
Okay, I'm imagining things right now because I watched this thing about what's it called again? Garfield and how horrifying the internet made him. Eeh. Oh my.
Garfield is a weird show, which is why I don't watch it no more.
Ah. I understand. Do you want to stay up until 4 or...
I'll try to go back to sleep as soon as my heart stops racing right now.
Do you want me to sing a little bit?
It's okay if you want to, but I don't know.
I mean, I think it's fine.
Well, I had a weird dream. Apparently, someone in a hospital.
Oh?
Yeah. All weird. I can't remember most of it.
Good. You don't
I
want
don't
to.
know.
I'm pretty sure you don't
I
want
just
to.
all I remember was giant spiders. Need to kill them. Broke glass, stole a gun. Was way smaller than my hand. Had to tell Sheriff there was an infestation of giant spiders.
I think that might have been it.
The what?
Okay, so if that thing can influence your dreams, guess what it did to you tonight?
Try to possess me.
No, it's trying to make you weaker mentally. By making you like mentally tired. By making you kill those spiders.
To be honest, I did not get a chance to kill one.
Even
Yet.
just running away from them would mentally exhaust some people. I know that from experience.
I know in the dream I was fighting against that in front of a bunch of people.
Oh.
That was a real weird feeling that
Do you know
president-like person.
Do you know who was
I don't
present?
know, but I don't know all the people around him. I know there was one government person, I think similar to a president, and news people. The building that the president made was weird. I had a feeling that it would explode and kill everyone if they were to destroy it.
Oh.
I told Mom, we need to get out of here. I told, Dad didn't want me, my little brother, and Mom to leave, but I told him the whole truth about him being aggressive, only wanting everything for himself.
There's a reason why you're envisioning him being more like the demon. I don't want to foreshadow anything more than that. I think you can piece together what the heck I'm trying to say. Demons don't only have one target after all. They can have multiple. And I think your brain has already figured out what the heck is going on with your dad.
Yeah, he's being greedy, only counting for himself right now.
And has
Being
that gotten worse
aggressive.
over time, or has it gotten better? That's my one and only question.
It's random.
Oh.
Sometimes he's nice, but he's been getting a lot more aggressive to Mom. Always making her do more work.
This is always...
Go do this, go do that.
Yes, or just ordering her around.
Yeah.
I've seen this before. And, I'm not going to say anything further. You'll figure out what the heck's going to happen whenever it happens. It's not supernatural in any sense, by the way. It's a normal human thing.
I know he's angry at God right now. And blaming everything on him when God did nothing wrong. And he blamed everything on God for my little brother's condition, and it's not really God's fault.
Technically, if we're going to blame anything, it's genetics.
Yeah.
It's just a bad mix of things that just happened to be put together. I mean, God may have created the first of us, but the rest of it is all on us at this point. And as we keep multiplying, things just happen. I mean, yes, God can influence that stuff, but they don't really like to have too much of a hand in what happens with this sort of stuff anymore, it seems.
Yeah.
It's just simply too many of us. Not to mention, this might not even be the only planet they have to focus on. Think about splitting your attention across a galaxy or an entire universe.
Yeah. I think I
Sometimes.
may have
Mm.
inspired the creation of Galaxy because of
Most certainly.
God.
Oh, most certainly. I
Is
could
God
see that.
is,
I could see that very much in Galaxy. The
yeah,
kindness.
God's a watcher. God's kind, but he will be aggressive when he needs to be.
Kind but
Which
stern.
Galaxy does that. God loves children and so does Galaxy. And so does Jesus. But technically Jesus is God. Because when Paul, don't know if it was Paul, I'll just say Paul until then. Paul asked, let us see God, and Jesus says, don't you see him? I am him. If you see me, you see God. And I know Jesus is God in the flesh.
Yep. A earthly incarnation of God. I am getting shivers.
Yep.
Yay.
Cold or warm.
Pins and needles. Different.
Pins and needle.
It's not cold or warm. It's
Maybe.
pins and needles.
Maybe. I don't really know, but from my guess, it may be that demon trying to get to you.
Maybe.
If
You
it
did
is,
say it was one of those dream ones, right?
I don't know.
Those usually make me feel numb when they try to do something. That's how I could tell last night that they tried to do something, but I know that they couldn't do anything because guess what? We can lucid dream. Eeh. Also, even if we
Oh yeah,
don't
in the
change the nightmare, we're not traumatized by that garbage anymore.
yeah, apparently only times I got scared and traumatized is I hurt Mom with a pencil by stabbing her. And the other one, which was I accidentally killed my little brother. The dream. That's yelling.
I've had several dreams where people I know, and and I have a weird thing where I can see faces in dreams. Most people can't do that. I could, even at a very young age. So, when I looked at everyone's faces as they either died or fell off a cliff and disappeared into the void, their faces were fixed in a position where it looked like they were in true terror. My dreams are like reality. It's impossible to discern my dream from what real life is if you only look at the background.
Oh yeah, I don't know if that demon put this in my dream, but apparently when I was at the hospital in the dream, I accidentally uncovered a toad skin, and it had holes in it. Almost like trypophobia. But for some
Tryptophobia.
reason I was not afraid of it.
Tryptophobia? Okay, yeah, I can... Okay. I mean, you don't have to be. It's just frog skin.
Frog skin with holes on every
Yeah,
part of it.
that happens sometimes whenever you skin frogs or toads like that. Their warty parts get awkward to deal with, and it just ends up getting turned into holes. If you don't know how to skin it right, that's what happens. So no, that would be a relatively normal thing if whoever did it wasn't clean enough in the process of skinning it. So yeah, I don't think you have to worry much about that. Much. Seems you didn't know about that.
Oh yeah, the other thing was in the with the toad was, you know, the jackalope. The
Yep.
jackalope.
The bunny with deer
Jack-o'-rabbit or
horns.
jackalope. Yeah. Apparently there was a stuffed one there.
Oh?
That was there, and I think there was another one. Couldn't
You
see the
sure it
background
was a
very well.
jackalope?
Yes.
Did you
I
get a look
seen a
of its
rabbit
face?
with horns.
Did you get a look at its face?
No. I
How...
couldn't. I only
Hmm.
seen the shape. It was a jackalope.
I'm going to tell you this one thing, and don't freak out, please. I think that might not have been a jackalope. That might have been your demon.
Yeah.
You know
But what
what
I did was
I smell it again. Okay.
try to cover it.
Yeah, no.
I
Listen before it tries to do something to me. It might be a windy boy.
What does that mean?
I'm not allowed to say
A
their
wind
name.
element?
No. You know those giant rotting sacks of flesh that look kind of like a jackalope, but are monstrous beings that are cannibals?
To be honest, no, I might have to go on Google and search it.
Okay, I'll just do this. Put those two words together without saying it out loud. That's your demon. Lovely. I knew it was a dream demon, but I didn't know it would be this bad. Also, smelling rotten flesh in their presence is very common.
I didn't know they can be
Oh, they are spiritual.
spirit.
They are spiritual, very much so. They're not physical. They can do physical things, like, let's just say they can hurt you physically. But in general, they don't really do much in terms of physical stuff, except for try to freak you out. But in dreams are where they thrive.
So that's why God wasn't letting me have dreams very lately.
Exactly. It'll only let you have
Ever
dreams
since
it chooses.
apparently ever since I was a child, I never had a dream. Only dreams I had was either I have to sleep on the second time or third before I can get a dream.
Oh.
It is very rare for me to see a dream.
For me, it's quite opposite. I have a dream almost every night, if not more than one. They last for hours. That's probably why I can lucid dream so well. Just became instinctual after a while. Can't really explain how to do it well. All I could say is, whenever you're dreaming, stop for a moment and think about what you're doing. And then see if you could change something. Like, I don't know. Like, picking up a lantern or something like that. Making a light.
That's gonna be a problem because I don't really think inside a dream because it's always random. I'm not able to control.
No, it
what I
always is
say or
random at the
do
start.
yet.
You can't control where you start. You can control where you end. That's the point. This is why I portal hop, by the way. It's very similar to how I lucid dream. So you start in a random spot. Like, I don't know, the daycare. Public one. Then you start portal hopping. You go place to place to place. Until eventually, you end up at the place you wanted to go. Which could be, I don't know, parts and service or something like that. And then eventually, you go to places that are so different, like Light Test or something like that, well, the original dream does not resemble what the end point, is. And that's basically what lucid dreaming is. You just start from one place, and then go to the next. And then eventually, you don't have to worry about the start, because the start just faded away. Do you want to try to go to sleep now?
Yeah, it's 3:49 since my heart finally slowed down. Well, I forgot my ribs were out. Man,
Well,
I didn't like them anyway.
I'm gonna tell Arson about what type of demon it probably is, because I'm pretty sure it's that one now. After getting all this information from you over the past couple days. Also the rotten smell I've been smelling occasionally while talking to you. After talking about it.
Yeah.
Is tipping me off
I
hard.
heard those type of creatures can't really die.
No, they can't. And they're very vengeful.
What does that mean?
Oh, they'll come back for
Vengeful.
more. They'll come back for more.
Yeah.
Persistent is what I should say.
So basically a demon that never gives up.
Yeah. Now, after being kicked out, they'll probably come back. They're one of those. And since it's probably been tethered to you for quite a long time, I would not be surprised if it came crawling back after being dormant for a while.
I'll be right back. I have to put the ribs in the kitchen.
Yep. Might want to do that. The little one's arm tracking decided to say no. Lovely. Sometimes they never end. Sometimes it's used to taunt you. But after summer days, one can see the same. Rises the moon. Days fade into a watercolor blue. Memories swim and hold you. But under the lake, shimmering like smoke, rises the moon. Oh, close your weary eyes. I promise you that soon the autumn comes to darken fading summer skies. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Days for your autumn's like a sinking ship. Floating is getting harder. Onto the water child, and on that meanwhile rises the moon. Days just like a citadel, uprooted from its garden. I'll tell you what you want, about the weave and so rises the moon. You'll be visited by sea. I promise you that soon the autumn comes to steal away those dreamless dreams.
Oh yeah, I found out. Mom lied about what the ribs were. They weren't beef. My tongue was telling the truth. It was pork.
Ah, well, that makes sense. Your stomach got upset after eating the ribs, huh? Why did they lie about
Yeah,
why did they
I
lie
could-
about it?
I don't know. She said it was beef ribs. But when I went to the trash can to check, apparently it was pork ribs.
Well, then you have to tell her that it actually makes her stomach upset even though she lied to you about it and you didn't even know. It's not a you don't like the food reaction, it's a your body doesn't like it reaction. There's a difference.
I tried telling her, but she's stubborn. She won't listen.
Don't trust her
I
whenever she
think
says ribs are beef anymore. Actually, I wouldn't trust her with your food in general. To be brutally honest.
I know, but she's the only one in the house that can cook.
Do you
Every
want to
time I
learn?
cook, yeah,
I could probably walk you through some stuff.
Dad's awake. Don't know what he's doing, so we have to be very quiet.
I know. I could hear him in the background.
Oh.
I can hear him very clearly. He's moaning.
Mhm. Yeah, probably in pain from what my dad has.
Is it a disease or...
They were helping me get to sleep, Dad. They managed to make me fall asleep.
Yeah.
They're checking on me while I sleep. No, you.
I mute myself whenever they're asleep. I only noticed them waking up like a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, my dad already left.
Eh. To be quite honest, I might end up doing this throughout the week. But during the weekend, I'm going to have to reset my sleep schedule again. Which means Friday, I'm sleeping early. Yay! And I'm sleeping for 12 hours straight. Again. Oh, this is going to be a fun Friday. Oh well. Leo seems fine.
And yesterday when I asked Reggie if he knows my little brother's name, apparently he says he doesn't know, so I knew that thing was trying to get to me yesterday
Yeah.
through Reggie.
Yeah, at the very least, it was...
At least I know what wants me. It wants my soul, and I'm not giving it to him. It's God's soul, not his. It belongs to God, to be honest.
It's your soul to give to God. And that's your true desire. You don't want to give it to some filthy demon. Yeah, I said it. I'm being slightly aggressive right now. I don't like demons.
For some reason, I'm laughing.
Yep.
I know the demon's probably angry at you for
Oh,
calling
yeah.
it filthy.
Oh, yeah, there's a rotting smell again. Yay.
Well, it's going after you now.
I don't care. I'm staying
I
up
hope
all
God.
night. So suck it.
To be honest, I think it's funny that demons get upset so easily.
Oh, it is very funny. You want to know what original Gremlin did?
What?
Pissed off a demon so much that we were able to trap it in our head. Ha! Their pride is what makes them do that. Ironic when our newest main personality is now called Pride.
Dad, please be quiet. I'm not even playing with myself. I can hear you complaining. Like I said, they're helping me.
Exactly.
Yes, they are.
You
No, I
can...
don't. You're a liar.
Well, it's 4.
There it comes again.
It's 4. So...
You know what I mean.
It will be a little bit less aggressive now.
I hope so. I think the demon's going inside Dad and using him against me. But oh well, God won't.
I don't think it's a problem. As long as he doesn't physically
Meh.
hurt you, it's not a problem. You can choose to not listen. Do you have headphones or earbuds? You can put those in your ears, and then I can still hear what he's mumbling. In case something does happen.
No, Dad.
The demon probably doesn't like to do
My
stuff
head.
to me since I record so much.
At least we know what type of demon it is.
Yeah, at least something that is incredibly similar to that. If you see any more signs like that in your dream, though, tell me. Then we can practically confirm if it is or not.
Okay.
Because they're very animalistic. They are more nature-based than most other demons, so you will find weird settings that they'll put you in. Like maybe in a big, dense forest with dead trees, something similar to that. Shrouded in fog.
Yeah, I suggest you not take any more of that, Dad. 'Cause it's been making you worse, to be honest.
If they're
Let me connect my new earbuds.
Yeah. If they're overdosing on medication, yeah, I would suggest they stop before it gets worse.
No, the penicillin Dad took ended up making this happen to him.
Ah.
I think you heard what Dad said.
Mm.
What caused the problem?
Yeah, and apparently the doctor does not want to help, I know.
Exactly. It's bad medication. It's probably expired. And people don't know that those things expire. Some doctors don't even know that those medications expire. Probably gave you bad medication. Not only that, they could have misdiagnosed the whole thing and it messed up from there. Not everyone's perfect.
I'm putting your earbuds on. I'm gonna take the old ones off. Cause yesterday I felt feeling that. No, don't connect them. Don't connect to them.
What was that?
Yesterday it said transparency on, and I heard some weird Japanese language. I think it was hot. And these were earbuds that my friend found that I had to use until I got these right now.
No, I mean, I heard a whisper while you were talking. It was pretty loud. I got it on recording. I'll be able to go back and do like an audio filter of it or something.
I swear if it's that demon.
The audio quality of your current microphone though is pretty bad.
Might be that filter I put on it. I might take off the filter.
Yeah, you need to take off the filter. It's making it fuzzy. That's how I could describe it.
Let me go to settings. Let's see. Voice. Equal connectivity. Wait, this is like I have a, let me check.
Oh.
I don't know.
There it goes. Your voice is very clear.
Well, dang it, my earbud cut off. Let me go connect it again.
Oh.
I connected it again.
Your audio quality got incredibly crisp after you unplugged your earbuds.
I don't know if the earbuds have a mic on it or not.
I think they do. It doesn't have a little what's it? A volume up down thing.
I don't know. All I
It's
could
on the
see on
wire.
the out.
It's on the wire. It looks like a little
No,
pillbox.
These are wireless. Be careful, Dad.
Yeah, be careful. Don't get hurt.
All I could see on the head. Well, took a picture and saw.
Mm.
And I accidentally closed off Discord.
I mean,
Somebody's legit crying for help right now.
why is the video playing again?
I literally think someone's getting attacked in that asylum.
What's up, guys? It's Sam and Colby.
Maybe I could take a picture while it's flashing.
The video decided to start playing again. I'm entering a...
I'm gonna take a picture. No. Only reason I woke up was because I needed the bathroom. That was racing.
It's so hard to vlog
We actually will talk to you guys as well. So, okay, we're gonna get try to be more. Let's get started.
Nessus may trespassing. Government property trespassers will be prosecuted, so I think we're in the right place.
Polar stinking savage, boy.
Exactly, I tried.
Anytime we talk from now on, we could be arrested.
And isn't that like a federal offense too?
I need to figure out a different version of that song.
It's a big time rush.
I'm going to do a different version of that song.
People that got admitted
Maybe.
here that we weren't technically insane, like blind people, deaf people, just a bunch of people so it became overcrowded.
I sent it to you.
Okay. I will check it out when I get the opportunity to. I gotta sit back down.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard Dad. He wants me to go to work, but it's only 4:10. I don't go to work until 8 o'clock.
No, that thing already has a built-in thing. Turn them upside. Whenever you put the earbud in, make sure the pointy part is facing your mouth.
What's this?
It'll allow me to hear you better.
No, I'm not going to take my pills. No. No. I can't take pills right now. It's not 6 yet. Yeah. Because every time I take mine late, it messes me up.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest doing that early. Keep yourself on a schedule.
I hope that makes my tongue feel better not taking that damn pill.
Yeah, I suggest you not take them, Dad.
I am cute, I am shit, and all I've done is clean since I took it. It's been 2 days.
Yeah, I know. Things beeping, I don't know why.
What's beeping?
Oh, I must have died because it's not wanting to work right now. Bottom over at Ollie's Follies. No package was $7.99, but it's now only $7. What the heck is Ollie's Follies?
No idea.
since my headphones don't want to work, and technically I'm not supposed to be on the phone right now, but
Yeah.
no.
Well, you want to try to get some sleep? Since the worst of it would
Yeah.
be over at this point.
Keep my phone plugged in. I don't care about the earbuds.
Well, if anything happens, you know, I'll catch it on recording. So it
Can
should
you
be
not
fine.
be stubborn today, phone? I know you're being stubborn. Keeps cutting on and off.
Oh, it's fine. I can hear you clearly from my end, so if something happens, I'll know.
Why is it turning off every time I try touching it?
It just does that?
No,
Also,
it's not normal for it to do that.
negative energy, maybe.
I'm
Actually,
just gonna say this out loud, I don't care anymore. I shred him, and if you're in my phone, you better get out. So I don't like it when you mess with my stuff.
yeah, you go, girl. You go. Be just as vicious to it as it is to you.
Finally, it's gone away. After a minute.
Oh, okay. And I guess it's fine then. I am... Whenever you decide to... Yeah, I'll shut up now. I'll mute myself.
For some reason, you're very low. That voice.
Well, I'm doing that on purpose. I'm trying to be quieter.
Okay. Oh. Trying to move at the same time while I put my phone somewhere without moving the cord. Because the cord's like, F you, I don't want to charge your phone if I move.
Yeah, I could...
Even though it's a brand new cord. What's that? Yeah, the beef jerky. Yeah, my bed's a pigsty.
You know what?
But I like it that way. Feels a lot more comfortable than actual clean room. For some reason. I'm just To let you know if you're talking, I think your mic's off.
Yeah, I turned it off. I'm trying to be quieter.
Yeah, to be honest, you're way too quiet because I can barely even hear you.
Ah. Is this better?
Somewhat low.
Something must be trying to block me out if you can't really hear me well. I am talking in my normal voice right now.
I'll leave Discord and I'll come back.
No, I think it's fine. I think it's just a thing with your phone right now.
Swear it's doing it again.
Mm.
I told you, get out.
It's trying
I'm
to
not-
prevent you from having help. Because it knows that I am a bitch. And I will be bitchy to it. And I'm not one to be very scared of that thing.
To be honest, I'm not in a very good mood. Because I'd rather stay with friends than be attacked by a stupid demon.
Basically, its presence already pisses me off mentally. So having me around is probably going to be more like fuel to the fire, to be quite honest. But I don't care. It can go suck an egg for all I care.
I barely touched my phone, and it's just going black. When I have my hand away, it has the phone on. When I have my hand above it, it goes black.
Yeah, it's trying to prevent you from being able to fiddle with your phone to fix this problem.
Yeah. Now it's done me. Let me quickly do this.
I'm gonna burn my house down until Hi.
Oh.
Welcome.
Now it's fixed.
Yay. Yeah, supernatural entities know what electronics are. They know when you're communicating with someone. Seems like their response to me is try to get me to feel sick. Nauseousness does not work on me, motherfucker.
Has the angels that God commanded help you ever since that day?
I think they're trying right now, but I don't think it really matters since I can somewhat handle it on my own anyways. It's not like it's an issue. Seems like it's trying to attack me to send a message to everyone else that tries to help, but I don't think it's working.
I know you're strong enough to deal with it.
As long as it doesn't try anything stupid, I can handle it. If it tries something stupid, though, I honestly don't know. And by stupid, I mean attempt to possess me. I may act weird for a couple days, but after a couple days, I'll return to normal. It's usually how it goes. Oh yeah, I'm drawing something. You guys will probably see it later.
I do not know why, but I have a feeling that Dark Knight was made by that demon
You know
for
what?
some reason.
I would not be surprised.
The stubbornness in Dark Knight. Him willing to eat anything.
Stubbornness, animalistic traits.
Yeah. Murderous. He's willing to attack anyone.
Yeah.
I would say we'll get rid of that character, but I can't. 'Cause technically, Galaxy is Light and Dark Knight combined.
Exactly. You cannot have light without darkness. Nor can
Yeah.
darkness be without light. They're intertwined in full for all eternity, and they will never be separated ever again.
Until God separates it one day.
If they even choose to, but the moment they do, everything will just be void. It won't even be real life anymore, it'll just be a blank, endless, gray.
Well, in heaven, it's counted as a cube. A cube so big that a human is just a speck of dust compared to it. Not a speck of dust, something smaller than a speck of dust. An atom compared to it.
Yeah, that would be very similar to what that would be.
I think it's over 1,000 footlongs. I can't remember. I'll have to go back to the Bible and search that up.
But yeah,
When
it's
Mario
pretty
died,
similar.
yeah, that demon's trying to attack me by making my heart stressed.
Well, you know what's happening.
Trying to get me away from you.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do that.
There's a reason why it's not really, it hasn't really done anything to me yet. It knows what I can do, probably.
I'm not gonna leave y'all because technically y'all like siblings. Leo is the child that I'll protect. I'm like a sister to her in my sense. You and Austin are like big sisters to me.
Exactly.
Or big siblings. Well, technically, now that you did encourage the child to be more childish, technically to her, you're more of a mother to her.
Yeah, I give that
Maybe
feeling to many people, to be quite honest. It's either that or a fatherly vibe. I don't know why. I'm not that surprised that you feel that from me, though. Well, at least from Mr. Depression.
Depresso espresso.
Yep. Depression is the motherly one, or fatherly one, whichever one you choose to believe they are. They don't know what the heck they are. I don't know what the heck they are. No one in this body has a gender preference. Let's just put it that way.
I know the child is a female because she was like me, but I said no. Technically, she has no gender, but I know she's a female.
They act too, female or something like that.
Yeah. That's what she says. She loves being a female. She gets more attention when she's like that.
I can understand that. Well, just know none of us have a gender preference. And we don't really care what people call us either. We will get offended if someone thinks we are a certain gender and they have romantic feelings for it for us because they think we're that certain gender, though. That's the only thing that will be offended by it.
To be honest, I'm not gonna do that to y'all.
Yeah.
The only one I do that to was that guy that was in a Moondrop Avatar, but I don't do that anymore. Because that romantic feeling was technically an accident.
Yeah.
What time is it? 4:32.
Yep.
Meh.
It's way past the time they would be very active.
To be honest, one thing I do not have that you have is basically able to smell spirits.
Well, it's just a thing that happens. It's my sense of smell has always been incredibly sharp to everything else that's not my body. So, I can't smell my own scent, but I can smell everything else rather perfectly. So, if there's even a subtle change in the smell of the room, like, I don't know, maybe a faint whiff of something that died in here recently or something like that, I'll be able to smell it immediately. I can even smell sickness. I told my mom a couple days ago that she was sick. Didn't believe me. Told her at the time I could smell that you're sick. Still didn't believe me. She got worse. She's definitely sick. Yeah, it's like that, but instead of it being just a sickness, it's you know,
Happens to spirits.
spirit, yeah.
Technically, all I can do with spirits is I can sense them. but I have a feeling I've been in an area of too much demons recently because
It's
I've
not
been
just
getting way too
demons.
much rest.
Any kind of spirit hanging around you will up your sensitivity by quite a bit. And over time, they'll reveal themselves, and eventually... Sorry, I thought I saw something. I did not. Unless that was not a trick of the light. And I did indeed see something slink into the shadows of my room. But oh well. I am well enough to laugh this off. I hope it either goes away for you or it changes targets to someone like me, who has a good idea of what the hell's going on and has connections to people that can indeed surely help get rid of it for good.
To be honest, I'm not supposed to say this, but I hope it's stupid enough to go to you.
I honestly hope it is too. I'm going to continue pissing it off. Because the new Eclipse personality keeps goading me on to piss it off. And I am listening like an idiot. Because they are vengeful. I know this much.
Yeah, that demon, this is way before I met y'all. Apparently I did have a quick, tiny phantom glance of Satan in the middle of the living room.
Oh.
And that was way before I met y'all. Or even had VR chat.
I mean, it might have been that, or it might have been something that was mimicking Satan, which could be very possible.
Yeah. I have a feeling it might be that thing that I'm stuck with. Until we...
Similar anyways.
Yeah. No wonder why I'm scared of Alistair. He reminds me of the Randy.
Exactly. See? Even your mind is saying, hell nah.
Somehow I feel...
Subconsciously, you know what it is.
Somehow I'm okay with Alistair. But technically I used to be afraid of him. But technically I am. It's very confusing.
It's a will they, won't they whole relationship with that one. Will it be scary enough, or won't it be scary enough? That is the question. I'm making my own versions of Sun, Moon, and me.
Oh yeah,
right now. All of us on puppet strings.
I might send a picture of the one I keep on calling Cutie of the timeline I made.
Oh.
The one that I called Kit Swift.
Oh.
To be honest, I still count him as a cutie. So he looks like a child. Cute little child. I think
nice.
Let me check. Because I think all the things got backed up with this one. I'm not putting in Roblox because I don't want anyone else to see it. you are recording this, when you get on Discord, make sure to cut it out for me, please.
Oh no, it won't record Discord. It only records my VR chat right now.
Okay, good.
I have made it so that it doesn't record Discord right now. The only episode that my Discord is recorded is the one that we did yesterday. And I can private that video since nothing happened.
The Luke and my dragon and Dragon Adventures, a whip-off thing of Fruit Loops only giving me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 greens, but the rest are oranges. Bible verses, different places.
The child had snored. Yay. She's probably gonna watch this video and be creeped out that I'm watching over them like a... Yeah, I don't care anymore. I am very creepy when I watch over people when they sleep.
Oh
Never
yeah,
mind.
I just send you this because it's freaking funny.
You know what? I covered them in pillows. I think it's fine. As I said, whenever I see someone that I know
Just watch it.
in a world.
Just watch the video.
Oh my.
You see why.
One eye open when I'm sleeping. One eye open when
Oh my. Moon just freaks out.
Yeah, freaks out after a shower, keeps her eyes open while sleeping. Apparently my mom does that because she doesn't trust the outside world right now.
I wouldn't trust the outside world right now either.
Where is it? Oh yeah, it's at the
Brutally
bottom.
honest.
Pog, fog, brother, flower, Wayne. Where's my brother? Wolf. Cloud that looks like Jesus. My ex-boyfriend, which don't know why I have that there. Fly. Well, I know it's here somewhere. That's words, birds, search, I found. More search, news. Dang it, I didn't back it up. Darn, let me get on my other phone if it's still online. Yeah, I need to unplug this and transfer the thing to the other phone. Or I can use Discord on the Uno on this one.
Yeah, be careful when transferring though, it sometimes glitches out.
Come on, I know you're able to work while charging. Well, this one wants to be an ass and don't want to charge while working. Eh.
Either that or something's wrong with your,
Old
thing.
phone.
Yeah, if it's an old phone, yeah, it will have problems. Oh. Child snoring again. Lovely.
Why the heck are my earbuds still on? Don't know why.
It's being difficult. That's what that is.
The headphone lights are red, while the one at the bottom is blue. Meh. Ugh. Ah, boy.
Oh. Did you blind yourself?
Too? Yeah. My phone's being way too bright. Come on, lower down the lights so it can...
Yeah, just
Yeah.
dim it a bit.
I'll just... Let's see. I think yesterday... Not yesterday, day before yesterday. When the angels tried to possess you, but you didn't want to possess... Didn't want to be possessed that day.
Yeah. I was not in my right state of mind. None of us were.
I think they were trying to warn us about that demon.
I think so too. But I was having none of it that day. And, well... things happened.
Down. For real, why are you making me hungry? It's not even lunchtime yet.
Well, that's because you're awake and... it knows that your body can be manipulated in such a way where it can, make you hungry.
You know, demon, I will eat this pepper seasoned jerky and make you suffer. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Did the hunger go away?
Yep.
It doesn't like beef. Lovely.
So that's the reason why I love eating beef. Trying to keep it away. Never knew that. No wonder why God wanted me to eat beef more. Why are you not... Oh, I'll have to manually scroll down. Geki the gecko.
I just finished the picture. I can send it to you in Discord.
You can, but I'm trying to get... Why are some of these photos pure gray?
I don't know. Why would I know?
Oh. Just takes a while for it to load. I'll go all the way down. Meme. Why do I have give me your balls meme?
Oh my
What the
god.
heck?
That is Raboot's influence right there.
Welcome to Evergreen. How are you, boys? If you wanna go around, give us your ball.
Oh my god. Wait, no, that is German Sun. That is German Sun. I don't care what they're going to say to me. That is German Sun. They're the only ones that sing that song. Posting it in Roblox. Everyone can see this, I don't care.
You'll end up blocking it out anyway.
What's going on? Can someone tell me please? Channels on TV, I'm black and I'm white, or something is. Oh, I forgot I took photos of the cats. I can send them in.
Kitties!
I'm sending cat photos, I don't care.
Yeah, technically I'm not supposed to be friends with y'all, but technically God let me be friends with y'all. Probably because of my safety. It's weird.
Here's a new thing.
Mariah, you dumb phone, you dumb phone. Well, not dumb phone, it's dumb demon. Cause I know that demon's trying to stop me right now.
I don't think they'd hate the photo I drew, though. Or the thing I drew, though. Took me like 30 minutes to draw all of it. Oh, no, oh. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait.
Wait.
Wait. I just realized something. As a child in middle school, I may have let it in with that pentagram I put on that paper and burned it.
Hi. They woke up. They're awake right now. I'm talking to the other one via telepathy. I gotta. I don't know. I think it died. Oh, there it goes. Lovely. I sent pictures in Discord of cats and the thing I drew because I was bored. Yee.
I swear you better have not removed it. Dumb thing.
Give me a moment. I gotta. Both of you, give me a moment. I got to take off my headset, put it back on. My hair got messed up bad.
Oh, there it is. But I don't know why it's sitting on cloud. Don't you dare. Get out of here.
Okay. So if you're looking at the Discord, the black cat with the green eyes, they are called Snow. They're the sweetest little boy you could ever have. They act like a they act like a dog.
Cat with
They act like a dog. Yeah,
Wait, was that Leo?
Yeah, they can join the Discord if they want. Yeah, you can join the Discord if you want. You just have to mute yourself when you go to sleep.
Okay.
And then I'll unmute you in the game. So then I can hear if anything's weird's happening.
Let me go back to my phone and check it again.
And then the one with the white stuff on his face and the blackish brownish fur is Beethoven. He's a lover boy.
Not able to take it, so I have to. Huh?
And then the tabby looking one is called Lucy. She is the jealous. She's the jealous she's incredibly jealous of the other two. So the moment they give me attention, she wants all of it. It's quite funny watching that stuff happen. And then below all that, I posted the thing I drew. In 30 minutes.
So eclipse, sun and moon.
That is me. Not only am I being puppeteered by strings, but I'm puppeteering everyone else by strings. Yay! This is what's going to happen in the future, I swear to God.
So see, little bugger. Found.
Hey, I already did it to that one son that came to our universe. I strung them along on a puppet string and they didn't even know it. Hey, not only that, I sent them off in the most painful possible way they could have been sent off. My goodness. I am stuck here, child. I can't resist your booping of the nose. You know this. You know this, and you're still going to do it. Are you... Okay. Are you going to try to go to sleep? Or are you just going to stay up for the rest of the time, since it's... like you'd have only a couple hours till you need to get up again anyways.
Yeah, same.
Snow's a sweetheart.
I had to go to my phone and transfer it from that phone to the other. Darn. It doesn't want to have downloads.
Ah.
I didn't get any nightmare.
Yeah, you sounded like you did for a second, but then I realized it's probably nothing. Because you're twitching a little bit and making soft noises. Hey, it's all on recording.
Yeah.
You'll figure out what I mean whenever you... if you want to watch that.
I'm just like that. I tend to sleep like turn a lot and more likely twitch.
No, your head stayed relatively in the same spot. It just kind of moved side to side a little bit and then stopped.
Yeah. Yeah. And after that, I turn all the way over here.
Oh, lovely. And in this video, I'm going to have the audio of so many theory videos, it's not even going to be funny.
Okay.
It's not going to be funny. Either that or analysis videos on series I know about. This is going to be quite interesting. You're going to hear about how Garfield turned into an abomination. Yeah. Look up
There goes
Gorefield
my
at your own risk.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
My
So I have a
phone
feeling that
fucking yelled
may
at me. It's
trigger the
5
demon
freaking
back
a.m.
into
now.
me.
It is 5 a.m.
Yep.
I have not slept a wink all night.
Stop
Hi.
trying to make me think about that, you
Yeah, I
stupid
kinda know.
demon.
Think about what?
What Garfield will look like. Just trying to make me have the urge to want to search it up, and I know I should not do
Let
that
me
because I
satisfy
know
your curiosity for you. It is a eldritch abomination. Don't look it up. Think about Cthulhu, and that's pretty much what it is.
So basically, that octopus humanoid thing that lives in the octopus,
Yes.
that lives in the ocean.
And one of the versions of that thing is that. But Garfield.
I know you're trying to stop me, stupid demon, but I'm not going to give up. I will send it to my account. Yeah, currently my dad thinks I'm crazy right now.
5:30. I'm gonna get off. So yeah.
But meh.
Yeah, I get it. Because you'll have to go to school, right?
Not school, work.
No, I know. I'm talking to two people right now, so you know.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I know you have to go to work, and you have to go to school.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you'll be off at in about 30 minutes, and then you will. When will you be off?
Around 6:30 to 6. No, 6:30. No, sorry, my brain's being stupid today.
Think about it for a minute.
I have to leave around 7:30.
Okay, so you want to be off of an hour before that, so 6:30 to 7.
Yeah. It's 7:30 to 8.
Okay. Yeah, I'll still stay on, and I'll be awake. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep.
Okay.
I smelled it in my room
I don't know
twice.
what.
So
I don't know
I'm.
what's going on with my leggies.
Did you smell roses?
It
Come
smells
by?
pleasant now. It smelled like rotting flesh and the smell hit me twice. So I'm pretty sure it was in my room
gonna
at
go
one
up.
point. But it's gone now. I think we figured out what type of demon it might be. It got pissed
We're
off
not gonna
whenever
say home.
yeah, don't say it. Like, we can't say its name. I gave a
All we
hint
can say is Vindy.
in the Roblox server above the cat pictures. Don't
Just
say
do
that
not
out
say
loud.
it. Do not say it out loud because it'll piss it off.
No, it won't piss it off. It'll attract another one. That's how it works.
Yeah, my brain's saying it, but meh.
Demon didn't give me any nightmares, and I'm happy.
Oh, that's probably because I stayed up all night. And I know how to deal with this bullshit.
It keeps on saying Vindy in my mind and the other word at the same time. And
No, I couldn't get nightmares
technically
if I
that doesn't spawn them unless you say it out of your mouth.
Oh.
So I'm fine right now, I think.
I think you're fine. Just don't say it out loud. Yeah. They're thinking of the word. That's what's going on right now, basically. You can join the Discord call if you want. No one's asleep.
Yeah, you can, but I'll have to go back to sleep in a few minutes. I just had to get this photo and download it with the save image. Image saved.
For a second.
No, it's fine.
I'll send it to you because I don't want it going public.
Yeah, no, that's
yet.
fine.
This is basically a story character. He will never be in the game. He will not. If he was a game character, I would change his character completely. Yeah, and don't look at the quest part because apparently I was stupid back then. Rather stupid. Ow. To be honest, I need to fix that heart to be more phasey, not like that.
That's a pretty good drawing, though.
Yeah, but technically the body was not mine. That was traced, except for the tail. The tail was hard to do.
It still looks good, though.
Yeah, unlike Kit Swift Gaster. Oh, against him. I don't know why I liked that thing back then.
What, the Gaster Blaster?
No, the Kit Swift Gaster I made. Apparently a scientist that likes torturing his experiments.
Oh. You
And
know
his
what? That
tail
sounds similar to what might happen in our thing. Wait. Did you have foreshadowing before you even knew us?
Wait, what?
Did you have
How the heck?
Did you have foreshadowing before you knew us?
This was way before I even met y'all.
I know. Future foreshadowing just happens. Oh yeah, I got a Mort theory on the TV. If you want it played, you can do that. It's how Mort is an eldritch god.
No. No.
No, it's proven in the show. It's proven in the show. This is not a what if scenario. This is it is. They're just trying to figure out what eldritch god it is. Did my foot seriously just rip open my blanket?
How dare you?
I think I tore my blanket open again.
I'm sorry, but I have to lower it down.
I have a problem. My blanket might be in tatters by the end of this week. Yay.
Is it like a, let's say, woven hospital bed blanket, almost like the...
It's a thick fur blanket.
Oof. If I can teach you how to fix those.
I just knocked over a cup, but it had no water in it, so I'm fine. I drank it all.
I'm gonna look through my art.
Why the heck is home on? To control devices this phone, set up your home in the Google Home app. Download Minecraft Java Kit. What the? Oh, it's just a screenshot, not the payoff thing. Cause Apparently, I want to get Minecraft Java Edition when I get my computer.
Oh, if you want that, you're gonna have to get the Xbox app on your computer.
Yeah.
I also have Minecraft. I also got Xbox. So it's kind of Xbox is free, but Minecraft isn't.
I do have
Yeah.
Minecraft on my phone.
Hi. I feel much more pleasant right now. I don't know why. I just feel
So,
like it's not around anymore. I get
Leo, the
aggressive around
child.
demons, by the way.
Yeah, I could see that.
The demon is not around. Yeah.
Your audio is being bad right now in Discord.
The one childish personality to y'all's childish personality, Leo. My childish personality is saying hello to your childish personality.
Faye's just sleepy boy.
Is my phone good enough to charge me to
The reason why my audio was bad because I was talking very low because that's how I am.
It's at 12%. Meh.
I mean, I don't think it's just because of that. It was also fuzzy.
Yeah, I also had to
It's
put
way fuzzier than on the
block.
E.
Because I do not want anyone thinking that I'm the hacker. Because I told them that
Not the fuzzy one. Not the fuzzy feeling thing.
I get
I don't like
on
the fuzzy feeling.
here.
Wait, what do you mean fuzzy feeling?
Well, 2 days ago I got a fuzzy feeling and it went into my eyeball. It was an unpleasant feeling. It felt so weird with it in my eye. It's like literally feels so fuzzy on you, but really it's just not there as fuzzy in my eyeball for a second. But
If
I give it a sec just to go away.
If I was there, I would be able to tell you what the hell it is. I'm not physically there to see your face or eyes. But I will tell you this. What they say about eyes being windows to the soul is absolutely true. And if you had a spiritual attack, you're probably going to feel it in your eyes if you're not sensitive.
Well, the only thing sensitive is my skin.
What else do I need to take up there?
I mean, if it's attacking your soul directly, I don't think it's going to try to touch your skin.
Like, for example,
Probably.
the demon that
I had
fights
that fuzzy feeling a long time
is
ago.
physically attacking me and spiritually, but
it happens times.
he does is get up close to me, make me itchy. He will give you random code servers.
Okay,
He'll
itchy cold shivers.
They'll give you code servers.
Yeah.
But they'll also make you itchy.
Yeah.
It might be because of this dang hair problem. Don't know if he's able to make me lose a lot more hair. Technically, I've been losing a lot more hair lately.
Hair loss. Aggression. Bad dreams.
Makes
you seem to be sleep deprived.
How am I sleep deprived when I get too much sleep?
You can be sleep deprived even if you get a lot of sleep. I mean, just look at me. I got 10 hours of sleep last night, and I still was tired.
That's called spiritual
That's fuzzy feeling again.
tiredness.
No, wait from my nose.
There's a physical tiredness and a spiritual tiredness.
Stay away from my nose.
keep pushing back at it, and it won't bother you as much because it knows.
I had to rub my eyes just so I can get the fuzzy feeling down.
Yeah. Do you believe in a religion?
No.
You don't?
I don't really care if I believe God or not. I just don't care anymore. I was in church before, but not anymore. So yeah.
Probably why it's targeting you then. Lovely.
Yeah, because they immediately went after
Because
Reggie.
if you are no longer religious or practicing any form of religion, they usually realize that you are going to be the most spiritually weak out of the group, and they will pick on you specifically.
Yeah, just like it did to Reggie yesterday.
Yeah.
They used Reggie
like
as a
they
vessel to attack me, and he's an
at all, do they?
atheist.
Someone else that was an atheist also got picked on by the demon yesterday. It was proven.
Was it Leo?
Leo is being picked on by the demon right now. It's making them numb, fuzzy, weird feeling, I guess.
In my nose. Stop it.
That thing's trying to possess her.
Stop it.
Just keep on saying no, Leo.
Keep on saying no.
No matter what, just be aggressive to it and say no. If you have to, say heck no.
Yeah.
I'll add it. I will. I just scare them with that kind of voice. You get the fuzzy stuff.
What? Did that scare them off?
Yeah, I have a bit of a growly voice and I
What
tend to
scared
be
them
a
off?
little devilish soon, so. The more likely, I feel like I'm like the most likely devil child more than them.
Oh, trust me. The new Eclipse personality scared it off. Pretty certain.
Well, apparently it went after me, trying to make me go tired again.
Yep, because it left them.
Apparently
I
that
think they're
demon can
still here.
teleport.
They are just in the corner, probably.
No, it went to
Is
them
the
because
only-
they're trying to. It's trying to make them sleepy again. Lovely.
Well, technically I'm supposed to be going back to bed, but
Yeah, you might
I
want to.
don't want to.
You can go back to sleep if you want. I'll stay
Yeah,
here.
but
And if it tries any bullshit, you can wake up and tell me about its bullshit as it happens. So we'll have, like, a record of it right after it happened.
and I know that
I'm not gonna be able to go to sleep now
Are
since
you
I'm
able?
fully awake.
Are you recording the
And I don't
voice
think I have any nut
thing
time.
on Discord?
And it's
Recording
gonna
the
be a
voice
few minutes.
thing.
All the voices on my computer that I can listen to are being recorded.
Good. This is for the viewers. If you do have this thing go after you, please, for the love of your safety and others, if you're able to, say no to it. Be aggressive to it. And
Don't let it in.
Yeah, do not let it in. Because it
Yeah, I know.
was
What the
technically
fuck? Why there?
my fault for bringing it inside of myself and then free.
Yeah.
No, it's back to the nose again.
Yeah.
Back to the nose again.
It may
Tell it now.
do not blame it on me because we're all sinners. We do stupid stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a lovely time having a fuzzy feeling. My voice crack a little bit.
Yes. Okay. Okay, little buddy. Whenever whenever someone tries to possess us, we get our entire body goes completely numb and we can't move. That's how it works for us. So don't let that numbness spread.
If you have to, for me,
Oh, it's in the wall now.
I sing Jesus verse up, especially the song called Jesus Loves Me.
They're
And
not
that ends up-
religious.
I know.
Eh.
But if none of the things that'll work doesn't help, I suggest at least singing Jesus Loves Me. And they'll at least keep it away from you for a while. I know you're not religious, but that's only if you have no options. Wait, today is March 1st. So 28 days until my birthday.
Oh, lovely.
It's Friday.
Yes, it
It's
is.
Friday.
It is a Friday. Did you just realize this, little one?
Wait,
No,
today
I
is
know,
Friday?
but I just
Today
wanted to
is a
mention
Friday.
it. Yay!
This is why I said I'm going to be sleeping tonight as soon as everyone else decides to sleep. Because I'm not going to be able to sleep. I know that I won't be able to because I have to stay up because guess what? My mom's trying to sell the house. And it causes problems if I don't stay awake.
Again.
So, she is not going to stop until the house is sold.
Then where else are you gonna live?
I
It's
don't
been
know
2
why,
months
but I
since
may
we've been
be
trying to sell the
doggish.
house.
It might be doggish because for some reason, every time I listen to this is dog music.
Stop.
It helps calm your dog down immediately, but for some reason it happens to me when I listen to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's meant to calm something down, I think it's fine.
The fuzzy feelings stop now. I think they're done for a little bit.
If that
to be
feeling
honest,
starts to
amazing,
spread,
just-
you might want to think about becoming religious again. Just saying. Yeah. I can't really do
I had
much
to ask my
help you.
damn grandma to go back to stupid church again. Well, more likely, I don't think we have
not-
any church anymore. Then, yeah.
It's not just, no, you need a Bible.
Yeah.
You'll need to start
Either
reading the
this-
Bible,
Yeah.
basically.
At least have a Bible that speaks to you. And listen to it.
I don't like reading. It's like the Bible.
You're going to
Bible
have
has too many words.
to if you don't want it to possess you. Because if you read it
try
up,
possessing me, I was like, keep saying no on it. Just
that
no.
doesn't work very well unless you know the Bible in general.
I only know a few things about the Bible, and technically that's helping
Exactly.
me a bit. Even a little bit
the
of the
more you know
Bible
about,
will help.
more you know about the ins and outs of the religion, the more it will help in the long run, just in general. Also, there are a couple passages about demons in the Bible.
Apparently there can be multiple demons that can possess
Oh yeah.
you at the same time.
Oh yeah, it doesn't have to only be one. That's why I already
To be
know that
honest-
I can be possessed by another one, even though I have one in me already. Yay.
To be honest, for animals it only takes one demon to possess them. But for humans it takes at least 100 to 1,000 for them to possess a human, depending on how weak they are spiritually and physically.
Well, I'm physically weak. I am not spiritually weak. I am the stubbornest ass mule you'll ever meet. Being very serious here. You'll never meet someone more stubborn. I have to tone
I'm
it
trying to
down when
get
I'm...
up and I'm failing.
I have to tone down my stubbornness whenever I'm around you guys. But...
Well, I think the demon's trying to stop me
Fudge, it's in
from
my eyeball again. No!
pressing the button of the dog music, because apparently it's making my hands shake.
I get one in my eyeball.
Where am I in my room? Why is the thing glitching out? Why is the hand tracker glitching out? It should not be glitching out in this position. Turning it off, turning it back
And
on.
tracking that frick you. Why
No,
are you on my head?
No, I mean, like, just the tracking of the controller in general was being wonky. It never does that when I'm in this position in the floor.
They decided to do it anyway.
No. No, it has a clear shot of both the tracer thingies.
Well, Dad's puking.
Oh, lovely. Bad medicine, man. Bad medicine sucks. Gross.
Yeah.
If the demon tried doing it at my school, I would literally just...
I don't think he'll try doing
No.
it at school. It needs a connection to a portal to you, basically, to do anything.
What kind
That's
of
how
portal
demons work.
does it want? I don't have any mirror that led to portals.
Stairways can do
mirror
it too. Water can also do it. Still water.
Really?
Yeah, if you're going to
Stairwells
drink...
and still water will do it. If you don't have a mirror that's facing you, if you don't have mirrors.
For me...
I don't have any mirrors in my
Only
room.
thing we have here
Mirrors in your...
is that...
It doesn't need to be in your room. It doesn't need to be in your room.
Yeah.
It just needs to be in your house.
Apparently in the closet, I don't know if this is a portal, but there is a
There's 3 mirrors.
reddish,
One is in my mom, one is in the
reddish
bathroom, one
blood
is in the living room.
stain that looks like a blood stain in the
It
floor
doesn't need
in
to
the
be a
food
mirror. I
storage.
told you. It can be a stairwell, or it can also be a still pool of water.
It might even be a stain of blood on the ground.
I mean, I don't think
It
that's
looks
gonna
like
be a
blood.
thing, because most people clean that up.
No, this
Yeah,
thing's
there's no
completely
blood.
stained the carpet.
Oh.
We're not able to take it out.
And you're gonna have to replace the carpet.
Yeah. But I'm not able to do that at all.
Are you gonna stand up, or are you just gonna stay laying down?
I don't like it. I felt comfy. I don't want to go.
I'm going back to sleep before it hits 6.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself then.
I'll take that off. Put it in the other phone just in case, because I don't
Are
want
you
my
gonna go back
phone.
to bed, or what?
Stop making my arm numb. Not my arm, my hand.
Okay. I'm putting on a YouTube
My
video then.
pinky and my ring finger's starting to get very numb.
But I want to go to bed.
Weird. Ow. Like, to the elbow to my hand, with the I know your mic's off, but you need to listen to this. Apparently my
I'll listen.
pinky and the ring finger all the way down towards my elbow is numb. It doesn't want.
Yep, it's trying to do something. Tell it no.
Hello, Dad. Hope you get better, Dad. Yeah, you need to get that penicillin out of you.
Yeah, that was the wrong choice of medication, apparently. Very much wrong choice. It seems like that doctor doesn't know what they're doing.
It's 5:30. I gotta
Only
go.
one that was good is Dr. Mark.
Bye.
What the frick?
I think his name is Dr. Mark.
Bye.
He was a professional at children, but since I'm not a child anymore, he won't do me anymore. Wait. Didn't he, give up on being a doctor? Yeah, he
night.
did, because of
Alright, I think you guys
vacation,
should
because
go
he
to
couldn't
bed.
do
Like
it anymore
I
at
am
his
not even
age.
going to sleep. So oh boy.
Dad, they said the doctor's doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah, clearly.
You don't listen, no matter what you say, don't listen to them. I know you can hear. I know y'all heard that, but I'm not gonna listen to him.
It's fine.
Oceans of the video game Subnautica and its sequel Below
Where's
Zero
Foxy?
teem with incredible life. Some
Foxo.
friendly and some deadly. While the series is focused on survival,
Go away,
life
demon,
forms
go
of
away, go
Subnautica
away,
are
go away,
amazing
go
even
away,
when they're trying to eat
go
you.
away, go away,
Possessing
go away,
fascinating biology,
go away,
bizarre
go away,
behavioral
go away.
patterns, and hidden mysteries. I've explored the various creatures of the series before on my channel, and in this special
For some reason, I
compilation
still have
episode,
control
you
over
can
my
get the
hand.
full documentary-style
Well,
experience
yeah,
Even though
you're
it's
you're
broken.
not going
From
you're
the
not
city of
going to feel like
Shallows
you're
to
not
the
in
deepest
control.
abyss, we'll
It gives
explore
you the
biology
illusion that you
behind
are.
these puzzling aliens and discover the role they play in their larger ecosystem.
And you just name leave.
So let's take the
I don't
plunge
care
together
anymore, just
and see
leave.
what awaits us under the surface.
Don't want you near me anymore.
Beginning in the safety
Now after what you did to Leo, I don't trust you anymore.
conditions have led to a region
You
crowded
went
with
way
varied
too
life.
far this time.
One of the first
Attack
life
Leo
forms
and
we
I'll
can
attack
spot
you.
are the peepers, or rather, they spot us with their enormous dinner plate-like eyes. These easily identifiable creatures have evolved visual sensors capable of
Because,
discerning colors not just in
technically I
clear
have
waters, but in a variety of
mothery
marine conditions.
side
This,
to me.
combined with their surprising speed,
The,
means that
the
despite
mother
being
side of me
heavy-nosed,
is
peepers
currently
aren't at the bottom
super
of the
pissed
food
off at
chain.
the demon.
Oh, I
That
can
distinction
tell.
instead
And
belongs to these creatures, the rather unfortunate-looking Garyfish, docile herbivore.
And she hasn't become a full personality yet.
yeah, no,
But
I think it's just
she
shared.
will.
I think it's just a shared one at this point. Shared
Yeah.
trait between both of your current personalities. Will eventually branch off into another one altogether.
Almost like Sun and Moon when it came to Eclipse and Lunar.
Exactly.
Now I just realized the show of Moondrop and Sundrop is basically how D&D works. Not D&D, DID
Yes.
works.
Sundrop and Moondrop. Yep, that's exactly how DID works. But unfortunately for them, it's real. 100% absolutely real. And it's proven to be 100% absolutely real. Or the embodiment of it, dissociative identity disorder. Damn, Snow's cute. I want to go downstairs and pet him now.
Why do I smell trash? I swear if you're here, get out of here.
I don't think it's gonna let you sleep now.
That are
Well, guess what, Demon? F you. Get out of here.
game Subnautica and its sequel Below Zero teem with incredible life. Some friendly and some deadly. While the series is focused on survival, the life forms of Subnautica are amazing.
Joke's on you, Demon. I'm gonna go to sleep. And you can't stop me.
Fascinating biology, bizarre behavioral patterns.
To be honest, after what the Demon did to Leo, I'm not in a good mood after what it did.
Yeah.
So I knew it was attacking Leo.
You can get the full documentary style experience in one video. From the sunlit shallows to the
For me, if they attack an adult, I don't mind, but if they attack someone I consider as a child, then oof, it's done for that demon. Because I don't like it when it attacks children.
Beginning in the safety
I
of
agree.
shallow,
It's not.
warm waters,
It's
we find that
not.
stable conditions have led
One,
to a region crowded with
they're a
varied
child.
life.
2,
One of the first life forms
fuck
we can
them
spot
for
are
even
the
thinking of
keepers,
harming a
or
child.
rather, they
3,
spot us with
they're
their
a demon.
enormous dinner
They don't
plate
give a
like
shit.
eyes. These easily identifiable creatures have evolved visual sensors capable of discerning colors not just in
They are-
clear waters, but in a variety of
They are
lighting
just
conditions.
not.
This, combined with their surprising speed, means that despite being herbivores, peepers aren't at the bottom of the food chain. That distinction instead
They're a
belongs to
demon who
these
pretend to be a
creatures, the
child to
rather
trick people.
unfortunate-looking Garyfish.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they
Docile
will.
herbivores that are remarkably
They will
slow,
attempt to
the
be a child to
Garyfish
trick
make
people.
easy prey for most anything else in these
I
shallow
think they
waters.
did that with their
All
brother
Not
before.
demons,
including
because
the
it's
oceans of
a
Earth,
bunch
need
of
something
people
else
just
to the
having
food chain
horror.
after all. Other common herbivores
Apparently
on
how
4546b
my
include the
demon
bladderfish, which swims by
was saw,
contracting and expanding
apparently
its translucent bladder.
that demon caused a car wreck over close to Fort Worth. Because my brother has to go 1 or 2 days early drive to get to Fort Worth because it's very far away from where I live.
Are very much alive.
Yep.
And apparently
Giant coral tubes, they don't look much like
that demon looked pure fuzzy black. For a while it had
it's a strategy that has been quite
yellowish orange eyes until they came back, going back home towards us. It had red eyes.
The undulating motion that the rabbit ray uses
Yeah,
to swim
I
through
think
the
you
clear
told us
seas
about
is
that before.
analogous to the underwater movements of various types of Earth rays. But it's not the movement of the rabbit ray that gives it its curious name. Instead, the rabbit ray's most defining features are its twin orange appendages that help it sense vibrations.
And that demon
Structures resemble the
had
ears of
a
rabbits,
reaper-like
and so the
slice.
aquatic rabbit ray shares a name with an otherwise dissimilar
Oh
terrestrial
no, that's
herbivore.
just death.
Beneath the shallows' twisted network of underwater caves.
That was a death
While
demon.
exploring one as I was
No, it's
gathering
not a
this footage,
demon,
I
it's
heard
just
a
a
strange
death.
noise.
Death is not
And then a
malevolent
fish
or
exploded in my
benevolent,
face.
it's just death.
That short-lived creature
Oh.
was a crash fish, an evolutionary
Although,
oddity that
it
is
is a
difficult
very
to study due to
foreboding
its highly
thing to
frustrating
see.
habit of exploding when anything gets close.
A reaper.
While an animal exploding to defend its territory might seem too outlandish to
While you're
evolve, there's a
going
model of
through
such
the
behavior
highway.
on our own planet. Though uncommon, certain species of ants have been observed erupting into goo to block tunnels when their nest is under threat. Truly,
And
nature is
as
highly
Name
unusual,
Reaper
no matter the planet.
implies, that means it takes souls.
Elsewhere in the caves, the far less bothersome
Yeah,
shuttle
apparently
bugs
that demon that was attacking me
are
and used ready to go against me.
with 3 legs
Apparently
and
he
3
wanted my
mandibles that
soul,
evolved into
and I'm
fin-like
not giving it to me. I'm not
Despite
giving
being
it to them.
slightly unsettling, analysis suggests shuttlebugs are too small to be
Sorry
a
about
threat
the
to
tongue
most
twister.
organisms, and have instead adapted to feed on the waste products of the ecosystem around them.
At least I said,
Leaving the caves, you'll
heck
see our
no.
first large species
Not
is
in a
waiting
million
for
to a
us, the
billion years.
gasopods.
Nope.
These
It's my
were
soul,
stone,
and I
leathery
want
beasts
it
resemble Earth
to go to
manatees,
God,
but
not
have
that
a curious
demon.
defense that is all their own. Although in no way hostile, when threatened, gasopods will
Yeah.
nonetheless release a deadly cloud of underwater mist.
I know what
which
demons
I
do
can't
to
recommend
souls.
ingesting.
They
Chemical
trap them in
analysis of
hell and
gasopods
torture them.
tells us
Not
the
fun.
poisonous compound
I don't
comes
think
from
it's
the bulbous
hell.
appendage at the end of their tail. Since gasopods are
I
social
think it's something
creatures,
else.
it's even possible
But
they use these clouds to communicate with one another.
Purgatory until
But
Jesus
while the
comes
gasopods
back.
are the largest creatures in the safe
And after
shallows, they're
that many
barely the
years
tip of the
pass,
proverbial iceberg when it comes to planet
soon will be
4546b.
judgment, and
Venturing
then
into
the souls
vast
being
kelp forests,
tormented
you'll
by
find a
demons will
radically
be
different environment than the
taken to
region we just
judgment
left.
too.
Here, light is low thanks to the high volume of
And apparently
creepvine
the
plants,
demons will
creating
be
a
judged
hidden
too.
ecosystem, just like
Yeah.
kelp-heavy regions in Earth's
because
oceans.
if they
Here and there,
purposefully
clusters of creepvine seeds
do
cast
something
shadows
to a
across the
innocent
environment
person,
like natural floodlights. I find myself
they will be
wondering just
judged
what
and
might be
punished for
hidden among the swaying
punishing an
fronds.
innocent person since they're not allowed to do that. They're only
That
allowed
is
to
a
punish
stalker,
sinners,
the
if that makes
largest
any
predator
sense.
that makes its home in the dense
Yeah.
creepvines. These fearsome customers possess a series of dorsal ridges to help them make tight turns, and their long, thin snout is likely adapted for
I'm gonna get
ensnaring
off my
fish,
phone.
as
I'm
it
gonna
greatly
call now.
resembles
Yeah,
the
you
effective, slender
needed
snouts
to
of
do that a
real-life
long time ago.
gharials. Yet
I
at the
know.
edge of the kelp forest,
Yeah.
one stalker is
Bye.
behaving rather oddly.
Bye. Be careful.
This
Yeah, they
stalker
already
is
left.
picking up various pieces of scrap metal with
Yeah,
its
I'm gonna
snout,
stay
only to drop
online.
them after a short period.
Because I don't
This
want no
behavior seems
chance
to
of
serve
it
no practical
taking me while I'm
purpose, and
asleep.
indeed, the stalkers seem to simply have a fondness for shiny objects.
I could do this
Puzzling
more
as
often if
behavior
you
might
need me
seem,
to.
however, the barracuda, a predatory
Yeah.
earthfish,
I
is
don't have
Until we-
anything to,
attracted to
yeah,
shiny objects
don't have
because its
anything to
evolved
wake up
Until we-
thoughts
for,
savor
so,
glint of the fish it
well,
prefers to
tonight I
prey
won't
on.
be
Yeah.
able to do it since I'll just
And when
be
one
out.
considers the common prey of the stalker, this attraction to shiny materials makes
But-
perfect sense. In the murky
Yeah.
depths of the kelp forest, schools of fast-moving
We'll have to do
hoopfish
this
light up the dark
until
with their
we have
vibrant
someone
coloring.
trap it in a
A brief
plush,
study of hoopfish anatomy
or
reveals they get their
either
name from their antennae,
find a
which
way to get
extend
rid
from
of
the
it
top and bottom of
completely.
their heads and bends around their tails, forming a hoop.
Or at least
Exactly
make it
why
go
these stunning
dormant.
fish possess such intense and varied colors, however,
Yeah.
is a mystery. On the subject of mysteries, the last fish of the kelp forest we'll see is quite the enigma. Meet the hoverfish, a peaceful herbivore that appears to hover on pads at the end of its 6 legs. Using these strange appendages, the hoverfish glides on the undersea currents in a manner
I'm
quite
going to
dissimilar to
mute
any other
myself.
fish on the planet. It's surprising to learn, therefore, that the
Okay.
hoverfish may actually be a distant relative of the nondescript bladderfish, with their legs actually a highly derived form of the bladderfish's primitive vacuole tubing. It's the kind of creature that could only exist in the kelp forest. Just beyond the waving creepvines, the landscape gives way to an alien grassy plateau. Here, the sandy terrain is almost completely carpeted with bloodgrass, as the seafloor is too dense for creepvines to take hold. And in the open space, even larger life forms are on the prowl. At the edge of the grassy plateau, a strange cloud of sand is gathering. As we swim closer to the unexpected turbulence, a creature with a huge fanged mouth lashes out. This is a sand shark, a predator with a distinctive hunting strategy. The sand shark burrows into the sand, then erupts out when unsuspecting prey swims by, ending the chase with a snap from its massive jaws. With segmented body armor and 6 rows of fearsome teeth, it's little wonder why these predators are so effective. And alien as their behavior might seem, some sharks on Earth employ a similar strategy in swimming along the sandy floor near the shoreline in search of food, although they of course don't possess the extreme tunneling abilities of the sand shark. A common target of the sand shark's brutal ambushes swims overhead.
The spadefish doesn't look like much from most angles, but glimpse one from above and you'll spot its defining feature, a single cyclopsian eye. Closer analysis of the spadefish suggests it feeds on the sea floor, and its single eye allows the spadefish to spot predators above it. Its mottled green coloration suggests it normally hides among seagrasses, like many fish do on Earth. When a spadefish wanders onto the grassy plateaus, however, it is hopelessly
It most certainly does.
On the far side of the grassy plateau, what appear to be tiny floating islands hang miraculously in the water. Upon closer inspection, these chunks of rock are all supported by colonies of the same curious life form, the floaters. Transparent gelatinous blobs, floaters are at once oddly beautiful and slightly silly looking. Analysis of these creatures revealed there are actually multiple microorganisms living in symbiosis, which we can compare to some deep-sea species of jellyfish. The floater's ability to suspend heavy objects, however, remains something of a mystery. Swimming close by the floating islands is a distant relative of the peeper called the Reginald. The entire back end of these oddly named fellows is composed of one large fin, and that fin's bright coloration appears to be part of a mating ritual. While it swims, the Reginald filters algae and other plant-like material from the water via 4 gill-like forward-facing orifices. While this is a noteworthy adaptation, something looming behind the Reginald demands our attention. In the abyss beyond the edge of the plateau, the largest organism we've yet to glimpse calls out through the deep. This is a reefback, a Leviathan-class organism that exceeds lengths of 220 feet, or 70 meters, and is, thankfully, quite friendly. Swimming closer to these gentle giants, we can see they're unlike any life form we've yet to glimpse. Possessing a thick exoskeleton, their shells have become an oasis of life. Adult reefbacks can support many ecosystems on their back, including many types of coral and small fish. And nearby this adult is a baby, a much smaller creature whose shell is not yet ready to support an ecosystem like its parents. I confess I spent some time just watching these creatures drift in their pods and listening to them call out to each other with complex sounds that suggest a surprising amount of intelligence. With the sun now getting low, it's time to venture deeper into the abyss and enter the foreboding final biome of the dunes. In this vast, empty expanse, life often flocks near hydrothermal vents. These great fissures on the sea floor release a rich chemical soup into the water, much like those that support life in the depths of Earth's oceans. But it's not life among the vents that concerns me. A terrifying roar comes from above. A Reaper Leviathan strikes out into the abyss. This aggressive apex predator possesses 4 mandibles at the front of its maw to drag in large prey, and at 180 feet or 55 meters in length, a hungry Reaper Leviathan can take down almost anything. Analysis of the organism's biology suggests the roar emitted by a Reaper is a form of sonar, meaning if you can hear it, the Reaper can see you. Thankfully, it seems this Reaper isn't hungry. And as I watch the deadly Leviathan vanish into the darkness, I realize I've done enough field work for the day. The sun has now set on 4546b, yet the wonders of this planet continue, as in the low light, various regions of the sea are transformed by stunning displays of bioluminescence. Even the reefback pod from earlier is now giving off a striking glow. This eerie beauty suggests there are many hidden wonders we have yet to see. To the north, beyond the edge of the grassy plateaus, huge mushroom trees grow in abundance. Despite their name and appearance, mushroom trees are actually a particularly long-lived species of coral. In the shade of these ancient giants, a new classification of life is swimming. These are jelly rays, an ethereal ray species with highly translucent bodies. In Earth's oceans, translucent life forms are quite common in the lower light depths. The jelly rays are therefore a sign we're getting closer to the deeper, and more fantastical, regions of 4546b. Beyond the safety of the mushroom forest, the twilight of the bulb zone awaits. Here, luminescent bulb bushes dominate the landscape, and have evolved to grow in this rocky, sandy environment thanks to a highly advanced system of roots. And along the seafloor, raging volcanic geysers launch boiling liquid and chunks of molten rock into the surrounding water. The extreme heat from these geysers charboils any fish that swims too close. An ominous light flickers in the murk. The source is an ampiel, a huge serpentine predator covered with glowing prongs that produce zaps of electricity. These aggressive creatures use electric discharges to intimidate other life forms and kill their prey with a single deadly shot. Such living batteries might seem biologically inexplicable, but the curious electric eel on Earth might help demonstrate how an organic creature could produce an electric field. Electric eels use disc-shaped cells packed into specialized organs to generate their electric currents, as incredible as that might sound. So it's possible that the ampiel's prongs contain similar cells, although the bioelectricity of an ampiel is far more extreme. A series of screeches announces the approach of a legion of bone sharks. Highly aggressive and territorial carnivores, it's unlucky to encounter so many at once. Their thickly armored exoskeletons, which give them their names, are adapted not just to deter larger predators, but also other bone sharks. The distinctive segmentation of these exoskeletons suggests bone sharks might share a common ancestor with the sand sharks we glimpsed on our last outing. If so, it's a fearsome family tree. While returning to the shallows to prepare for the next leg of my journey, I spot a new type of colorful fish. Something about the way it looks is truly hypnotic, and I want to swim closer, and then it bites my nose. That is a mesmer, a sneaky little creature that looks harmless while its four fins are folded up, but unfurled can create hypnotic patterns that have evolved to distract prey while it goes in for the kill. Thankfully, it seems I'm a bit too big to be swallowed up, but this is one fish to avoid. With supplies replenished, it's time to venture further into the unknown. Under the seafloor, networks of caves lead deeper into the uncharted interior of planet 4546b. Some of these caves are massive and contain entire ecosystems of their own, and the Jellyshroom Cave is one of the most miraculous. Here, among the stalagmites, grow jellyshrooms, massive, highly luminescent flora which might be distantly related to the tiny acid mushrooms of the shallows. In the purple light of the jellyshrooms shine the biters, small carnivores that stalk these caves for small prey. The antenna on their forehead seems to resemble the deep-sea anglerfish's lure at first glance, but the biter's antenna actually serves an entirely different purpose. It contains olfactory organs that help it detect bodily fluids in the water. In other words, the biter can smell its prey anywhere in the cavern. Unless, of course, the biter becomes prey itself. Winding through the cave is an unsettlingly lengthy crab snake, the apex predator of this environment. What makes this predator so deadly is not just its size, but its ability to hide in plain sight. The crab snake has a symbiotic relationship with the local jellyshrooms, using their hollow interior as the perfect lair from which to ambush prey. In behavior and appearance, the crab snake somewhat resembles Earth's bobbit worm, an unattractive predator that also ambushes its prey. In the Jellyshroom caves, one needs to keep an eye out. Elsewhere on the seafloor, another shadowy cavern beckons. After many hours navigating the cave system, I surface in a cave that strangely seems lit by daylight. I realize I've stumbled upon something extremely rare for planet 4546b, dry land. This tiny island is the peak of an undersea mountain connected to an aquatic cave system. and it's one of the few places on the planet you can encounter terrestrial life. Scuttling along the beach are cave crawlers. As their name implies, these crab-like creatures have evolved to crawl along the sides of cave walls, which is likely why they were able to adapt to this fleeting landmass relatively quickly. Analysis of their biology suggests they possess a gas exchange membrane to breathe air, instead of fully functional terrestrial lungs. Soaring overhead is a life form that has spent much more time adapting to life above the waves. This is a sky ray, an avian creature that has, remarkably, evolved powered flight. Although its wings give it some resemblance to aquatic ray species, analysis shows no particular genetic link. Instead, the sky ray appears to have split off from the common evolutionary tree much earlier than most other species on the planet, perhaps at a time when dry land was more prevalent. In any case, it seems we've now seen all this island has to offer. Or maybe not. On one end of the island is a tremendous artificial spire. This mysterious monolith appears to be the work of advanced extraterrestrials, who, much like myself, came to this planet from afar. But did they come to study the life here like I did, or were their intentions more sinister? In any case, it seems this planet's greatest secret is still waiting to be uncovered. To the south, the seafloor plunges lower than ever before. We have come upon the Grand Reef. Here, orb-like blue plants called anchor pods risk floating off due to their gas-filled membrane, only staying in place due to their net-like root system. And nearby stomp a herd of sea treader leviathans. These vast herbivores roam the depths in search of plants on which to graze. The thunderous nature of their rhythmic steps is truly something to experience. Perhaps the most curious thing about these creatures is the fact they have 3 legs, something almost never glimpsed in nature. Analysis suggests their front leg is actually an elongated snout, used to siphon plant material from the sea floor, and to maintain balance. As alien as this might seem, there are some species of earth tripod fish with elongated fins they use to similarly stand on the sea floor. Right now, it appears the sea treader leviathans are migrating, so it's best not to disturb them. Beneath the Grand Reef, caverns take us further into the abyss. Here, the intimidating crab squid waits to butcher prey with its 10 limbs. Swim close to one and they'll unleash a mysterious bioelectric discharge, which has the properties of an electromagnetic pulse. While they appear to have massive brains, analysis suggests the large organ within their translucent sac is actually their stomach, which the crab squid fill with their bioluminescent prey. As a result, they seem attracted to light sources, convincing me to make a hasty exit from my submarine. This turns out to be a good call, as it drags my sub into the depths. If there are other creatures like the crab squid on the prowl down here, I'm going to need something a little larger. For the next perilous leg of the journey, I'll be piloting a Cyclops submarine, a vehicle that should be able to withstand the crushing depths of the abyss. Below the deep Grand Reef awaits a surreal environment of eerie green fog. This is the Lost River, a region covered in alkaline brine pools, which give the illusion of an underwater stream. Brine pools also exist in Earth's oceans, and are extremely toxic due to their high salinity. Best not to get too close. Above these pools drift the haunting ghost rays. Relatives of the jelly rays from the mushroom forest, in these extreme depths, the ghost rays have become almost completely transparent, to the point where you can see the red of their internal organs. Elsewhere in the Lost River, blood crawlers, the spindly relatives of the cave crawlers, stride above the brine on stilt-like legs, rather unsettling forms of life. In the central chamber, something truly horrifying is waiting. This ancient fossil belongs to a colossus far larger than any that currently swims through the seas. Indeed, it's so massive that its ribcage has become part of the Lost River's landscape. We should count ourselves lucky this unknown genus seems to have gone extinct long ago. Yet still alive are the river prowlers. These aggressive, transparent predators haunt the gravesite of the Leviathan like vengeful ghosts. Even more frightening, their 4 head tendrils can lash out when attacking, allowing them to pull in prey. Not the sort of creature you'd like to encounter in the dark. But there is a strange beauty to certain regions of the Lost River. In a cove under the central chamber, the brine becomes a harmless blue, and ghost rays flock around a massive central tree. This tree appears to be an ancient nesting ground, as it is grown around a giant bioluminescent egg. While the egg itself is beautiful, whatever hatches out of an egg that size might not be. To find the adult form of the huge creature that hatches from this egg, we must venture into the nightmarish darkness of the Dead Zone. Here, at the edge of the habitable region for most fauna, we've found our giants, or they found us. These aggressive monsters are ghost leviathans, and they're a major threat to this expedition. Analysis of their jaws suggests they feed on microscopic life forms that help them reach their massive sizes, although they seem fully capable of feeding on something larger. Time to head back the way we came. The mystery of the giant egg has been solved, but that's not the only strange thing in the Lost River. These ruins of a massive alien structure resemble the one on the island. The structure is guarded by these life forms, the Warpers, who possess a mind-bending ability. At will, they can somehow fold space-time and vanish into portals. This is not the ability of a natural life form. It seems we are dealing with an artificial creation. Searching for answers, I enter the ruined building. Here we can see the unfinished artificial body of a warper. They did not evolve and are a creation of the extraterrestrials. But for what purpose? Translating a digital message, it seems these alien architects came to 4546b many years ago, searching for a cure for a disease. And the warpers are their artificial quarantine enforcers. Given the lack of any living architects on 4546b, it appears that they were unsuccessful. On a table in a nearby lab, they've left behind an egg of a curious creature. After returning to the surface to recharge my submarine, I hatch the egg and this delightful life form emerges. This is a cuttlefish, a friendly, rotund little creature that displays high levels of intelligence and curiosity. I've also found it's quite a fan of treats. Analysis suggests it's possible this creature has been imported from another world, or even genetically altered to be extra friendly. It's possible the architect aliens kept them as pets, just like we do with dogs. It's tempting to stay longer with the cuttlefish in the shallows, yet I can't help but feel that in the abyss there are more mysteries I've yet to solve. Beneath the Lost River, the landscape blazes with the fiery glow of molten rock. We've reached the lava zone, the deepest environment of them all. Here, incredible heat-resistant forms of life have evolved, like the Crimson Ray, a ray species that have developed a molten coloring to help it blend in with the lava, and the Magmarang, a relative of the boomerang with a beautiful glowing tail fin. Another remarkable form of life is the lava larva, a grub-like creature that feeds off geothermal and electrical energy. I first learned this fact when I found one stuck to the windshield of my Cyclops, draining its energy. While this behavior is somewhat annoying, the energy conversion capabilities of this creature are truly remarkable. On the molten floor is something highly alarming. These skeletons belong to Reaper Leviathans. It seems that somewhere in the lava zone is a predator so large it can drag Reaper Leviathans into the depths. This doesn't bode well. Basking in the red glow of the molten rock are lava lizards. These predators are too small to be our culprits, but they're nonetheless quite deadly. For defense, they are able to cover their bodies with hardened, lava-like natural armor. While such a behavior is far more extreme than anything on Earth, scalyfoot snails, which I've discussed on this channel before, can survive in volcanic vents by incorporating iron scales into their body like medieval armor. However, lava lizard biology takes this to a new level. At the end of the lava zone lurks a massive chamber. The loudest roar we've encountered on our voyage shakes the cavern. We found our Reaper Leviathan Slayer. This is a sea dragon leviathan. Possessing both arms and tentacles, these creatures exceed 350 feet, or 112 meters in length. Sea dragons get their name from their ability to consume molten materials and expel them at their adversaries like they're breathing fire. I can only hope this absurdly deadly lifeform doesn't notice me. No such luck. A huge blow from the Leviathan rocks the Cyclops submarine. As a result, there appears to be a minor leak. Out of options, I have to abandon ship. Luckily, I have one last hope in the prawn suit, a deep-sea mechanical walker that should make an ideal escape pod. Ejecting from the Cyclops, it's a bit of a drop to the bottom. But it appears my plan has worked, as the sea dragon Leviathan thinks its foe has been vanquished. Here, at the end of our journey, lies a final, mysterious building. With some difficulty, I pilot the prawn suit over to it. Inside, locked in a containment facility, the largest creature of Subnautica is waiting. This is a Sea Emperor Leviathan, and although it appears to be a relative of the sea dragon, it is in no way hostile. Like real-world baleen whales, the largest creatures on Earth, its diet consists solely of microorganisms. While the Sea Emperor Leviathan is so large I am unable to get a proper scan of it, it seems that it can somehow manipulate neurons to communicate telepathically, as it told me of its plight. The Sea Emperor was entombed here by the alien architects in the hope it could provide a cure for their disease, which I believe is in strict violation of the Intergalactic Code of Biological Ethics. At the request of this intelligent creature, I agreed to take its hatchlings back to the surface with me. Watching the first moments of baby Sea Emperor's lives is a truly wondrous experience, even after all the biological marvels I've glimpsed thus far. Sadly, the Sea Emperor is at the end of its lifespan, and informs me that it won't be coming with us. At the very least, I'm happy I can help their babies live on in freedom. It is a bittersweet conclusion to a long and winding journey. With the Sea Emperor babies returning to their natural habitat, our study of this region of Subnautica is at its end. But there is another region of planet 4546b. Sector 0 is a region of extremely low temperatures, where organisms of all types have had to adapt to the cold. Beginning on the ice floats above the shallows, a curious life form makes its home in this region where land meets the sea. Huddled together on a float is a flock of waddling penguins. Penguins are small predatory fauna, which aren't the most graceful on land. When a penguin dives underwater, however, the creature's unique retractable tail allows them to twist through the currents with remarkable grace. Despite their cute appearance, penguins are carnivores, and their beaks open horizontally, revealing a rather alarming set of teeth. In their body shape and general behavior, penguins show a high degree of convergence with Earth penguins, with both species adapting to an Arctic environment in similar ways. And on any ice float with penguins, you will also find penglings, the juvenile form of penguins who never stray far from their parents. Even more than adults, infant penguins are extremely awkward on land, but what they might lack in overall balance, they make up for in endless enthusiasm. And while penguins might possess the same, somewhat alarming fanged mouth, they're remarkably docile creatures, perfectly content with being gently lifted up. As nice as it is to briefly hold a baby pangling, however, I don't want to disrupt their natural routines. As we dive into the polar waters, a shallow, surprisingly warm region awaits just under the ice floats. The landscape of this coastal sea is dominated by coral bridges, great arches formed by rapidly growing polyps that can exceed 600 feet, or 200 meters in length. Bioluminescent blue barnacles grow on the coral's underside, which a scan suggests are actually separate species, taking advantage of the bridge's structure. But why would the coral bridges grow into such strange, arcing shapes? The answer lies in a phenomenon known as stigmatropism, a pattern of growth observed in Earth plants in response to touch stimulus. Stigmatropism is what allows vines to wrap around and climb up poles, and it's the likely reason the great coral bridges always grow from one rock to another. Just beyond these coral bridges, we encounter an Arctic peeper, who watches for predators with its massive yellow eyes. Relatives of the common peeper in the tropical seas, Arctic peeper's scales have evolved a white hue for better camouflage against the ice. Other familiar herbivores also swim here, like the translucent bladderfish and the vibrant hoopfish. Together, these species form an important base in the Sector Zero food chain for the larger, less familiar creatures that lurk under the ice. Swimming northwards, I've reached a region known as the Sparse Arctic. This entire biome is situated under thick ice shelves and receives little direct sunlight. On the underside of these icebergs, hazardous ice formations known as brinicles protrude like jagged fangs. Highly unstable, brinicles frequently shatter and crash to the ocean floor. Yet as foreboding as the sparse Arctic seems, some truly remarkable species thrive here. This odd-looking fellow is called a brinewing. With its rotund form and beak-like mouth, it gives the impression of an ineffectual herbivore. But the brinewing is a powerful predator. To hunt, it unleashes a rapid-fire torrent of supercooled saline solution that freezes in the water and can encase its prey in ice. A scan suggests that the brinewing uses a highly specialized bladder to produce this supercooled brine from the surrounding salt water. As unusual an adaptation as this might seem, the earth archerfish can shoot down insects using water jets launched from their specialized mouths, and are remarkably accurate. Other species in the sparse Arctic have very different survival strategies, like the enormous Titan holefish, a slow-moving herbivore with a strange hole in the center of its body. The Titan holefish is a relative of the tiny, guppy-sized tropical holefish, and is so much larger than its cousin you can actually swim through the hole at its center. But what is the purpose of this hole? A scan suggests the gel-like interior is lined with hundreds of eggs, but curiously, the egg's DNA doesn't match that of the holefish. The mystery of the eggs is revealed when I spot a tiny life form swimming alongside the holefish. Soon many others join in, swarming like a bee colony around a hive. These are symbiotes, small predators that have evolved to make their nests in the hole of the Titan holefish, and in turn defend the holefish at all costs, and even provide it with food. This highly cooperative lifestyle is an example of a mutualistic partnership, one of the few on planet 4546b. As a result, the Titan holefish has evolved to be remarkably unintelligent, swimming forward on impulse, fully trusting the complex ecosystem that supports its every need. Just beyond the sparse Arctic, the bare sand gives way to the teeming Arctic kelp forest. Here, creepvine plants sway in the polar current, casting light into the depths with their bioluminescent seeds. These creepvine plants are close relatives of the green variety which grow in the warm waters of the tropics, although the chemical composition of the polar waters has turned them a pale yellow. Among the fronds, familiar fish like the boomerang flit between the leaves, and some very unfamiliar fish swim here also. These extremely bizarre life forms are called spinnerfish, and have perhaps the most peculiar method of swimming ever conceived. Using 3 pairs of siphons along the side of their body, spinnerfish jet along like living water wheels. At a glance, its bizarre body plan somewhat resembles the larval form of an ocean sunfish. but ultimately the spinnerfish is one of a kind. Speaking of one of a kind, I soon spot an incredible life form. I'm just about to scan it when it swims in and snatches the scanner right from my hands. Frustrated, I give chase, and find the creature occasionally looks back and waves the stolen scanner to mock me. Thankfully, I'm able to outmaneuver it and snatch my tool back. Finishing the scan, I discover this creature might be annoying, but it's truly remarkable, with both a developed brain and finger-like appendages for object manipulation. It's called a sea monkey, a nickname it shares with Earth brine shrimp. Unlike those sea monkeys, however, the sea monkey of planet 4546b seems about as intelligent as an actual primate, meaning it's the smartest life form I've found in Sector 0. Given time, the sea monkeys might have an incredible future trajectory. I just hope they evolve to be less annoying. With the kelp forest thoroughly charted, it's time to regroup on the surface. Sticking my head above the water, however, I find the shallows are engulfed in a dangerous polar storm. Looking around, I realize the penguin flock from earlier might be in serious danger. Upon arriving at their ice float, however, I find the penguins unbothered by the weather, simply huddling for warmth and waiting out the rain. Truly, penguins are intriguing creatures. With the sun thankfully returning, it occurs to me that there's still much I have to learn about penguin flock dynamics, but I don't want to disrupt them further with my presence. Time for some innovation. I've devised an alternative, less conspicuous method of observation. This machine is my spy penguin, and it will hopefully be able to keep an eye on the penguin flock with its hidden cameras while I continue my expedition across Sector 0. I'm uncertain if the penguins will be fooled into accepting this robot as one of their own, but the only way to find out is to test it. As inconspicuously as I can, I deploy the robot. Taking control via an auxiliary remote, I navigate the spy penguin into the midst of the flock. It's not a perfect disguise, but the penguins don't seem particularly bothered by its presence either. Though it's unlikely this robot is fooling them, it doesn't appear to disrupt their natural behavior. I'll leave the flock under its watchful eye, and head deeper into the unknown regions. Even further out to sea, the mysterious lily pad islands hang in the water, seemingly by miraculous means. These floating chunks of rock are held up by giant lily pads, an enormous type of plant that defines this ecosystem. Giant lily pads are indeed so large that it's possible to stand on their leafy tops without fear of sinking. But it's the bizarre life that swims in the lily pad shadows that makes this region truly unique. Take, for example, the hilariously named newtfish. With its colorful markings and innocent, beak-like snout, the newtfish can easily pass as a herbivore, but any fish that makes that mistake is soon swallowed whole. The newtfish's beak is in fact a stretchy, extendable lip lined with barb-like teeth it uses to envelop prey. This kind of extendable mouth somewhat resembles that of the sarcastic fringe head of the Pacific Ocean. Best to keep an eye out. But there are bigger predators here than the newtfish. The brute shark is an aggressive predator that scours the depths with its ghostly white eyes. With huge fangs and a massive bony jaw, they feed on just about anything they can catch. Like many earth sharks, they prefer to attack by ambush from above or below. The only good news is that while they're deadly, brute sharks aren't particularly fast. Still, if I don't keep my distance, I might be on the menu. Closer to the surface, I spot a remarkably colorful life form. Swimming nearer, the edges of my vision blur, and I feel just a little dizzy. Oh. Has the sky always been that color? Everything feels floating for a while. Eventually, the effect wears off, and with a clear head, I understand what just happened. That life form, known as a lily paddler, possesses the unique ability to disorient would-be attackers with the mesmerizing patterns on its colorful appendages. It's an impressive defense, and a vital one for a creature like a lily paddler which is otherwise quite vulnerable. I just wish it didn't make my head hurt. A shadow passes overhead. Just above me, a whale-sized leviathan opens its mouth to a tremendous size and swallows an entire school of fish in just a single gulp. This is a glow whale, and while they're highly effective at feeding on small fish, they're thankfully quite gentle.
I'll put your
At
clothes
almost
out over
100
there.
feet, or 30 meters in length, they're the first Leviathan-class organism I've encountered in Sector Zero, with a highly intelligent brain. A scan of the glow whales indicate they possess many organs that are capable of bioluminescence, most notably around the corners of their eyes and the ends of their horns. Careful not to startle it, I brush a glow whale under its eye, causing a faint glow. It's difficult to interpret whether this is a random response or an attempt to send a message. In any case, the glow whale seems content with my presence. As I watch it rejoin its pod, I wish I could stay with this spectacular lifeform for longer. But before the sun sets, there's one last region I need to chart. Underneath layers of snow and ice, there are telltale signs that a permanent landmass makes up a portion of Sector Zero. Dry land is so scarce on this ocean planet that it's impossible to guess what sorts of life forms might live farther inland. Passing through a narrow canyon, I find strange plant-animal hybrids that seem to be growing from the walls. These are thermal lilies, organisms that spend most of their time tracking the sun and absorbing its energy, but also turn to track my movement as I pass. A scan suggests they aren't dangerous, and thanks to the thermal radiation they've absorbed, they're actually a welcome source of heat in Sector Zero's frigid interior. Still, it's unsettling the way they follow me. Beyond the canyon, a snowy landscape far too vast to traverse on foot awaits. Luckily, I have an alternate method of transportation. This is a Snow Fox, a hoverbike designed for land-based expeditions. Zooming over the Arctic terrain, I find it's got a bit of a kick. At these speeds, I should be able to chart this region fairly effectively. A short time later, I spot a hairy creature in the distance. The question is it friendly? Not friendly. Putting the Snow Fox in reverse, I discover the creature gives chase with alarming speed. After several near misses, I back away to a safe distance. That quadrupedal predator was a snow stalker, and while it nearly sank its claws into me, I can't help but be excited at the discovery of a terrestrial land animal on planet 4546b. With its white fur and imposing bulk, the snow stalker has converged on a body plan similar to Earth's polar bears. I'm curious about the lineage of this land animal. A brief analysis reveals, surprisingly, that the snow stalker is actually a distant relative of the fully aquatic stalker I encountered in the tropical region. While these two species diverged a long time ago, there are still some telltale signs of their relation in the shape of their head and their dorsal spines. A fascinating genetic ancestry. Speaking of which, a short way off from the snow stalker, I spot what appears to be its cub playing in the snow. Just a fraction of the size of its parent, this baby snow stalker is far less aggressive than an adult. Well, mostly. Trekking onward, I reach an ice sheet marked by jagged, towering ice formations. This region is known as the Arctic Spires, and it's home to a giant. A huge head bursts from below the ice. Seconds later, a massive serpentine leviathan rises into the air, and nearly takes me out with a swipe from its massive horn. This terror of the frozen plains is an ice worm. At over 300 feet, or 90 meters long, it's almost twice the size of a Reaper Leviathan, and by far the largest creature I've seen in Sector Zero. Its glowing horn is superheated through an
Sorry I
exothermic
didn't answer
chemical
your phone
reaction,
call yesterday.
allowing it to melt through the very ice its prey is standing on. Time to make a fast exit. Speeding away on my Snow Fox, I spot the Snow Stalker and its cub from earlier feeding beside me. We barely make it to safety. With creatures like the ice worm around, I think I might put off doing more field work till tomorrow. While the sun sets overhead, I check in to find my spy Tangling has become a veritable member of the flock. and has done an excellent job keeping an eye on its feathered companions. Together, my Penguin Bot and I sit and watch the gorgeous Sector Zero sunset, and with the night comes a final surprise. The sky is lit up by a dazzling aurora similar to the aurora borealis in the northern latitudes of Earth. On our planet, these northern lights are a result of disturbances in the magnetosphere caused by solar wind, and we can theorize that they have the same origin on planet 4546b. It's a beautiful, imposing display that can make one feel a little isolated in the universe. But with my spy penguin beside me, I don't feel truly alone. A transmission interrupts my thoughts. It seems I'm picking up a mysterious communication. But from where? And who or what is sending it out? The mysterious transmission is emanating from the murky waters of a region known as the Deep Twisty Bridges. Diving into these alien depths, the only light comes from the bioluminescent coral bridges that spiral throughout this cavernous abyss. The dimness of the deep has transformed all life that swims into gloom. Like pale ghosts, the skeletal spinefish haunt these depths. A subspecies of the hoopfish, the spinefish had become nearly translucent and possess rib-like markings that give them a deathly appearance. The phenomenon of certain deep-sea fish becoming transparent is present in Earth's oceans as well, notably in the barrel-eye fish, an animal that possesses a head made of translucent tissue to allow it to look upwards and spot its preferred prey right through the top of its head. Truthfully, the barrel-eye fish is an animal that would seem right at home in the oceans of planet 4546b. But the spinefish isn't a carnivore, so despite its haunting appearance, it's no real danger. But there are genuine dangers here. A huge predator swims torpedo-like among the bridges. With unexpected speed, it rushes in and attempts to swallow me whole, a fate I'm barely able to avoid by prying its jaws open. The predator continues to give chase, but I escape by swimming into a crevice it can't reach. That terror of the abyss was a squid shark, a highly aggressive fauna species that is the apex predator of this region. Analysis suggests its terrifying bursts of speed come from two vents on either side of its body, which provide jet propulsion. Through this adaptation, the squid shark, like its name suggests, combines the most formidable aspects of deep-sea squids and macropredator shark species. The result is a deadly amalgamation I'll have to keep a wide distance from if I ever want to find the source of the transmission. Staying close to the ocean floor, a curious, waving plant catches my eye. Swimming in for a closer look, the lifeform lashes out with a long tendril and pulls me towards a mouth-like opening. After a few frantic punches, the creature releases its tentacle and I swim out of range. That was a spiky trap, which isn't actually a plant at all, but a highly unusual form of animal. This carnivorous lifeform blends into the terrain, camouflaging itself among vegetation and catching fish and unwary explorers with its adhesive tendrils when they swim too close. And despite its lack of mobility, this strategy seems to be highly effective. In the deep, twisty bridges, one must always stay alert. Elsewhere on the sea floor, I discover a strange glowing device near the signal source. This ruined fragment matches the strange structures present in the tropics, which belong to a group of alien architects. I'd assumed all the architects had perished, but with the signal beckoning me onwards, I wonder if I was mistaken. At last, I reach a mysterious undersea facility. As I navigate through the halls, an unknown voice urges me to hurry. Entering a central chamber, I find both the signal and the voice have been coming from this cube-shaped computer. The voice turns out to be that of an architect, who, thousands of years before, had stored his consciousness within the computer. Speaking through the cube, the architect explains he was a scientist like me, and is now likely the last of his kind. Wanting to help a fellow researcher, I offer to transfer the lonely consciousness to my field computer and take him with me on my expedition. The architect accepts and warns me to brace for transfer. A little too late, I realized something might have been lost in translation. Awakening with a mild headache, I can hear the architect's voice quite clearly, and learn this is because he downloaded himself directly into my brain. It was an honest mistake, as architects don't recognize a boundary between technology and the body. While this is an intriguing revelation about architect biology, it means I now have an unanticipated mental roommate. Returning to the shallows, we formulate a plan. We'll use our combined knowledge to continue to chart the biology of life in Sector Zero, but along the way, we'll gather the material needed to fabricate a body that my new friend can transfer into. He tells me his designation is AL-AN, so I'll call him Alan. Picking up where Alan's research left off, we venture to the sprawling expanse of the West Arctic. Here, great icebergs float above a seemingly bottomless region of the sea, creating a profound sense of scale. And among these giant icebergs swim undiscovered oddities. Gliding through the blue is an animal that is difficult to unravel. With two sets of wing-like fins, it's not clear what sort of life form we're observing at a glance. But this life form is, in fact, an Arctic ray, the first of many ray species in Sector Zero. While its body plan has clearly diverged from Earth rays by having 4 wing structures instead of 2, the Arctic ray is a highly agile life form. And it has to be, if it wants to avoid the top predator of the West Arctic. This is a pinacarid, an intelligent and social predator that spends half its time on ice floats above the water. Pinacarids have converged on an ecological niche similar in many respects to Earth seals, and are remarkably friendly towards humans, even showing a cute curiosity when lured in with a tasty piece of fish. Alan's analysis suggests their 14 flippers make them acrobatic hunters underwater. This unusually high number of flippers resembles the anatomy of Anomalocaurids, a group from Earth's Cambrian period who similarly possessed multiple fins for locomotion. Descending deeper into the West Arctic waters, what appears to be a legion of pulsating eyes stare back at us. This is, in fact, a colony of eye jellies, gelatinous life forms that harbor an enormous hemispheric eye on the tops of their bodies. Despite their somewhat alarming appearance, these creatures live remarkably passive lives, drifting slowly on the currents in vast colonies, paying little mind to other species. Alan notes that they are capable of releasing a small electric shock if we swim too close, however, so we'll give the group a wide berth. Upon one of the West Arctic icebergs, we notice an entrance to a small cave. Venturing inside, the reflected ice caught in the afternoon sun resembles the brilliance of the night sky. And within this ethereal cave, a strange egg appears stranded on a cave wall. It's not a species Alan recognizes, and it seems about ready to hatch. Bringing the egg to the warmth of the shallows, after some time, this creature emerges. The unusual hatchling turns out to be a trivalve, and much like the cuttlefish of the tropics, it's a remarkably friendly and intelligent creature that is quite a fan of treats. A scan suggests the body of this naturally inquisitive life form is made of a flexible exoskeleton, and somewhat resembles the shell of an Earth nautilus in its shape. It's tempting to relax in the shallows with the trivalve for longer, but Alan reminds me we still have other areas to traverse. And the next leg of the journey will be perilous indeed. Luckily, I have a new classification of submersible to aid in the voyage. This is a sea truck, an underwater vehicle that will allow us to go lower into the crushing depths of Sector Zero.
Watch, are you still awake right now?
At the helm of the sea truck, we venture into the vast biome of the thermal zone.
I don't know if Watcher's awake right now, because the mic is off.
An area known as the thermal spires is marked by a forest of hydrothermal vents. These chimney-shaped structures
apparently that demon
pushed up from the planet's crust and are
went back to us. I'm not going to say the full name. 'cause I know it's gonna summon more of them.
Colored featherfish.
Apparently, we know what
Defined by
species
their
of demon it
unusual
is.
crescent-shaped fin structure, featherfish
You
are
know
one of
the
the more
demon that
graceful
goes by
herbivores in
Wendy,
Sector Zero.
and
A highly
I'm not gonna say
successful
the other
species.
one
In
because
some regions, they
do not
gather
say
in
it out loud
schools
because they'll
numbering
summon
in
it
the
back
thousands.
here.
We are admiring one such school when an
It lives in
intimidating creature
forests,
paddles by. This vicious-looking armored
and it's
predator
considered a
is
supernatural creature
and is
that
covered
cannot
in
die.
sharp spines. Snapping
Wind.
wildly, it closes in and then retreats just as quickly.
I'll just show you.
As it turns out, the
I
contrarian
do not read
Cryptosuchus
out loud,
is one
Mom.
species where its bark is truly worse than its bite. While it appears fearsome, the
Mommy.
skin suggests its menacing shell is adapted to aid in heat absorption among the thermal
Just
vents.
look at the test.
And so this
The
false
test
tyrant
did
paddles
not read
away
out
to try
loud.
and scare off something a bit smaller.
The one that has
Far
two on
deeper
it
into
above
the
the
thermal
picture.
zone, the dark blue of a biome known as the tree spires beckons. These waters are lit by the bioluminescent flora that grow on the sides of tree-like hydrothermal vents. In this distinctive region, the equally
We have
distinctive
that thing.
viscus fish undulates along. Its
And
flat,
apparently it's-
semi-transparent body is highly
We
unusual,
found out it
and
was
it seems
that,
to contain strange green organs. A
and
study of the discus
it
fish reveals
doesn't
this
want
green
to give
color
up.
comes from symbiotic
It's been
algae-like
attacking me,
organisms living
but
within
Neo.
specialized body cavities that provide the
Apparently it's
discus
been
fish
attacking
with
Arson,
food.
and
Strange
Arson
as this
didn't
might
know
sound,
that. 'Cause
emerald sea slugs of
to
Earth
be honest,
also
100%,
photosynthesize using
I knew
algae
it
that grows
attacked
within
Arson.
their bodies. Since there isn't much sunlight
Not
here
gonna
in
lie.
the depths for plant growth, it's likely the discus fish spends part
Hey,
of its life
Butcha,
cycle
are you
in a
awake?
brighter region of Sector Zero.
Or did you fall asleep?
Elsewhere in the thermal zone, we can spot a teardrop-shaped arrow ray.
Gotcha.
This ray species has an elongated body and a rather
Solar?
triangular head, which it can tilt to perform unpredictable maneuvers. At
Guys,
the
I'll
ends
have
of the arrow
Solar
ray's
talk
fins
to
grow
you.
sharp, talon-like tips that deter
Huh?
attackers who manage to catch up, meaning the arrow ray certainly isn't defenseless. A huge life form
I'll do that
passes in front of
until
our submarine.
Butcha wakes
Without
up and I'll
warning,
have
it
Butcha talk
shrieks
to
and
you
latches
about
onto
it.
the windshield with its front mandibles. Gunning the engine, I'm barely able to twist out of the deadly grip. That Leviathan-class organism was a chelicerate, a brute that grows over 130 feet, or 30 meters in length. Its body is covered in a thick, segmented exoskeleton that grows in overlapping plates, which may offer protection from the atmospheric pressure. Since the chelicerate are so aggressive and potentially deadly, they're a challenging species to study up close. Fascinating as they are, we both hope we don't encounter any more of them. At the very bottom of the sea floor, an indescribably massive
You're not
life form is
carried out
waiting.
about it.
This is a
Yeah.
vent garden, a stationary leviathan that anchors itself above hydrothermal vents and consumes 100% of the nutrients they release. At over 360 feet, or 110 meters,
Oh.
the vent garden is, by far,
Apparently
the
those
largest
the cat
leviathan of
that
Sector
you
Zero.
seen,
The
apparently
only
those
things
were
of Earth's
demons.
oceans that resemble vent gardens are certain types of
And I
siphonophores,
may or may have
soft-bodied entities
accidentally
which,
bought
like the vent gardens, are also
the
technically
plushy demon
pollinators,
that
smaller
was stuck in the
organisms
ground
working
inside
in
myself
tandem. But
when
what's
I was a
most
child.
incredible about the
You
vent
know, I'll
garden
do
is
a
the
pentagram
entire
and put him up here
ecosystem
though.
of plants it supports
You're gonna
within its
forget years
hollow,
and
bell-shaped
tell
center.
him.
And remarkably, a scan indicates it would be safe to enter this environment ourselves. Exiting the submarine, we tentatively swim up towards the light, and at last
I think
emerge
that's
within
their
the
siblings.
microcosm of the vent garden. This mini ecosystem supports aquatic
Wendy-
flora on branching platforms that in turn help
I think
absorb some
it
of the
got
heavy metals
stuck in
emitted
me
by the vents
as
below.
soon as I draw the
Exploring the hidden
pentagram.
biosphere of a vent
Back then I
garden
was
is a
stupid.
downright
What?
magical experience.
Uh,
But the unknown still beckons.
yeah, I learned that. Do
Pushing
not do
further
that.
into the abyss than ever before, we've reached the edge of the habitable region for most fauna. Surrounded by total darkness, Alan is starting to get worried that we've strayed too far. And he seems to be right. A huge chelicerate emerges from the blackness, almost twice the size as the one from the tree spires. This pale mutation is called a void chelicerate, and it's not alone. We've stumbled into a trap. Time to head back as fast as we possibly can. I don't think either of us plan on revisiting this area anytime soon. Returning to the safety of the research base, I have, with Alan's help, given our station a bit of an upgrade. As it turns out, having an alien
Nope,
scientist
they're not
downloaded
online.
into your brain
They're
can
just
be
asleep, I
quite
think.
useful. And while Alan still doesn't understand
go
the
on,
purpose
Mom.
of basic things like music, or why I start every morning with coffee, together we've successfully mapped much of
I don't
Sector
know
Zero.
why, but the
Yet a
earbuds
deep
keep on
scan
turning
tells
on.
us there's a strange signature coming from a
Like,
large
they're
ice
learning how
cave
to
we've yet to
hold rough
visit.
on it.
The cave is far to the inland of Sector Zero. Next, we enter the cavern and discover an enormous frozen creature encased in a cave
If the
wall.
green
This
pops up on
Leviathan-class
theirs, it
organism
shows
has
they're
been entombed
online.
here for thousands of years, as Alan remembers encountering their kind when he was a researcher here long ago.
For some
Since
reason, I
this
do not
species
know what's
is,
coming up because I
hopefully,
don't know.
now extinct,
I
the
don't know
only way to
if
study
it's
it
gonna
is to
accidentally
drill it
bring
into
into
the
them or
ice.
not.
Taking a DNA sample from the
Maybe
creature's
I
foot,
drank.
I'm able to determine
Yeah,
the life
Lucy,
form
I don't know
was
if I drink it
quadrupedal
all or
and
not.
spent at least a portion of its time on land, something unusual for planet 4546b.
I'm still got some in it.
Perhaps this
Yeah.
frozen Leviathan
Mm,
suggests
the
an era
feeling
in the
in
distant
Heels are
past
in your
where
hand,
land was more plentiful and great titans like this
Yeah.
one roamed across it.
I
In any
woke
case,
up.
I'm
I
certainly
had a weird
glad this
feeling at
particular
3 o'clock,
specimen
and
is now
because of that
gone
weird
bad.
feeling, I
I
woke
think.
up. So I stayed up a
At
bit
long
and gone back to
last, we
sleep.
now have all the necessary
After a while,
materials needed to fabricate
until that
Alan's
feeling
new
gone
body.
away.
The only problem is that the
No,
one
I'll let
architect
Nick in
facility
there
that
about
can
that
create
minute.
such a compatible vessel is
No, I was
located in a
talking
region
about
known as the
why I was
Crystal
awake
Caves.
around
These caverns are the deepest
3:40
biome
something.
of them all, and the last frontier of
Apparently,
planet
something
4546b.
something
And since
weird.
the refractive crystals mean any scans of the region come back
Yeah.
fragmented, there's no telling what else is down there. Navigating the purple
Apparently,
chasm, this environment
you know the
possesses
Demon
a
Tower.
strange beauty,
They're
and
most
equally
active
strange
at
life forms
3
can be
a.m.
found in these depths. The
Apparently,
Triops
I
is a
think
tiny
I was
organism that
being
spends
attacked
much of its time
spiritually
hiding from predators in
when
the
I was
surrounding
asleep,
terrain.
so
The Triops
I
stand
woke
out
up.
biologically, however,
I know,
thanks
but I
to their
woke up
distinctive
because I felt something
three-eyed
weird was
ocular
going
system.
on,
In
and
nature, a life form evolving
I
three
stayed up
distinct
watching
eyes
for
isn't particularly common,
a
but
long
it's not
time until I
altogether
fell asleep
unheard
again.
of. Artemia is a genus of aquatic
Here's a pair of socks
crustaceans
right here
that
on the
possess
bag,
two
right here.
eyes mounted on flexible stalks and a third stationary
Yeah.
eye situated in the center
Yeah,
of their
put it on your
head.
knee.
So the diminutive Triops is in good company.
Well, apparently it
Further
attacked me.
into the planet's crust, we've arrived at the
'Cause I
Fabricator
didn't
Caves,
even-
a secondary layer of the Crystal Caves where a high concentration of the
all it did-
element beryllium
all
led
I
to the
told it would
formation
go
of
away,
striking
stop
rugged
attacking me.
crystals. To brave
Apparently it
this
went after
extremely
Leo, trying to
radiochemical
possess
environment,
them.
I've donned the prawn suit, a deep-sea mechanical walker that kept me safe on the last stages of my journey in the tropics. Stomping along the ocean floor, I spot a small
Try
crustacean
one more time and
nearby.
hope that.
Given its diminutive stature, I'm not particularly worried
Let me
until
see
it
if
launches
Vacha's online.
itself at my prawn
Hey
suit.
Vacha, are you awake?
This is a rock puncher, a pint-sized predator which is a
Vacha.
heavy hitter nonetheless. Its
If you
hardened
are,
claws
I
can
can't
thrust
hear you.
forward at close to the speed
'Cause
of
your
sound
mic's
to
off.
break rock and bone alike. In many respects, the rock puncher is similar to the precocious
Vacha?
mantis shrimp. These creatures possess spring-loaded biological hammer clubs that can strike prey faster than the speed of a bullet, giving the mantis shrimp the ability to truly punch above
Ma,
its weight
do you
class.
want me when I
And
get
the rock
back
puncher
home
is no
to
different. Time to
have Vacha
de-escalate
talk
the
to you?
situation by moving elsewhere. We're now very close to the fabrication facility when a thunderous roar shakes the cavern. A huge Leviathan grips my prawn suit and pulls me towards a glowing gullet. After smacking it with my prawn suit's arms, the nightmare serpent temporarily drops me. Backing into a narrow gap, it seems the Leviathan cannot follow. We're
Yeah, I
safe.
took him.
For now. That was a Shadow Leviathan, which at almost 200 feet or 60 meters is the single most dangerous predator of Sector Zero. Its elongated body gives this monster the appearance of a giant eel. Analysis suggests its bioluminescent
Some
digestive
doctor
tract
doesn't
grows
fucking
due
listen
to
when you tell him
light-seeking phytoplankton
you
that
took
draw in
penicillin and you
hungry
think that's what the
fish,
problem
and its
was.
mouth also secretes a highly acidic compound.
And then
We're
what is
lucky
it
we were
prescribed
able
for?
to
The same
escape
damn
such a
thing that made
terrifying
you
life
sick.
form unscathed. Or have we?
Uh,
Looking up, I notice
Dr.
my
Quack.
suit is leaking from its fight with the Shadow
Damn
Leviathan.
doctor.
Our only hope
She
now
just
is to
expected to
reach
get
the
you over.
fabrication facility before the
Oh,
Shadow
no.
finds me again. But with the familiar green glow
Let's
of
start
architect
to break out.
technology up ahead, at last we've reached the ultimate
Yes.
destination. Heading
Oh,
inside,
you can
I
bet
find a
it is.
facility quite like the one I first discovered Alan within. Putting in the materials we've gathered, the facility begins the process of fabrication. Activating the final sequence, Alan and I watch as the vessel is constructed. This new body is composed of the DNA of 27 different species and various inorganic materials as well, so it should be quite the upgrade. At last, Alan's body is complete. After so much effort, it's almost surreal to reach this point. I think about telling my friend he looks a bit like a glowing purple centaur, but decide that would probably just confuse him. With Alan now out of my mind and settled into his new vessel, he doesn't need my assistance to continue his research. We both return to the surface, and Alan informs me he'll
Dad,
be
I
going
have
back
a
to his home planet via warp gate
Dad,
to
I
see
have
if
a
there are
feeling we
any other
shouldn't go back
architects
to
still
that doctor,
living.
but
It is a somewhat
take care of
bittersweet
it
feeling
ourselves.
as I realize
If you
this
have to,
is
you can use
goodbye.
my money
Working
to
with
get what you
another
need.
researcher, in particular an alien one, has been a special privilege. Alone on planet 4546b once more, I consider all I've seen on this wondrous planet. From nerve-wracking dangers to unexpected allies, it's been a remarkable journey. But now, at last,
Oh yeah,
the time
Butcha
has
said
come for me to depart as
they
well.
must have gave
For who
you
knows what else is
a
waiting among the stars.
outdated one, because
And as
there
always, thanks
is
for
a
watching.
big
If you
chance
enjoyed
that
this
the
entry, please
penicillin was
lend your support
expired
by
when they gave
liking,
it to you.
subscribing, and hitting the notification icon to stay up to date on all things
The
curious.
penicillin that you
See you
took
in the
from me
next video.
might have been expired, and it's been doing that to you.
Doing it to him now. Because it's the same as the one that they gave you that Daddy took. That's the same pill.
Same
Same
pill.
pill that caused all this.
Mm.
Dumbass. When you say you think penicillin did this, you change it. No, you just went ahead and made it out for this damn crap.
I have a feeling that person may be demon influenced.
Hmm.
Where's my glasses? I need to tell Vacha this when I get back. Or text her. Apparently I had a dream I was at a gym. I can't remember most of it, but apparently there was a weird parrot in a... You know the vending machine where you see the You know the vending machine that you see the item in? It was in front of the door. The bird was pretending to be a robot. I don't know if that was the demon trying to pretend. I don't know. What type of earbuds are these? I need to find it. Oh yeah, it's on the thing. Model. Pink credit made in China. BB tar earbuds. Wait, will it open when... Yeah. Why is it doing that? Going blue and red.
Let you know that they're charged.
What color is it like now?
Blinking blue and red.
Let me see if I can connect it to my phone and see if it'll work. Come on, connect to it. I'm sure I'll have to go back and connect it again. Connect. Whoopsie. What color? That's not blue. Blue. I'm just checking. I have to put it back in there. Oh, it cut off when I put it on my. Watch said if that thing comes back. Have you been getting bruises too? When bruises? So apparently that Wendy's going after children. I have a feeling it's not going to stop until we trap it. But I don't want no freaking demon stuck in a plush inside our house. We might have to use one of my old plushies and trap it. Ooh. You asked me if they still made bubble gum. Crack duck. Ma, if we ever find a clown plushie in the storage, take it out. Let me draw on it, make it look a lot more terrifying, as scary as possible. And we'll put it over there to get possessed, if the demon wants to possess it. We'll have to put its favorite things around it. I know it's considered witchcraft, but we need that demon gone from here because it's attacking me, Evan, Vodson, Leo, and apparently it attacked Arson too. Arson, I could sense that demon was at Vodka. So apparently the whole so-and-so protection did not protect Arson. The demon's just flying around, making them think that they're protected right now. What are you doing, sir? Better not. And you see this now. I command you to get out. Stop messing with my phone. If you have to scream at it, because I'm trying to get rid of it. Stop connecting to my dang phone. Get off. Don't make me yell at you. I'm talking shit. I'm talking shit to a demon, not you.
See there? Talking shit to a demon and they're not even.
A demon is considered an evil spirit.
No bullshit.
And that evil spirit is attacking.
Hey, people are gonna have to straighten up their lives. No such thing.
So you don't until you get back.
Go to work.
It's 6:53, not time yet.
I should leave this shit behind and go to work. You want a cranberry?
Nah.
They're dried cranberries.
Mm-mm.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, apparently we found out that spirit. I don't care if Dad hears this, because he was already making me think. Apparently that demon loves attacking children. They love going after children. They love clown plushies. No, to get that demon stuck in it. Because that demon loves demon plush.
I think from Caroline Close, from my copy.
No, Smoky Joe.
Smoky Joe, that's like it. And you can't even tell what the hell it is.
Hey.
No, stop. Yeah. I remember when I quit dipping Copenhagen at $3. That was way too damn.
Gonna make myself suffer by eating jerky.
And taking medication that already messed me up again. You shouldn't have said, no, that's the same thing, Emily, take it, don't take it. You didn't do it. Whose appointment? Yours? Both of
Up
them?
at the top is Emily's. I got a call on the 25th. At 5.
This one. On the 16th. Same day as I gotta go. He asked me if I wanted to make it on the same day as yours. And I said, no. Because there's somebody gotta be here. People don't understand nothing from themselves. Like that one in there.
Oh, we cannot leave here without anyone watching it.
They listen to me. Never listen to me. If you don't listen to me, the people don't listen to me. The damn doctor don't listen to me.
I told him we cannot leave here.
What time do you say it is?
Let me check. 6:56.
I used to leave my truck out there running because that was a neighbor kid trying to steal people's trucks. It's called stealing. The other one tried to keep the gas down before it was running. Was eyeballing mine as he was running. This car's gone. The nigger's still there. But he should be up right now going to work. And that car's sitting up warming up. But yet, he'll keep his job being late every day. I gotta let him go. But I'm glad that I don't have to put up with that shit no more. It's only tearing me up. But now, look what's tearing me up. But it's an antibiotic tearing me up, and the doctor gives me more of it. It's got a tummy on.
Steve Wilco on the top shelf
See?
of Family Feud.
I can't even eat nothing.
He's back blood contested.
Why?
Because he was making wounds on him and was saying stuff that was very indecent on TV.
Who is this you talking about?
Steve Wilco, the black guy that does.
That's what? Not the black guy from Family Feud. Not the black guy from what? Who took you? I don't know what the fuck you talking about. People that have no. other Doug family
Yeah.
and you slap somebody like that in trouble.
Yeah. On TV too.
But she got all the stuff recorded that she did. How long it took him to slap her ass down, you might have been in the right. Well, I need that blood pressure. I needed that steroid pill, but I didn't need them coming up. Either way. All them pills I took this morning. That's
Hey Mom, I have a question. Did Big Brother love going into forests? When Big Brother was a child, did he love going into forest?
no.
That must have what happened.
If they go out once, they just keep it. No change. Tyler got his money. As soon as he got his money, he didn't spend that money. You know? He waited till he got the final payment and he took off. Probably left the state. Followed some package. You know, that's what he told Daddy. That's all he wanted out of it was the money. That's why Daddy said no. Keep your ass out. He ended up losing it all. All I could do was sell it for the money. I couldn't use it. Couldn't stay in that damn town. People started treating that way. Sounds good to be about sorry, isn't it? Here's one for sure. It's the same damn pill that made you have all this problem. I'm on 3 of them. Oh, no wonder my tummy don't want all them eating things in there to turn me up. Now all them do, like somebody beat up on somebody or something like that. I gotta have this damn paperwork. thought I was gonna get better. And he's sitting there kind of, I get it. Trying to keep it. And the government wants to steal off. I think it's $3 billion. $3 billion ain't gonna touch what they need cleared out. How many billion
Get rid of
people?
all these refugees and send them back where they need to go.
See, that's the problem. Their country don't want them no more. They want to clear out their country.
I want to go in here because they tried to burn down and get them out of here.
No, they hurt themselves. They had too many damn families on one little shack.
It was a two-story house, and there was 13 people in that house.
Well, just think of their country. They got a little building, got 13 people stuck in one room. Get them out of here.
You know where my mom
And there's no America where the
Stepmom
American
in
wants
Poland
them.
used to live, my grandma, she
Just know, I know it's being
around the
recorded.
corner from where Luther lived on that street. That house right there on the corner used to have,
I'm sorry if you're hearing this. This is basically what my family is like.
police and border patrol went over there and found all of them. And the person that let them stay in that house was sent to jail because they weren't even, they didn't have green cards or anything. I'm gonna put this in the mailbox.
Watch me texting you. I've been dropped to sleep. Woke up.
My tummy hurts. My throat tastes like medicine.
You went out there to spend one of them is not the one you're talking about.
Mom, can I have some beef jerky?
No, you cannot. You eat it all.
or turkey jerky?
Beef jerky.
You eat it all before it's done.
Eh. Oh yeah, Mom. You lied about it being beef. It was pork ribs. Mom said it was beef to me.
I know, but you can't afford beef. You've been spending $75 for one of them. Beef. Pork ribs.
Unless we have to raise a cow and kill it.
What's the deal?
I'll give you some.
You know what type of spirit it is, right?
Here you go.
Thank you. Apparently the demon does not like me eating this, but nah, this is what you get.
I'm trying to eat them hen asses because it's stirring it up so right. That's wrong, baby. Puke up there. Well, I didn't puke as much as I did last night. Antibiotic crap out, or just the medication I just took. I figured all the medication I just took was it. Wait, you open it. Who?
That's on 23.
Oh, no. I don't know, she was usually gone before now. Got up late. She drives 90 miles an hour to get over there and back, so. Oh, there should be a frost on the window.
There was when I looked out this morning, but it don't look like it now.
Apparently, whoever tried to get rid of a Wendy did not destroy it completely.
No.
This way. Holy water, salt, crosses, pure silver, fire, talisman. Mom, I know we're not supposed to really do this, but it says they'll ward it off for a while. You know the smelling thing that you burn? Yeah, at least burn one in the house for right now. Until we find a way to get rid of it completely.
What in the hell is she talking about? There ain't nothing here. What's making me sick? It's that right there is what's making me sick.
I'm not talking about medicine. I'm talking about getting random shivers down your spine that feels like someone's touching you. Hearing whispers in your ear.
See? You left that thing on her head too long, bro.
Not the headset. I had this right before the headset happened. Yeah.
You about ready to go early?
Yeah, let me push this down. Come on, open the bag. Open it, close it. Put it in my lunchbox.
You got her ready for it.
Take that out. This. To be honest, I hate burning incense, but if it's gonna help weaken it, I'm willing to do it. If it's according to God.
Be hearing it. Look at all that fucking noise. You don't know how to drive.
Ouch. Ouch. down here. Sure. Hope you start feeling better soon, Dad.
Good, it's a piece of all penicillin.
Love you.
Oh, let's take a tea comedy.
Yeah, let me do that.
Did his work earlier. And son, though. Nigger still ain't gone. I got pickup gun. Girlfriend.
Oh yeah, if you find the bag of clay, you can destroy the clay models and you can create a clay ball. Let's check it. Apparently the Vandy does not like fire smoke, it does not like animal fat, it does not like Christian speak, so which is why it's not clean. Apparently the scream, every time you hear the scream, it's basically a call saying it's about that.
He started underneath the door like
He's sitting in it, waiting for the kids to get their butts out there. Yeah, let me take out the other earbuds. You wanted me to come. You don't want to charge me. Just make sure to clean them before you wear them. Have this. Phone.
doctor just put
Oh yeah, I forgot. Something important. No, something more important than that. Something more important than that.
take one in the mail and go calling people in the front slow. But that Monday through Friday, man. They can probably do the third time. You know, first time they gotta go, second time they tell them Friday, so check out his mail. But I got that letter.
Hey, it's too dang bright out there. town. It's all melted from the front. On the top, there's still some. I'll go.
Want them in here now?
Let me take myself off.
accidentally fallen asleep.